Welcome to Manhwa Recap, a place where love is tested by money, power, and fate. Rich families, broken homes, and one man trying to protect the people he loves. Sometimes love saves you. Sometimes it destroys everything. Let today's story begin.
I made $20 million in a single night live streaming childcare tips. I thought my little daughter and I could finally live a peaceful, comfortable life. But on the way home, I got into a car accident. The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself transmigrated into the body of a gambling drunk. Before me, a little girl stared up at me with tear-filled eyes. "Daddy, please don't hit Mommy anymore." My eyes went wide, and in that instant, memories came flooding back. The previous owner of this body was clearly a gambling addict and alcoholic, yet somehow he'd managed to marry a rising star. When their relationship was exposed to the public, she didn't hesitate to walk away from her career as a singer. She even gave him an adorable daughter. But after the honeymoon phase faded, he got fired from his company for sheer incompetence, and he took out all his failures on his wife. He convinced himself that marrying this jinx was why his career fell apart. After absorbing the previous owner's memories, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. What a piece of trash. Then, with a complicated expression, I looked up, toward the corner of the room. The mother he'd just beaten was curled up against the wall. Serena held her daughter close, and when she saw me staring at her, her body trembled uncontrollably, instinctively pulling Lily tighter against her chest. Tears brimmed in her eyes. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about taking Lily and leaving, but she was an orphan with no one to turn to, and all the money in this house was controlled by this monster. She'd even thought about ending it all, but she couldn't bear to leave her daughter behind. If she died, what would happen to Lily, only 3 years old? So every time he beat her, she could only endure it alone, not even daring to cry out loud, afraid it would frighten her child. After a long moment, I let out a heavy sigh, slowly got up, and turned on the light. Warm amber light filled the room. The furniture was old and worn, and the thick stench of alcohol in the air made my head spin. Looking at the mess before me, I scratched my head helplessly, then quietly began cleaning up. Serena still held Lily, frozen in place, but a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. This monster had never once cleaned the house. Every time he finished drinking, he just passed out. This was the first time anything like this had happened. I didn't rush to disturb the mother and daughter, but went to the kitchen to grab a rag and wipe down the table. By the time everything was spotless, I was drenched in sweat. After resting for a moment, I went to the bedroom to grab clean clothes, then headed into the bathroom. Serena watched the bathroom door close, then looked at the room I'd just cleaned. Her eyes filled with utter confusion. He'd even thrown out the leftover alcohol. Why would he do that? If someone said he'd changed for the better, she didn't believe it. A monster was still a monster. "Mommy, Lily's hungry." 3-year-old Lily opened her big round eyes wide, looking up at her mother. Serena stroked Lily's head. "Be good, sweetie. Mommy will make you dinner soon, okay?" Lily nodded obediently. Even at her young age, she understood that only after Daddy fell asleep would she get to eat. I finished showering and pushed open the door, clearly seeing mother and daughter sitting on the worn-out sofa, shrinking back at the same time. I shook my head, not paying them any attention, and walked out the front door. Serena froze, a hint of despair in her eyes. Was he going out to buy more alcohol? She and Lily would have to go hungry another night. Serena bit her lip, her face pale as paper, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lily thought her mother was crying. Because she'd said she was hungry, she quickly reached up with her tiny, pale hand, clumsily wiping the tears from Serena's face. "Don't cry, Mommy. Lily's not hungry anymore." Serena bit her lip, tears falling even harder. After a long while, she finally managed to speak in a trembling, gentle voice. "Be good, Lily. Mommy will sing you to sleep. Once you're asleep, you won't feel hungry anymore. Tomorrow morning, Mommy will. Wake up early and make you something yummy, okay?" Lily nodded obediently. "Okay, Mommy. Please don't cry." Serena held Lily and slowly stood up, the wounds on her back throbbing with the movement. Long-term malnutrition made her vision blur for a moment, but she still forced herself to stand. carrying her daughter step by step into the bedroom. Once she lay down on the bed, Serena finally felt a little more comfortable. She softly sang a lullaby to put Lily to sleep. Watching Lily's eyes slowly close, Serena thought about the 2 years since her marriage, her heart filled with endless bitterness. She'd made up her mind. Tomorrow, she would leave. Escape this hell. Even if she died on the streets, it would be better than being tortured to death by this monster. Just then, the sound of a key in the lock echoed through the apartment. Serena, lost in thought, couldn't help but tremble again. She instinctively covered Lily's ears, listening silently to the movements outside. I pushed open the door and, out of habit, looked toward the sofa, momentarily stunned. They'd gone to the bedroom, but it seemed like they hadn't eaten anything. I looked at the food in my hands, dazed. After thinking for a moment, I set the food on the table, then walked toward the bedroom. Serena's whole body tensed, listening to my footsteps slowly approaching, quickly closing her eyes and pretending to sleep, praying in her heart that I wouldn't come in. But then came a knock on the door. I bought dinner for you two. If you're hungry, come out and eat. I'll sleep in the spare room tonight. Hearing that familiar voice, Serena's eyes flew open. Then she heard the footsteps gradually fade away. The room fell silent again. Serena's tense, ragged breathing echoed through the bedroom. Lily had woken up at some point, having clearly heard my voice, now staring curiously at the closed door. Today, that smelly daddy wasn't coming into the bedroom, and it sounded like he'd said he bought them food. Thinking about food, she felt hungry again. She swallowed hard, looking at her mother with hopeful eyes. Everything was too strange, leaving Serena at a complete loss. But seeing the hopeful look in her daughter's eyes, she gathered all her courage, tiptoed to the bedroom door, and opened it. The aroma of food on the table hit her immediately. Serena's eyes suddenly blurred with tears, the food in the distance becoming hazy. Had he really bought dinner for the two of them? Faced with the monster's sudden kindness, Serena felt no joy, only deep-seated terror. Why was he acting like this? What more could he possibly want from her? Lily ran out barefoot with quick little steps, clinging to the doorframe and peering out. Her eyes suddenly lit up, drool escaping before she could stop it, but she didn't act on her own, instead looking up, her big eyes fixed unblinkingly on her mother. Serena closed her eyes helplessly, then looked again at her daughter's hopeful expression, took a deep breath, and forced a smile onto her lips as she picked up Lily. "Shh, be good, Lily. Let's eat quietly, okay?" Lily happily squeezed her eyes shut, eagerly nodding her little head. From inside the spare room, I could hear the sounds outside. I let out another sigh. When I'd gone out earlier to get a haircut and buy food, I discovered that the household's savings had dwindled to barely $1,800. If I'd transmigrated any later, this family would have had nothing left to eat. I needed to make money. After thinking for a moment, I suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Why hadn't I thought of this before? This was a parallel world. I quickly grabbed my phone, scrolling through everything about this world. Just as the memories suggested, traditional culture and the entertainment industry were completely different from my world, especially the entertainment scene here. It was remarkably bland. Trashy songs that made me cringe were actually topping the charts. My mind raced with calculations, classic songs appearing one after another. The more I thought, the harder it became to stay awake, so I dragged my exhausted body and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning at exactly 6 o'clock, I stretched, then quietly opened the door and stepped out. The dining table and kitchen had been cleaned spotless. Serena must have tidied up after eating last night. Standing there thinking for a moment, I remembered that Serena usually didn't get up to cook until 8, because the old me always slept until past 10. Only after I woke up and finished drinking could the mother and daughter eat whatever was left. I sighed again out of habit. Serena was actually already awake in the bedroom, but she didn't dare come out. The sounds outside disappeared, and the front door opened and closed. Serena pressed her lips together, staring at the bedroom door, somewhat curious about what he was going out to do. After waiting and hearing nothing more outside, Serena glanced at Lily still sleeping soundly beside her, thought for a moment, then gathered her courage and quietly got out of bed, opening the bedroom door and stepping out. The smell of alcohol in the room had mostly faded, fresh air drifting in through the window, smelling wonderful. This situation felt surreal to Serena. It had been so long, so very long since she'd breathed air this fresh. She'd forgotten the house could ever feel this comfortable. Serena walked to the window and looked out at the world beyond, lost in a daze. Only now, did she suddenly remember she was only 24 years old? She didn't know how much time had passed before the sound of the door came again. Serena snapped back to reality, her whole body tensing instinctively, mechanically turning around. I also stood frozen awkwardly in place. I hadn't expected Serena to already be awake. I woke up early and saw we were out of food, so I just went out to buy some meat, vegetables, and rice. We both stood there frozen, and only now did I get a clear look at my wife's face. She was beautiful, far more beautiful than any influencer or celebrity from my old world, especially those eyes, as if they could speak. But now those eyes were filled with fear and unease. She was also too thin, her face impossibly pale, probably from years, without sunlight and severe malnutrition. Seeing this, my heart ached with pain, hatred, and shame all at once. What an absolute monster. A wife this beautiful, and he'd abused her like this. He deserved to die. I broke the awkward silence first. Good morning. I'll go make breakfast. After saying that, I kept my head down, not daring to look anymore, grabbed the grocery bag, and hurried into the kitchen. Serena simply couldn't believe her eyes or ears. Did he just say good morning to her? And when did he learn to cook? Serena silently watched the figure bustling in the kitchen, an overwhelming wave of grief rising in her chest. She bit her lip hard, tears gradually blurring her vision. What was this? Pity? A guilty conscience? Lily had woken up by now. When she saw Serena's silhouette in the living room, she ran out barefoot. The moment she stepped out, she smelled the aroma of food, turning her head to stare wide-eyed at the kitchen. I was in the kitchen, and naturally saw the little girl, too. I flashed her a big smile. But to my surprise, Lily hid behind Serena in fear. I rubbed my nose helplessly, immediately feeling a tightness in my chest, like I couldn't breathe. Before long, the food was ready. I took off my apron, looking toward the two of them still standing timidly in the distance. Go wash up and come eat breakfast. Lily was clearly swallowing hard, but she still didn't move. Serena looked at the scene before her with horror. I'd had a little hope, but seeing how guarded they were, that hope sank to the bottom of the ocean. I was silent for a moment, then sighed again. You two eat first. With that, I turned and went back to the spare room. Serena felt no gratitude, watching the spare room door close, then looking down at her daughter's hopeful eyes, sighing inwardly. Come on, Lily. Let's wash our hands and eat. Hearing this, Lily's eyes lit up. Mommy, did Daddy make this for Lily? Serena was momentarily at a loss for words, but looking at her daughter's expectant eyes, she finally nodded. Seeing her mother's confirmation, Lily's eyes immediately lit up even brighter. She eagerly scooped a spoonful of steamed egg into her mouth. This was the first time Daddy had ever cooked for her. It was so delicious. Serena ate in silence, her heart torn and confused. I sat at the desk in the spare room, actually starving by now. But I knew. The mother and daughter out there still couldn't sit at the same table with me. This was rough. I pulled out my phone, opened this world's short video app, deleted the old account that had a few thousand followers, and registered a new one. Out of habit, I opened the trending search charts. A second later, I frowned. What was this garbage music? Since when could trashy songs like these dominate the top searches? A plan immediately formed in my mind. I rummaged through the desk drawer and found some sheet music paper that had been gathering dust for ages. These were things Serena had left behind. I spread the sheet music out on the desk, softly humming a familiar melody, pen in hand, quickly writing notes onto the paper. In my previous world, I was a professional songwriter, so this was nothing difficult for me. In just moments, a complete musical score appeared before my eyes. I eagerly opened the closet beside me, pulled out a guitar, and sat properly at the desk with it in my arms. I took a moment to get into the right headspace, then closed my eyes, letting my fingers glide gently across the strings. When the sound of the guitar drifted out from the room, Serena, who had been quietly eating, suddenly froze. She turned her head toward the closed door, her eyes filled with astonishment. Serena knew perfectly well he couldn't play guitar. So what was happening now? Even Lily, happily eating her meal, was drawn in by the singing, pausing the spoon in her hand, gazing toward the closed door of the spare room. So gentle. This was the first time she'd ever heard Daddy's voice sound so soft. Though Serena had never heard this song before, she could still feel how beautiful it was. Such a gorgeous melody, such moving lyrics. She could hardly imagine this was coming from the mouth of a monster. The singing remained gentle, my voice still echoing in their ears, but the mother and daughter sitting at the dining table had both gone completely still until the next verse rang out. Hearing this, Serena couldn't hold back anymore, her shoulders beginning to tremble slightly, tears streaming down her face. 2 years, 2 whole years, 2 years of living in constant fear, 2 years without hearing music, 2 years without stepping outside the house, every day facing the struggles of putting food on the table, the mess of this apartment, and a man who had slowly transformed into a monster. Voila! Now, just when she'd finally found the courage to plan her escape, what did he mean by singing this song? Why had he suddenly changed? Serena felt herself breaking down, once again lost in confusion. She was terrified this was just a fleeting dream, and when she woke up, everything would go back to the way it was. The singing stopped at that very moment. Lily also noticed her mother crying, and panicked, she climbed onto Serena's lap, reaching up with her tiny hands to try to wipe her mother's tears. "Don't cry, Mommy, don't cry. Lily will blow on it for you." Lily thought her mother was hurting again, so while wiping Serena's tears, she lifted her little face up, pulling down Serena's collar and blowing gently. What was revealed beneath the collar was Serena's back, covered in wounds. I had no idea what was happening outside the door. Right now, I was opening my phone to record a video, playing and singing the entire song through. When the song finally ended, I saved the video and posted it. I let out a soft breath. Finally done. Now I just had to wait for people's reactions. With everything finished, I put the guitar back in the closet, then rubbed my empty stomach. I wondered if the mother and daughter had finished eating. I rubbed my belly, finally unable to wait any longer, and gently pushed open the door, cracking it open just a sliver, peeking out like a thief. Right at that moment, I saw Serena carrying Lily away from the dining table. Her eyes were red, as if she'd just been crying. Serena clearly saw me too, freezing for a moment, before quickly carrying her daughter back to the master bedroom. I breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the door open, heading to the dining table. Finally, I could eat. I looked at the rice and soup clearly left out for me on the table, feeling a small warmth in my heart. After eating, with nothing else to do, I wandered around the apartment. Just then, the master bedroom door suddenly opened, and I looked toward the sound, seeing a little head poking out from behind it. It was Lily. She tilted her head, curiously watching me. Seeing Lily, I instinctively wanted to smile, but before my lips could even curve upward, Lily quickly shut the door in fear, darting back inside. Serena's clear voice came from inside the room, comforting her daughter. I touched my nose, feeling innocent. Time passed quietly, and before I knew it, I'd been scrolling on my phone for 4 hours. By noon, I set my phone down, rubbed my temples, and stood up. Time to make lunch. Right at that moment, the bedroom door opened, and Serena walked out expressionlessly, holding a pile of laundry. From inside the room, she acted as if she didn't see me standing in front of the sofa. Walking straight toward the bathroom, I clearly noticed that when she stepped out, her body stiffened slightly. Was she going to do laundry? I suddenly remembered that yesterday, my clothes were still in the washing machine. Thinking of this, I quickly headed toward the bathroom too. Serena's heart was racing. She hadn't expected me to still be home. Normally at this hour, he would have already gone out with his friends to drink. She heard my footsteps approaching, and her heart immediately tensed even more. Beating faster, her body trembling slightly. "Hey, my clothes are still in the washing machine. Could I take them out to hang first?" My familiar voice came from behind her. Serena was bending down to open the washing machine door when she startled, her body swaying, nearly falling into the bathroom. "Careful!" I couldn't help but call out. Only then did Serena react. Was he asking for her permission? She avoided my gaze, not daring to look at me, but still said, "Why, yes, you go ahead." "Okay, thanks." I nodded. My hands suddenly trembled, my eyes unable to hide the rage and heartache I had just clearly seen beneath Serena's collar, a crisscross of purple and red wounds. Even with the memories of this piece of trash, seeing it with my own eyes, I truly couldn't imagine how anyone in this world could be so cruel. I gathered the clothes from the washing machine, not looking at her anymore. My mind was racing with thoughts. "I'll make lunch soon. Remember to call Lily out to eat." "Lily's sleeping. Then I'll wake her up later." Serena shrank back a little more, her entire being looking utterly panicked, even stammering when she spoke. I knew my presence was only putting pressure on her, so I quickly grabbed the clothes from the washing machine, went to the balcony to hang them, then headed into the kitchen. In the bathroom, Serena stood frozen in place, still clutching the laundry. Only when she smelled cooking did she snap back to reality, trembling as she loaded the clothes into the washing machine, her eyes involuntarily glancing toward the kitchen. What on earth was wrong with him? He was cooking for her and her daughter again. Hearing the drum of the washer spinning, Serena's emotions were incredibly complicated. By the time the laundry was done, she took it out to hang on the balcony, and that man was still busy cooking in the kitchen. Lily didn't wait for Serena to wake her. She'd woken up on her own. As usual, she pushed open the door barefoot, her two little hands still rubbing her big sleepy eyes. A moment later, when she saw me busy in the kitchen, her beautiful big eyes clearly brightened. Then she curiously clung to the kitchen door frame, watching my back. Serena finished hanging the clothes, and when she turned around, she saw this scene. She froze like a statue, quickly turning to press her back against the wall, covering her face with both hands as she slowly slid down, tears falling silently. This was a scene from so long, long ago, one that only appeared in dreams. I still didn't sit at the same table with the mother and daughter. After setting out the rice and dishes on the table, I hurried out of the apartment. Hearing the door close, Serena hastily wiped the tears from her face, got up, and carried Lily to the dining table. On the table were still 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, plus 2 bowls of rice already served, and a bowl of steamed egg. Serena stared at the delicious, abundant meal, dazed for a long moment before slowly sitting down. No one knew how complicated her feelings were at this moment, not even. She herself knew what she was thinking. The food was just as delicious as breakfast. The little girl had been happily eating her steamed egg for a while now, but the peaceful lunch for mother and daughter was quickly interrupted by the sound of the door opening. They instinctively looked up, seeing me push open the door. Carrying a large bag of things, Lily shrank toward Serena, the little spoon of steamed egg still in her mouth. Frozen in place, her big eyes followed my every movement. I lowered my gaze, not daring to look at the frightened mother and daughter. I just walked over to the sofa, set down the bag in my hands, and spoke, my voice slightly low. "I bought you some ointment. Remember to use it. And there are toys I got for the little one. I don't know if she'll like them. I saw other little girls all have these, so she should have them too." Serena still hadn't responded. After I finished speaking, I was silent for a moment. "I know you don't trust me, but there are some things I still have to say. From now on, I won't hit you or the child anymore. You and Lily don't have to be so afraid in your own home. She's still young. This kind of atmosphere isn't good for her." I said it all in one breath, and the weight in my chest lifted considerably. I didn't wait for Serena to respond, quietly returning to the spare room. Serena watched my figure disappear, her emotions incredibly complicated. Faced with this man's sudden transformation, she still couldn't let her guard down. Inside the room, my mood was even worse, tears threatening to spill from my eyes. Transmigrating into the body of this scum made me deeply uncomfortable too, especially when I saw all those wounds. covering Serena's body, my heart grew even heavier. After just one short day in this home, my heart had already been crushed to the point of breaking. I truly couldn't understand how anyone could treat their own family so cruelly, so mercilessly. After Serena finished eating, she still left a portion for me. She washed her and Lily's dishes, looked at the bag on the table for a moment, and finally still led Lily back to the master bedroom. With kindness this sudden, she really couldn't accept it. Who knew if this was just another trap he'd set to lull her into complacency? Besides, she'd long grown used to the pain on her body. She just didn't know what she had left, that he'd go to such lengths to obtain. After experiencing one short day of gentle treatment, she was terrified those old days would return. She even harbored a small hope that maybe if she didn't accept his kindness, he would keep being like this. She just hoped he would stay this way. For one more day, just one more day. I heard the bedroom door close next door, knowing the mother and daughter had finished eating, and only then did I get up and leave the room. Then, I saw the bag on the coffee table still unopened, still sitting right where I'd left it. I let out a sigh, not knowing what else to do, and sat down to eat with my head lowered. Just then, the master bedroom door unexpectedly opened again, and Lily poked her little head out, curiously watching me eat. I tried flashing her a toothy grin again. This time, it finally worked. The little girl didn't run away scared, still curiously watching me eat. My heart relaxed a little, the weight pressing down on it, soothed considerably by this soft, adorable little girl. I set down my chopsticks, using the gentlest voice I'd ever used in my life, to call out to her. Lily. My sudden call made the little girl startle and tremble slightly, but she didn't shrink back, instead turning her head to look into the master bedroom, then, as if encouraged, looked back toward me. A soft, tender voice came from her lips. Daddy. Hearing that word, my whole body trembled, my eyes instantly blurring with tears, a smile blooming across my face like a flower. Since transmigrating here, this was the most beautiful sound I'd heard. Lily tilted her little head, looking surprised at this father who was crying and smiling at the same time, seemingly wondering why anyone would laugh while tears were falling. I let out a soft, responding to the little girl. Then I stood up and walked over to the sofa, pulling the doll I'd just bought out of the bag, gently waving it back and forth in front of Lily. Lily blinked her big eyes, looking a bit tempted, staring at the doll in my hand, then turning her head to look into the master bedroom again, before, finally, slowly walking toward me. My heart was pounding, looking at this little angel before me. I even held my breath, afraid of startling this little girl who had finally, with great difficulty, agreed to approach me. Lily only knew that Daddy was now cooking yummy food for her, and now he was holding a toy she liked. It seemed like Daddy wouldn't be mean to her and Mommy anymore. She walked up to me, lifted her little face, and sniffed hard, then broke into a happy smile. Daddy doesn't smell bad anymore. So happy. Lily, isn't the doll in Daddy's hand pretty? Looking at the tiny girl before me, I spoke to Lily with all the gentleness and sincerity I could muster. Lily's little hand twitched, as if she wanted to take the doll from my hand, but she still didn't have the courage to reach out, only using her big, crystal-clear, sparkling eyes to stare at me. My gaze never left Lily, so of course I noticed this small movement, so I slowly crouched down, until I was at eye level with Lily, then gently placed the toy in her hands. When my fingers touched Lily's tiny hand, I felt my whole being melt. Lily finally got the toy she wanted, her gaze shifting from me to the doll, her tiny fingers stroking the doll's soft, long dress, her eyes immediately curving into happy crescents. I watched the little girl before me holding the toy, with such joy, my heart, a tangled mess of emotions, especially looking closely at Lily's dry, brittle hair, her thin little face, and her faded, overwashed clothes, that were clearly too small now. My heart felt pierced by needles. She was only 3 years old, an age when she should be cherished and adored, yet now she was this happy, over just one small toy. I gritted my teeth, quickly wiped my eyes, and forced a smile. Just like that, I quietly watched Lily play beside me. In that moment, there was nothing else in my eyes. Serena in the master bedroom was even more tense now, not knowing if she'd made the right choice. But she agreed with what I'd said earlier. The child was young. She shouldn't grow up in an atmosphere like this. Letting her daughter get close to him was the most she could bring herself to do right now. Outside, Lily occasionally let out clear, happy laughter, and Serena couldn't hold back her tears when she heard it. She just sat there on the bed, silently wiping away her tears. Before long, Lily seemed to have tired herself out playing and was getting sleepy. Hugging the doll tightly, glancing at the father who was smiling foolishly at her, her little face showing some hesitation, before turning and scampering back to the bedroom. I just sat there, dazedly watching the tiny figure disappear, touching my nose, and laughing. It seemed I needed to buy the little girl a proper pair of slippers. Walking barefoot all the time wasn't good for her. Time slowly passed, and dinner was still made by me. 3 dishes and a soup. As always, I let the mother and daughter eat first, then came out to clean up the plates. I went to bed early that night, not knowing that after just one night, the song, A Lifetime with You, had taken the internet by storm. That evening at 10 o'clock, the video had successfully climbed to number 5 on the trending charts, and its popularity was still rising. The next morning at 6 o'clock, the video had reached an astonishing 500,000 likes. On TikTok, with over 200,000 comments. You have to understand that even major influencers, who get hundreds of thousands of likes, are doing amazingly well if they get tens of thousands of comments. So this comment conversion rate was unbelievably high, and my follower count had surpassed 1 million overnight. With just one song, one video, I'd become a 1 million follower creator overnight. Of course, most of these followers were fans of this particular video. If I couldn't produce songs in the future with the same quality as this video, I would quickly be forgotten by most people. I woke up at 5 in the morning, and at that point I still didn't know my song had gone viral. After quickly washing my face, I stepped outside for my morning workout. By the time I got home, it was already 7:40 a.m. The moment I pushed open the door, I ran right into Serena, who had just come out of the bathroom. The instant she saw me, she startled, her expression somewhat panicked. She looked at me covered in sweat, slightly flustered, but still somewhat nervously. Said, "I didn't know you went out. I'll go make breakfast right now." I paused for a moment, a bit awkward facing this situation, but still quickly replied, "Is Lily still sleeping?" Serena pressed her lips together, lowering her head with a soft, She felt her heart beating faster. After my workout, the vibrant energy radiating from me made her very uncomfortable. She felt confused inside, instinctively avoiding me, walking quickly toward the kitchen. "Go watch Lily. After I shower, I'll make breakfast. Is there anything you want to eat?" My voice, slightly eager to please, came from behind her. Serena stopped in her tracks, and after a long moment, her voice came out trembling slightly. No, whatever you make is fine. I'll go watch the baby." After saying that, Serena walked even faster, fleeing into the bedroom as if escaping. I watched the bedroom door close, and shrugged helplessly. After showering, I was absolutely starving, and this body's alcohol cravings were also acting up, making me very uncomfortable. I could only cook, while constantly drinking hot water to ease it. Millie was awake by now too. After Serena helped her wash her face, she clung to the kitchen doorframe watching me cook, still hugging the doll I'd given her yesterday. I turned around and saw the little girl, and immediately flashed Lily a grin like a doting aunt seeing her niece. I asked gently, "Lily, what do you want to eat this morning? Daddy will make it for you." Lily tilted her little head and thought for a long time. Then her big eyes curved up and widened. "Lily likes steamed egg," I answered indulgently. "Okay, steamed egg it is." After saying that, I reached out to pat Lily's head, then secretly pulled my hand back. I was afraid of scaring the little angel in front of me. Take it slow, no rush, I thought to myself. Lily was clearly starting to accept me, which gave me hope. My mood couldn't help but brighten, and even the alcohol cravings and hunger seemed to fade away. Breakfast was as abundant as usual, one meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, plus, of course, the steamed egg Lily had requested. As always, I returned to my small room, letting the mother and daughter eat first. But what was better than before was that, while the two of them ate outside, there was clearly more laughter and conversation. In the spare room, I lay on the bed, holding the phone I'd put on silent, wanting to check how the video was doing. The moment I unlocked the phone, I was shocked. Holy crap, why were there so many notifications? Every app notification had hit 99 plus. I shakily swiped away all these notifications, swallowed hard, and opened my account homepage. The number showing over 1 million followers on the screen nearly blinded me. Over 1 million followers overnight. With my heart racing, I opened the video. Over 2 million likes. And when I looked at the comments, they were all praise. Nothing but compliments. I checked the account's private messages, almost all from advertisers seeking partnerships, and all kinds of invitations to join entertainment companies. I ignored them all, because next came the moment to see my earnings. I opened the TikTok creator dashboard, and when I saw the amount in my wallet, I grinned from ear to ear, even without accepting any advertisements. In just one day, this video had generated an incredible $30,000 in revenue from views alone. Seeing the money earned, I breathed a huge sigh of relief. I had money now. Life would finally stop being so desperate. Before, holding the family's entire fortune of just over $1,000, I had to pinch pennies even buying vegetables. Now with this initial capital, my mood naturally lightened considerably. After transferring the money to my bank account, I waited for the two outside to finish eating. Hearing the bedroom door close, I hurried out to eat breakfast. After eating, I rushed out of the apartment, heading straight for the shopping mall for my memories. First, I bought Serena a new phone, then picked up a whole pile of other things, busy until 10:03 a.m. I loaded up with all my spoils and followed the mall's delivery truck, happily heading home. Indeed, life with money was just about buying, and it felt amazing. After I left the house, Serena led Lily out of the bedroom. Serena cleaned the house from top to bottom, then sat down on the sofa, gazing at the clear blue sky outside the window. After 2 days of ventilation, the house no longer smelled of alcohol. Fresh air occasionally drifted in through the window, making her feel incredibly comfortable. Lily lay beside Serena, playing with her newly acquired doll. Her big eyes had long curved into happy crescents. She'd smiled so much more these past 2 days, and was so much happier. This was something Serena hadn't dared to imagine before. Watching Lily play happily, the corners of Serena's mouth curved up involuntarily. Days like these were so wonderful. Then suddenly Serena froze, disbelievingly touching the corner of her mouth, then noticing the medicine box, still sitting on the coffee table. Did she just smile? So she still knew how to smile. Serena sank into thought, and the living room suddenly held only the sound of Lily playing alone. The sudden sound of the lock turning pulled Serena from her thoughts. Lily quickly scrambled up, hugging her doll and burrowing into Serena's arms. Noise came from outside, my familiar voice rising with it. "Hey, slow down, don't scratch it. Stand it up straight, then carry it in." Serena felt a bit panicked. She quickly picked up Lily, about to retreat to the bedroom, but her eyes couldn't help but curiously look toward the door. I appeared first in her line of sight, along with an unfamiliar man. They were carrying a cream-colored, cloud-style sofa into the room. Seeing Serena, my eyes clearly lit up, my face beaming with joy. "Hey, could you pour a few cups of hot water? After we're done, the movers can take a break. I'll pour it right away." Serena hadn't interacted with outsiders in so long. She felt a bit flustered, but she quickly composed herself, carrying Lily and hurrying into the kitchen. I helped the movers carry the new sofa into the house, then carried the old sofa out. After that came the TV, the refrigerator, trip after trip. I worked tirelessly, hauling things alongside the movers myself. As each new piece of furniture was brought in, the apartment was instantly transformed. The worn-out look from before suddenly became fresh and new, radiating a vibrant energy. Serena stood frozen in the kitchen like she'd seen a ghost, watching everything unfold so suddenly, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief, then to bewilderment, her arms holding Lily, unconsciously tightened. Lily had been wide-eyed, curiously looking at all the new furniture, when Serena held her tighter and tighter. Her big eyes shifted to look at her mother, her little face aggrieved. "Mommy's being mean. You're holding me too tight." Thankfully, Serena quickly caught herself, shifting to a more comfortable hold, then apologetically kissed Lily's cheek. Then she soothed Lily, while watching me busily finish up in the living room. I was haggling with the movers over the old furniture being replaced. In the end, I sold it all for $800. Serena felt a bit of regret. Those pieces were a bit old, but they still worked fine. $800 really was a loss, but what she was more curious about now was where I'd gotten so much money. By her calculations, this household should have been almost out of grocery money by now. After seeing the movers off, I carried a large bag back to the living room, set it down on the new coffee table, and plopped down onto the soft sofa. The mother and daughter were still standing dazed in the kitchen. By now Serena had set Lily down, and she was clinging to her mother's leg, like a curious baby looking left and right, clearly exploring all the new things in the house. Seeing the little girl like this, I broke into a smile, my eyes squinting into crescents. I suddenly felt a great sense of accomplishment. I pulled out from the large bag on the coffee table a huge pink toy and set it on the table. Sure enough, when she saw the toy, Lily's eyes were immediately drawn to it, one tiny hand still clutching her doll, the other gripping Serena's hem, her head tilting slightly forward, wanting to see what toy I was holding. The way she wanted to come over but didn't dare made my nose sting with emotion. Other people's 3-year-olds would have happily thrown themselves into their father's arms by now. The sense of accomplishment from before vanished. I silently clenched my fist, then relaxed it, waving to Lily, looking at her adoringly. "Lily, come see what Daddy bought you." Lily didn't run over immediately. She lifted her little face to look at her mother first. Seeing Serena's lips move without saying anything, she reluctantly walked over. By now, I had opened the toy's packaging, revealing what was truly inside. Wow, it's a princess house. Why is the princess house so messy? Does Lily want to help Daddy decorate the little princess's house? Hearing me say this, Lily's eyes sparkled, clearly filled with longing. Her tiny body inched closer to the sofa, until she was right next to my leg. Lily blinked her big eyes and glanced at me, then tentatively raised her small hand, until she touched the little princess in my hand. Serena stood in the distance, unconsciously holding her breath. Her gaze was fixed on Lily's outstretched little hand. I kept my smile, placing the little princess in Lily's hand, then tried taking her tiny hand in my large one. When that warm little hand was held in my palm, the corners of my lips gently curved up, one hand holding Lily's small hand, the other offering a tiny dress. My gentle voice rang out again. "Can Lily help dress the little princess? Daddy's so clumsy. Can Lily teach Daddy? Daddy's hand is so warm, even warmer than Mommy's." Lily looked at the little princess, before her, then at my pitiful expression, and suddenly burst out laughing. "Daddy's so clumsy. Lily will teach Daddy." The little girl laughed, showing all her pearly baby teeth, her almond eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. She leaned against my leg, took the tiny dress I offered, and clumsily dressed the little princess. I laughed along with her, humbly accepting the little girl's instruction. In that moment, the small room suddenly seemed to glow. The happy laughter of father and daughter echoed through the living room. This was the first time in her 3 years of life that Lily got to snuggle in her father's arms and play. Feeling the warmth that only a father could give, Serena leaned against the doorframe, silently watching the beautiful scene before her, her eyes blurring with tears. Father and daughter hadn't been playing for long. Lily was still being guided by me to decorate the princess, when I looked up and saw Serena standing dazed in the kitchen doorway. Her faded light blue shirt, washed so many times it had lost its color, was strangely dazzling now, making me squint involuntarily. This seemed to be a matching set for mother and daughter. In a haze, I suddenly remembered that yes, it was a matching set, bought secretly when Lily turned 2, hidden from that man by Serena. When he found out, Serena was beaten badly, and he sold her phone too. Remembering this, I fell silent. A moment later, I stumbled to my feet, covering my mouth as I rushed to the bathroom, retching violently. Only now did I understand that when a person with a conscience looks back at these actions from a first-person perspective, how much nausea and rage it could create. This sudden turn of events frightened the mother and daughter outside considerably. Serena was even more terrified, trembling all over, quickly stepping to the sofa, scooping Lily up into her arms with one hand. Lily burrowed desperately into Serena's embrace, afraid that any moment that vomiting father would suddenly charge out and hit and scold her and Mommy like before. Every time Daddy made sounds like this before, he was as terrifying as a man-eating tiger. A moment later, I staggered out of the bathroom, my eyes bloodshot, looking at the frightened Serena and Lily. My heart felt even worse, my stomach churning endlessly, but I still endured the discomfort, weakly speaking to them. "I'm sorry. I scared you both. I just felt a little sick, thinking about what that man did before. I couldn't help feeling nauseous, especially now that I'm occupying his body. My whole body feels like millions of ants are crawling on it." Seeing Serena and Lily still looking at me warily, I let out a heavy sigh, walked around Serena, who was holding her daughter, quietly stepped into the kitchen, and picked up vegetables to wash. Lily probably hasn't played enough yet. Take her to play a bit more. I'll make lunch. Serena studied my profile carefully. That face was so familiar, yet so strange. Finally, she nodded, carrying Lily to sit where I'd been sitting. Lily secretly poked her little head out of her mother's arms, and when she saw that Daddy was still, the same gentle Daddy, her little face finally broke into a smile again. The unexpected father-daughter activity had ended, turning into relaxation time for mother and daughter. By the time lunch was ready, the aroma of food filled the living room. Serena watched me set out the rice and dishes on the table, then quietly returned to the spare room. The corners of her mouth moved slightly, but she couldn't say a word. While eating, Lily held her little spoon in her mouth, suddenly turning to look at her mother, her tiny eyebrows furrowing, her face full of confusion. "Mommy, why doesn't Daddy eat with us anymore?" Serena was chewing a small piece of spicy stir-fry, her favorite dish, whether before or after marriage. She'd rarely gotten to eat it, because he couldn't handle spicy food. Hearing her daughter's question, Serena couldn't help but turn to look toward the spare room, then looked back at her puzzled daughter, and suddenly smiled. That smile was like spring flowers blooming, probably because Mommy and Daddy aren't ready yet. The little girl didn't understand, her tiny eyebrows furrowing even tighter, her little head completely unable to comprehend what Mommy meant. I was sitting dazed in the bedroom. I knew my sudden vomiting was a psychological issue, but there was nothing I could do to change it, even though my subconscious kept telling myself. It wasn't my fault. It still couldn't change the fact that I was him. Helpless, I could only take out my phone and scroll through videos to distract myself. My work was still holding steady on the charts, and many comments below were urging me to release new songs, but I had no intention of doing that now. Making money was the means, not the goal. The video was still slowly generating income, though this revenue would decrease day by day, and in just a few days, there might be no income at all. However, the money now was completely enough for the family's daily expenses, so there was no need to post new videos for money. Just then, the sound of dishes being washed came from outside. I set down my phone and pushed open the bedroom door. On the dining table, a portion of rice and soup was still left for me. Serena was washing dishes in the kitchen, while Lily had run back to the sofa, playing with her new toy. The doll I'd given her before had also been placed in the princess house, lying side by side with the little princess, on the tiny sofa inside. Seeing Daddy come out, Lily was no longer as scared as before. She just opened her big eyes wide to look at me, the expectation in her gaze crystal clear. The little girl just wanted Daddy to stay by her side and play with toys together. I smiled, walking over to gently pat her head, but I didn't play with the little girl. Instead, I sat down on the sofa and turned my head to look toward the kitchen. Seeing that Daddy had no intention of playing with her, Lily pouted in disappointment. She propped herself against the sofa arm and plopped down, leaning against me to play by herself. Serena had just come out of the kitchen. When she saw me staring at her, she couldn't help but tense up inside, not knowing what to do with her hands, only able to helplessly grip the hem of her shirt. Seeing Serena looking so timid, I couldn't help but furrow my brows, sighing inwardly once again. It was precisely this gentle, meek personality of hers that had allowed that monster before to bully her so brazenly. Thinking of this, I relaxed my frown, picked up the phone I'd just bought from the coffee table, and placed it on the table. I bought you a phone. See if you like it. There's also something I want to discuss with you. Could you sit down here? Serena had been keeping her head down, only looking up at me when she heard me speak. First, she met my clear, pure gaze, then saw the brand-new phone box on the table. Serena hesitated for a moment, and only after a while did she softly say, slowly walking over to sit down on the sofa. What did you want to discuss? Her voice was very soft. I had to strain my ears to hear clearly. I didn't answer, but picked up the phone from the table and opened it myself. I took out the sky-blue new phone, removed the protective film, and turned it on. The melodious startup music playing. I did some simple setup, then held it out to Serena. This phone is for you. You'll need to get a SIM card yourself. I've already saved my number in it. From now on, if I'm not home, and something comes up, just call me. As I spoke, I pulled out a stack of cash from my pocket and placed it in front of her. This is cash I just withdrew. If you're free this afternoon, take Lily out for a walk. Staying home all the time isn't good. If there's anything you want to buy, just buy it. Especially clothes. I noticed both your clothes are getting too small. Oh, and remember to open a bank account too. Carrying cash around isn't safe or convenient. I rambled on continuously, saying everything on my mind in one breath. Serena looked up, staring at the man before her, listening to me ramble, the corners of her eyes slowly reddening. Seeing that Serena still hadn't taken the phone, I helplessly touched my nose. Don't you like this phone? I thought the color was pretty, and it's the newest model, so I bought it. If you don't like it, you can go buy a different one you like. Serena shook her head, then looked at me deeply. No, I really like it. Thank you. Her voice was still very soft, with a slight tremble. Our eyes suddenly met. I awkwardly looked away, but inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you like it. It's nothing. I'm going to go eat now. After saying that, I stood up and quickly walked to the dining table, wolfing down my food. Serena was still wondering in her heart where I'd gotten so much money to buy all these things, but since I didn't say, she didn't ask. She picked up the new phone on the table and looked at it. I'd even bought earphones. A pair of pristine white earbuds sat beside it. Beside her, Lily had also set down the toy in her hands, poking her little head closer, curiously looking at the new phone in her mother's hand. Serena casually reached over and rubbed the little girl's head. One big and one small stared at the phone and began exploring it together. At 5 p.m., the heat outside had finally subsided. Serena sat on the sofa hesitating for a while, then still picked up the stack of cash on the table and led Lily out of the house. Lily hadn't been outside in so long. She loved going out to play. Before, Mommy never took her outside, and Daddy wouldn't allow them to leave. So this outing made her extraordinarily happy. The little girl held her doll in one hand, and her mother's hand in the other, skipping the whole way. Her round eyes looked everywhere. Everything outside was full of wonder to her. Only Serena felt somewhat self-conscious, her footsteps unconsciously quickening. Looking at the people passing by on the street, she felt inexplicably inferior, especially she and Lily, in these ill-fitting clothes, made her constantly feel like. Other people's gazes kept glancing at her a few extra times. The shopping mall wasn't far. She vaguely remembered it was just 2 blocks away. Compared to her memory, the place had changed quite a bit. In just 2 years, it seemed to have been renovated more elegantly. As soon as she walked in, she saw a phone store, with a counter for getting SIM cards inside. Serena hesitated for a moment, then let her daughter inside. After getting the SIM card, Serena also opened a bank account, depositing all the money she had. After paying for the SIM card, she had $4,900 left. I had given her exactly $5,000 this time. Walking out of the bank with phone and bank card in hand, Serena looked at the tall buildings around her, suddenly feeling like she'd come back to life. Now she could take her daughter and leave. She could rely on the money in her hand to find a job and support herself and her child. She could even pursue her dreams again. This sudden freedom made Serena stand frozen in place for a long time, until a childish little voice rang in her ear. "Mommy, Mommy, can Lily have an ice cream?" She immediately snapped back to reality. Lily beside her was still tugging at her hand, her round eyes staring at the ice cream stand not far away. Drool was about to spill from the corner of her mouth. Serena smiled, a brilliant and radiant smile. "Of course, but you can only have one bite, or your tummy will hurt. Okay, Lily loves Mommy the most." Mother and daughter had finally gone out. I leisurely enjoyed a nice long shower, completely unaware that Serena out there might not come back. After showering, I started preparing tonight's dinner. Still 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes as usual. I planned to make noodle soup tonight, but since I didn't know when they'd be back, I was worried the noodles would get soggy and taste bad, so I didn't make them just yet. After cutting the noodles and leaving them on the cutting board, I returned to the living room, flopping onto the sofa and scrolling through parenting tips on my phone. I scrolled until I got a bit drowsy, looking at the clock in the corner of the screen. It was already 7 p.m. Why weren't the mother and daughter back yet? I suddenly sat up straight. No way. Nothing happened to them, right? I was a bit worried, about to go out and look for them. The moment I opened the door, I ran right into them coming back. A fragrant breeze blew in from the doorway, and I was completely stunned. Right now, Serena was softly humming some unknown melody, her steps light, the corners of her mouth curved up, showing her mood was very good. She was carrying several shopping bags, Lily holding onto her mother's hem with one hand, the other hand holding the same doll I'd given her. What stunned me most was that both of them had changed into new, well-fitting clothes. Indeed, fine feathers make fine birds. One big and one small had gone out for a trip, and seemed completely transformed, making me almost unable to look directly at them. A moment later, Lily sweetly ran over, calling out, "Daddy!" That, Daddy, nearly made my soul fly away. I responded, my voice still trembling. The tension from earlier immediately relaxed. I picked up the adorable little girl, walking into the house first. "Tonight Daddy will make you noodles, okay? The kind with 2 eggs. Yes, Lily loves eggs. Lily loves Daddy the most." Serena stood outside the door, frozen in the wind. The little girl had just said she loved Mommy the most, and now she'd already turned traitor. Lily didn't have to wait long. The noodles with eggs were quickly ready. I set the bowl of noodles in front of her, tapped her little nose, then habitually turned to go back to the bedroom. I had just turned around when I was unexpectedly grabbed by the hem of my shirt by the little girl. "Can Daddy stay and eat with Lily?" That soft voice rang out again. I turned back around, facing Lily's expectant gaze, somewhat hesitant, sneaking a glance at Serena sitting beside her. Serena said nothing and didn't look at me, as if she hadn't heard Lily's words at all, eating her own bowl of noodles. I felt a bit helpless. This situation was really awkward. Just say yes or no already. What did saying nothing mean? I could only tentatively ask, "Then Daddy will stay and eat with Lily?" Daddy sit next to Lily. The one who answered me was Lily. She happily patted the empty space on the other side. I touched my nose, my expression awkward, as I went into the kitchen to get another bowl of noodles, sitting down beside Lily. Mommy sat on the left, Daddy sat on the right, and Lily in the middle was surrounded by her parents for the first time. The smile on her face never faded. Even her eating became more enthusiastic, finishing the entire heaping bowl of noodles. Finally, Serena was worried the little girl would eat too much and stopped her from having more. Only then did the little girl give up. After dinner, Serena went back to the master bedroom alone. This I could understand, letting me sit at the same table to eat. Serena. Must have gone through a lot of internal struggle. I put myself in Serena's shoes, thinking about if it were me, after enduring the treatment from before, being asked to live peacefully with my enemy. I definitely couldn't do it. No, wait. If it were me, that previous owner probably wouldn't even have a body left to find. I'd have chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. I played with Lily until 9 p.m. Lily was so sleepy her little head kept nodding, but she still refused to go to sleep. During this time, I also discovered a very serious problem. Lily was already 3 years old, yet she still didn't know how to take off her own shoes. You have to understand that normal 3-year-olds are already old enough for preschool. I knew this too. It was caused by the unhealthy family environment before. It couldn't be rushed. But I still felt incredibly heartbroken. Serena came out of the bedroom right at that moment. She didn't say anything, just silently looked at me and Lily on the sofa. The meaning in her eyes was clear. I picked Lily up from the sofa, kissed her cheek, then said with a smile, "Lily, it's time for bed. Daddy will play with you again tomorrow, okay?" Lily's drowsy eyes had been closed, but now they cracked open. She looked at my face, then turned to look at Serena, then suddenly buried her little head in Daddy's neck. "Tonight Lily wants to sleep with Daddy." This unexpected statement left me not knowing what to do, and also made Serena's face darken slightly. The most terrifying thing was the sudden silence. I looked at Serena with an innocent expression. This was the little girl's own idea. I really didn't put her up to it. Serena silently clenched her fists. This ungrateful little white-eyed wolf? All that care for nothing? Just 2 days, and she'd already been won over by the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. In the end, the little girl got her way. Serena simply helped her wash up, and the little girl happily burrowed under Daddy's blanket. Lily was like a little koala, clinging to my neck and refusing to let go. I just let her cling like that. This was my first time putting a child to sleep. I remembered the parenting tips I'd read online, so I gently told Lily a bedtime story. This was also the first time Lily got to sleep, in her father's broad arms, the first time Daddy told Lily a bedtime story. From the first time Daddy cooked for Lily, to the first time he bought her a gift, now there were 2 more firsts. Lily felt incredibly content inside, sinking deep into sleep. Early the next morning, Willie was still sound asleep. I still got up early as usual, quietly pushing open the bedroom door, going to the living room to prepare for my morning jog. A moment later, I noticed. The box of ointment on the living room coffee table had disappeared. My eyes gradually lit up, a radiant smile spreading across my face. Today I left the house in a great mood. Jogging, showering, then cooking took me over 2 hours. After finishing breakfast, today I had one more task, waking up my daughter. Lily was awakened by my gentle voice. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the moment she saw me, the little girl reached out her soft little arms, clearly wanting Daddy to hold her. I immediately reached out and gently picked her up, helped her change into new clothes, then carried her out to wash her face. I had watched videos on how to take care of small children, but theory was still just theory. Only when I actually tried it did I realize how difficult it was. The little girl's body was so soft, I didn't dare use any force. So the whole process was clumsy and awkward, especially when tying her hair. I was even more helpless, fumbling around, only managing a lopsided style in the end. "Daddy's a dummy." Lily looked at her crooked hair in the mirror, pouting and teasing me. I pinched her little nose, making Lily giggle. Serena came out of the bedroom and saw the warm scene between father and daughter. She didn't say anything, just quietly went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. Perhaps even she herself didn't notice that the corners of her mouth had curved up at some point. The family of 3 simply finished breakfast together. I didn't return Lily to Serena, but continued leading her to the sofa to play princess. But this time, while playing with Lily, I casually slipped into her little head. Some very simple numbers, from 1 to 10. After discovering Lily's issues, I had secretly made a plan to gradually teach her during regular playtime. Now, under my casual guidance, she was quickly memorizing some of the knowledge. Furthermore, I noticed that since Serena came back yesterday, She seemed like a completely different person, though she was still just as quiet. Between her brows, there was clearly a spirit that hadn't been there before. Like right now, she didn't go back to the bedroom, but sat on the other side of the sofa playing with her phone, occasionally glancing our way. This was a good sign, making my heart feel much more at ease. Serena was downloading phone apps, while observing the interaction between father and daughter. By now, she had also noticed that I was quietly teaching Lily. She watched, silently, a touch of sweetness rising in her heart. She had long wanted to teach her daughter, but with their previous family situation, their lives were already so difficult. She had no way to be like a normal mother and educate Lily. Serena withdrew her gaze and looked at her phone screen. The apps had finished downloading. As soon as she logged into her account, unread messages appeared. It was the young assistant who had worked with her 2 years ago, Mia Parker. Her friends list only had a few people. Besides me, there were a few people from her old company. Mia's messages, from after she got married, until 2 days ago, had been sent continuously, mostly asking how she was doing. She just hadn't been able to reply. Looking at all these messages, Serena felt warmth in her heart, and immediately replied, "I'm sorry, Mia. I couldn't reply to your messages before. I'm doing well now, don't worry." Less than 2 seconds after the message was sent, the other side replied immediately, "Serena, you're finally alive. I thought after you got married, you didn't want to talk to me anymore. Serena, you don't know, since you disappeared, the company's been full of rumors, especially that awful Rebecca. She's been so arrogant these past 2 years, bad-mouthing you to everyone, saying you deserved it. It makes me so mad." Reading Mia's message, Serena pressed her lips together. Rebecca wasn't wrong. She did deserve it. Back at the company, she had always outshone Rebecca. After she left, it was only natural for Rebecca to act that way. However, this little assistant of hers was still as lively as ever. "Mia, how have you been lately? Is life going well?" Serena didn't respond to Mia's comments, but asked about her situation instead. "I'm great. Don't worry, Serena. I'm the cockroach that can't be killed. I just miss you so much. Boo-hoo. Serena, are you coming back?" Serena froze, a hint of longing flickering in her eyes. Was she coming back? She turned to look at me, then looked at Lily. After a moment, the longing in her eyes slowly faded. "Probably not. But if you miss me, Mia, we can meet up?" "Yes, Serena. I'm off this Saturday." Serena looked at this message, and a smile finally appeared on her face. Then she switched to Twitter. On Twitter, her last post was still from 2 years ago, when she announced she was leaving the entertainment industry. Her followers, once numbering in the hundreds of thousands, had dwindled to just a few thousand. Besides bot accounts, there were still some old fans who regularly commented, checking in on her. After scrolling around, the trending topics on Twitter were all recent entertainment news, but among them were a few posts about a song that was extremely hot lately. Mysterious singer with just one video? Gains over 1 million followers overnight. Who exactly is he? Serena was quite curious about what this trending song was like, so she clicked on the title. The lengthy article was the poster's review, all praise for the song, with a link attached below. Serena clicked the link, and a familiar face appeared on the screen. A familiar guitar melody started playing. Then a familiar singing voice echoed through the living room. The living room suddenly fell silent, with only the singing ringing in the ears of all three. I awkwardly turned my head away. Lily blinked her big eyes, threw herself into Serena's arms, and looked at the phone screen. Serena was completely stunned. This familiar singing voice. Wasn't this the song that came from the room the other day? So that day he was recording a video. Lily spoke up first. She pointed her tiny finger at the phone screen, looked up at Serena, her big eyes full of curiosity. "It's Daddy." "Daddy's in the phone." "Yes, that's Daddy." Serena rubbed the little girl's head and replied. Now she finally understood why I had so much money to buy furniture for the house. With millions of likes already, of course there was money. She turned to look at my angular face, her expression complicated beyond words. With her mother's confirmation, Lily happily rushed toward me, her two chubby little hands lifting my face up, her big eyes sparkling. Daddy's so gentle. Lily wants to sing too, and be in the phone too. With those soft little hands pressing against my face, my gaze gradually melted. I also used my big hands to cup my daughter's little face, asking gently, "Does Lily like singing too?" Lily curved her big eyes and nodded without hesitation, her smile even more radiant. "Yes." "Then Daddy will teach Lily to sing. After Lily learns, you can sing in the phone too, okay?" Lily nodded her little head continuously, then happily planted a big kiss on my cheek. Getting this reward, I immediately beamed with joy. Under the little girl's adoring gaze, I dashed to the spare room to get my guitar. On the sofa, I held the guitar and tuned the strings. When I turned around, I saw both Serena and Lily staring at me without blinking. My face rarely turned a bit red. Then I strummed the guitar strings. Today, Daddy's going to write a children's song just for Lily. Daddy will sing it once for Lily first. Next time, Daddy sings one line, and Lily repeats after Daddy. Okay? Lily nodded happily, her two little hands hugging my neck tightly. Daddy! Lily likes Daddy like this. Daddy, can you not go back to how you were before? Lily's soft voice rang in my ears. I opened my mouth to speak, but my eyes suddenly blurred with tears. I hugged Lily tightly. Yes! Daddy won't be like that anymore. My voice was hoarse but full of resolve. Serena couldn't see my expression at this moment. By now, she was already crying profusely, but there was a smile on her face. I was the first to regain my composure. I set the guitar aside and sat Lily on my lap. Lily, let's learn to sing now. Daddy sings one line, and you sing after Daddy, okay? Okay, Lily answered quickly. The next stretch of time became a lesson for father and daughter. I slowly sang one line, and Lily followed, learning each line. Indeed, children's songs should be sung by children. When the lyrics came from Lily's mouth, they were much better than when I sang them. Throughout the morning, the living room echoed with our singing. Seeing us absorbed in our singing lesson, Serena quietly went to make lunch. It's just that. Her cooking clearly wasn't as good as mine. At lunch, Lily insisted that from now on, she only wanted to eat Daddy's cooking. This made Serena jealous, and she shot the little girl a look, feeling even more indignant inside. Ungrateful little traitor. Just 2 days, and she's already been won over. Lily learned very quickly. In just 3 days, she sang even better than the original. At Lily's strong insistence, I recorded a video of her and posted it online. In the video, Lily wore a pink princess dress, with a butterfly bow on her head, her tiny body swaying to the music. Incredibly adorable. While filming, my face was beaming, full of pride. This is my daughter. I'm so proud. Serena was watching the excitement from the side. When she accidentally saw my expression, she nearly choked trying to hold back her laughter. This was the first time she'd seen me looking like this. These 3 days, thanks to my good behavior, the relationship between Serena and me had softened considerably. At least, Serena was now initiating conversation with me. No one expected that the second video from the 7 Memories account would be a children's song. It was still an original composition, still just as wonderful. Sure enough, this time the video blew up even more. In just one afternoon, it hit 5 million likes, with an unbelievable number of comments. The next day, I had just finished my morning jog. Wiping my sweat, I pushed open the door and saw Serena wearing the new spaghetti-strap nightgown she'd bought, stepping out of the bathroom. She had clearly just showered and was drying her hair, her face flushed from the heat. The nightgown seemed a bit loose, and you could faintly see the fair skin underneath. This was the second time I'd caught her after a shower. It was a bit awkward. The two of us stared wide-eyed at each other. Serena instinctively covered her chest, her face gradually turning red, even her earlobes starting to flush. We'd clearly been married for over 2 years, yet the feeling right now was like a newly dating couple. Good. Good morning, Serena tried to calm herself, greeting me, her steps toward the bedroom unconsciously quickening. Morning, I replied briefly. Serena didn't say anything more. scurrying back to the bedroom as if fleeing. I smiled helplessly, singing as I walked into the bathroom. Showering, cooking, waking Lily up. 3 daily routines. Serena also came out of the bedroom right at this moment. She had changed into a different outfit, looking young and beautiful, making it hard to believe. She was the mother of a 3-year-old. Serena looking like this made my eyes light up involuntarily. I nodded. This was the vitality someone in their 20s should have. She was just still too thin. If she filled out a bit more, she'd definitely be even more beautiful. Serena still felt a bit nervous inside, her cheeks slightly flushed. This was the first time she'd dressed up like this at home. She didn't know if she looked good. She looked up at me, taking care of Lily, then casually walked to the dining table and sat down. His eyes seemed to light up just now. So she did look good, right? Wait, why did she care about his opinion? Serena puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Her chopsticks unconsciously stirred around in her bowl. She was angry at herself for being so weak-willed. Just then, Lily sweetly called out, "Mommy!" Then she picked up her special little spoon, scooping up the golden millet porridge in front of her. "Can you come with us today?" I was eating with my head down, when I suddenly heard Serena's words. I looked up at Serena, then pointed at my own nose, my expression questioning. Serena nodded, not looking at me. Only her earlobes had turned bright red. "Sure," I answered readily. So after we finished eating, the whole family of 3 walked from the apartment complex to the street. The rate of people turning to look was 100%. Everyone was captivated by our good looks. At the same time, they were curious. The complex had neighbors as beautiful as angels, and yet they'd never seen them before. Lily held Daddy's hand with one hand, and Mommy's hand with the other, skipping along, her little face having long bloomed with joy. She never imagined there would be a day when she could be like other children, holding both Daddy's and Mommy's hands at the same time to go out. At this moment, Lily felt her happiness was too big even for the giant princess house to contain. Although the weather outside was a bit hot, the family of 3 didn't seem to notice. From their curved lips you could tell. Everyone was in a great mood. On the way, I hailed a taxi. First, I lifted the little girl into the back seat. Then, very gentlemanly, let Serena get into the back seat, closing the door for her. I sat in the front passenger seat. Today we were going to Central Plaza downtown. Serena and her former little assistant had arranged to meet at a milk tea shop there. The reason I and Lily had to come along was entirely because Mia wanted to see the little girl. And these past 2 days, the little girl had become my little shadow, following me everywhere. As for me, I was just tagging along thanks to the little girl. The car drove along the road. From here to downtown took over 40 minutes. Lily kept clinging to Serena's neck, looking at the scenery flashing by outside. For the little girl, this was her first time going so far. Everything she saw was new and exciting. The driver first marveled at the whole family's good looks, then suddenly felt the little girl in the back seat looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember where he'd seen her. So he occasionally chatted with me, and I naturally conversed with him too. The atmosphere in the car was no longer stuffy. The car quickly arrived at its destination. Central Plaza was the most bustling place in downtown Riverside City. It wasn't far from where Mia Parker worked and lived. After being apart for 2 years, she was finally getting to see Serena again. Mia was feeling very emotional. She had already bought several cups of milk tea, sitting there staring at the shop entrance. You could say she was counting every second. Having worked with Serena for a 1.5 years before, the 2 were as close as sisters. Serena had treated her very well. It was just a pity that Serena had gotten married. She still didn't understand why Serena had insisted on being with a man who seemed so useless. She couldn't comprehend it. She had even tried to talk Serena out of it back then, but she had made up her mind, completely ignoring all advice. Mia was lost in her thoughts when she suddenly saw a familiar figure leading a skipping little girl through the shop entrance. Her eyes lit up, and she jumped to her feet, waving. "Serena, over here!" Serena heard the voice, and as soon as she looked up, she saw Mia Parker's waving hand. A smile couldn't help but spread across her face. Mia really hadn't changed. still just as lively and cheerful. Walking up to her, both their eyes held joy, along with a hint of tears. Sisters reuniting after so long apart, they both couldn't quite contain their emotions. Mia looked Serena over carefully, her eyes growing redder. She grabbed Serena's hand, her lips pouting. "Serena, you've gotten so thin. Has that man been treating you badly? Where is he? I'll teach him a lesson." Serena pressed her lips together, shook her head, and sat down with Mia, then sat Lily down beside her, before speaking. "Mia, don't worry. I'm doing well now. What about you? After I left, has work been going smoothly?" "I'm doing great too." "Serena, you have no idea how much I've missed you." The two caught up with each other. Lily's big eyes looked round at the young woman across from her, full of curiosity. The two sisters hadn't seen each other in so long. Naturally, they had a lot to talk about. After chatting for a while, Mia finally turned her attention to the little girl. The little girl had been sitting beside them, very well behaved. Mia had been so focused on talking with Serena that she hadn't looked at her closely. Now looking carefully, her eyes immediately lit up. "Wow, Serena, is this Lily? She looks just like you. So adorable." Mia spoke while getting up from her seat, crouching in front of the little girl, her eyes sparkling, reaching out to touch her little face. Then her brows furrowed slightly. The little girl was just like Serena, both too thin. Mia was furious inside now. That useless man must have been treating Serena and the little one badly. She remembered back then. Serena had kept herself nice and healthy. How had things become like this? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Right now she just wanted to confront that man. So she looked up at Serena. "Serena, didn't you say he was coming too? Where is he?" Serena could also sense Mia's hostility toward me, but she didn't know what to say. If she said he had changed, it would be like telling Mia that he used to treat her badly. She didn't want others to know about this, especially Mia, who was like a sister to her. She could only smile awkwardly. Lily wanted ice cream. He went to stand in line to buy some for her. Mia naturally noticed Serena's expression and grew even angrier inside. Her, Serena, had always been gentle and elegant. Now within that gentleness and elegance, there was added timidity. She could sense it clearly. Afraid of scaring the child, Mia could only let out a cold huff and return to her seat, but secretly gritted her teeth, wanting to kill me. "Serena," Mia was about to speak, when she suddenly stopped, her gaze gradually sharpening, looking toward the milk tea shop entrance. Serena froze, her expression becoming even more awkward. She thought I had arrived, and that's why Mia's attitude changed. She was about to turn around to look, when a rather grating voice came from behind her. "Mia Parker, you have time to drink milk tea? Have you finished the work I assigned you?" "Rebecca, are you done? Today's a day off." Mia's face turned ugly, like a cat with its fur standing on end, glaring at the speaker. Serena turned around, finally seeing who had arrived. It was a slender woman. She was wearing a baseball cap, face covered with a mask, her narrow eyes flashing with arrogance, raising her eyebrows when she saw Serena. "It was Rebecca!" Serena was slightly stunned. The rising star from her former company, also on the vocal artist track. It's just that back then, Rebecca had always been overshadowed by Serena. When Serena was still at the company, she had always sweetly called her Serena. When a person leaves, the tea grows cold. Serena understood this principle, so she didn't take it to heart. "Oh, isn't this Serena? Shouldn't you be at home being a good wife and mother? What are you doing here looking for Mia?" Rebecca's eyes were full of amusement, but her words were full of mockery. She had just been out shopping, and didn't expect to run into Mia and Serena meeting up. Before Serena could say anything, Mia beside her exploded in anger. "Rebecca! Worry about yourself. Today's not a work day. Stop being all snarky here. Serena, let's go. There's a rabid dog here barking nonsense. It's only going to ruin our mood." After Mia finished speaking, she picked up Lily and grabbed Serena's hand to leave. But Rebecca stepped in front of them first, blocking their way. Her eyes somewhat dark, she looked at Serena, the corner of her mouth curling up in a smile. "Oh my! Serena, why are you so thin?" Life not going well? If things are bad, just tell me. I could give you some charity. After all, I'm so kind-hearted. Look at Mia now, doing grunt work under me. Life's not too bad, right? Isn't that right? Mia? Mia's face hardened, silently glaring at Rebecca. Serena suddenly turned to look at Mia, her eyes full of disbelief. Mia was doing grunt work under Rebecca? Hadn't she told her she was still working as someone's assistant? And that work was going smoothly? Grunt work meant manual labor. How could the company let Mia do this kind of work? But now was clearly not the time to ask. Serena turned back around, but her gaze at Rebecca now carried anger. She clenched her fists. Bullying her, she could endure it and let it pass, but bullying Mia was something she couldn't accept. She was just about to speak, when Mia spoke first. My contract with the company expires at the end of the month. I'll naturally resign then. I hope someone doesn't climb too high and fall too hard. If Serena comes back, someone will probably wake up screaming from their nightmares. Rebecca froze when she heard this. She really did have a bit of a complex about Serena. After all, Serena had overshadowed her for a year and a half. Rebecca quickly laughed, looking at Serena with disdain. Come back! Ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. What company would dare sign a contract with a washed-up artist who has a kid in tow? Speaking of children, Serena, your kid's not bad-looking. You could consider grooming her to be a new generation star. Rebecca spoke with a contemptuous expression, even smugly reaching out to pinch Lily's cheek. Stop. Get your filthy hand away. I guarantee if you touch her, I'll make you cry without tears. Two voices rang out simultaneously. One was Serena's. The other was a deep male voice, coming from the milk tea shop entrance. It was me. I strode quickly in front of Serena, handed the ice cream in my hands to the three of them, then turned to face Rebecca, shielding Serena and Lily behind me, my voice cold. Who are you? Rebecca startled, involuntarily stepping back 2 steps, but she composed herself, and after looking at me carefully, she suddenly laughed. Oh, it's this useless-kept man. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's you. What? You want to hit someone in public? I frowned and turned to look at Serena, my eyes questioning, clearly asking Serena where this shrewish woman came from. She's a singer from my old company. I didn't expect to run into her here either. Other people might not be afraid of my anger, but Serena was a little scared. Seeing Serena like this, my frown deepened, and I sighed inwardly again. I turned back to look down at Rebecca. A singer? Sorry. I've never heard of you, and I don't know you. I only know you're blocking our way. Please move aside. I spoke very seriously. My words were perfectly polite, but to Rebecca's ears they were extremely grating, so her voice became even shriller. People should know their own worth. You think I don't know? You used to cling to Chase and Brandon from the Starlight Boy Band every day, always treating them to drinks. Now you're here acting big with me? Chase? Brandon? I thought carefully about these 2 names, finally remembering who they were. They were members of the boy band the previous owner had been in. After leaving the group, wanting to make a comeback, he had indeed often bought them drinks to curry favor. It's just that they never gave him the time of day. However, those were all things he did before. What did that have to do with me? I don't know the 2 people you mentioned either. Thanks, but a wise dog doesn't block the road. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for calling security. Central Plaza was the largest shopping center in Riverside City. They definitely wouldn't allow anyone to cause trouble here. Rebecca choked, shooting me a resentful glare, cursing me non-stop in her heart, but still obediently moved aside. I pulled Serena behind me, then signaled Mia to follow and walked straight out. But as we passed Rebecca, she suddenly spoke to Serena. Oh, what a pity. Someone can't sing anymore. Serena, my new song will be released at Harmony Records at the end of the month. Ha ha! Rebecca laughed gleefully after saying this. How could Serena compare to her? Rebecca's smug voice echoed in everyone's ears. Mia just wanted to rush up and slap her right now. She clearly knew Serena loved singing, and now couldn't sing anymore. Saying this was truly killing without a knife. My footsteps also paused. I gave Rebecca a deep look, then expressionlessly continued walking out. Serena didn't say anything, just gently pressed her lips together. However, at this moment, a childish little voice suddenly rang out, clear and determined. "Mommy sings better than you. You're a mean lady." It was Lily. She waved her little hand, her lips pouting, her face full of anger. Mommy actually sang beautifully. Lily had heard Mommy sing lullabies before. She sang even better than Daddy. Everyone was stunned. No one expected the little girl to speak up to defend her mother at this moment. I was only stunned for a second, then smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. "Good job. Worthy of being Daddy's daughter. Much tougher than your mom, that punching bag over there." I had been a bit angry inside, but the moment Lily spoke up, that anger immediately flew to the clouds. My eyes and heart holding only this little girl, not bothering with Rebecca's reaction. By noon, we took the adorable little girl to a restaurant. I carried my daughter, and under the staff's welcome, walked in first. Serena and Mia walked behind, chatting as they went. Mia clearly didn't like me, glaring at me for no reason. If my performance earlier hadn't been passable, she wouldn't have even bothered acknowledging this man. Everyone sat down. I handed the menu to Serena and Mia. They ordered a few simple dishes. I added some dishes that Lily liked to eat, then returned the menu to the server. Serena was still talking with Mia. Earlier on the way, there was something she was worried about but hadn't asked. Now they had finally sat down, and there were no outsiders around. She held Mia's hand, finally asking the question she wanted to ask. "Mia, why are you doing grunt work for Rebecca? And where's Miss Claire?" "What's she doing now?" Miss Claire was Serena's former manager, nearly 40 years old, and had treated her very well, like her own daughter. Hearing Serena's question, Mia's face couldn't hide her sadness. "After you left, Miss Claire was fired not long after. She looked for work for a long time but couldn't find anything. Then her mother got sick and had to be hospitalized. She had to stay at the hospital to take care of her, so she could only find work as a housekeeper." Serena didn't expect Ms. Claire to have fallen into such circumstances. Her eyes blurred slightly, hazily seeing Miss Claire's nimble figure from when she used to work. Both fell silent, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. After mentioning Miss Claire, neither Serena nor Mia had much appetite for the rest of the meal. After eating, Mia chatted with Serena a bit more before hurrying off. Serena's mood kept sinking. Originally, the family of 3 had planned this afternoon to take Lily to the amusement park, but now she wasn't in the mood to play. I naturally sensed her mood. I wanted to say something, but in the end, I didn't. Actually, I didn't understand either. Why? Serena back then had seemed bewitched into marrying the previous owner. Serena wanted to go home. She wanted some quiet time alone. But when she saw the expectant look in Lily's eyes, she couldn't bear to disappoint her. So as not to let Lily down, the family of 3 still went to the amusement park. The little girl was very happy. This was her first time at an amusement park. She tugged at my hand, wanting to rush in, impossible to hold back. At this point, Serena also tried to lift her spirits. She didn't want Lily to remember her first trip to the amusement park with a sad mother. We first rode the carousel, then took Lily on the snail squat ride. After that, we played several more attractions, and before we knew it, the sky had gradually darkened, the amusement park lit up with colorful lights, and a castle straight out of a fairy tale slowly appeared before our eyes. The appearance of this castle immediately captured Lily's attention. She stared without looking away, her big eyes full of wonder. Perhaps she was also thinking whether one day she could be like a princess and live in a castle. The final ride was the giant Ferris wheel. This Ferris wheel could fit 2 people per cabin, or 3 people could share one cabin. When I carried Lily and got in with Serena, she had already fallen fast asleep in my arms. If not for the fireworks show still to come, Serena and I would have taken the little girl home already. The Ferris wheel slowly ascended. I didn't know that. This was also Serena's first time at an amusement park. and especially her first time on a Ferris wheel. Her curious eyes looked out of the cabin, her gaze sparkling. She looked out the window, while I looked at her, perhaps sensing my gaze. Her earlobes slowly flushed red, and she shyly glanced at me. This was the first time I'd seen such a look from her. It was a bit overwhelming. A moment later, from all four sides of the castle, almost simultaneously, fireworks shot up into the sky. The moment the fireworks bloomed, I clearly saw on Serena's face a breathtakingly beautiful smile. It was a smile from the depths of her heart. I was completely mesmerized. The Ferris wheel had also slowly reached its peak. The fireworks even clearer now, and Serena's smile even more enchanting. You don't have to be afraid like before anymore. Amid the fireworks, my voice was rather soft. Serena didn't hear clearly. She turned her face to look at me. I didn't look at her, continuing to watch the brilliant fireworks in the sky. You're too gentle. That's not good. You'll get bullied. You don't have to be afraid like before anymore. I know you want to sing. I also know you have many things you want to do. Don't worry, I'll take care of Lily. Before Serena could respond, I turned my face back, only to see two glistening trails of tears on her face. She pressed her lips together, looking at me without blinking, her eyes holding deep grievance and complexity, as if wanting to drown me. I immediately tensed up. Everything was fine. Why was she suddenly crying? Who are you? Serena kept staring at me. Her almond eyes filled with mist, her clear voice not loud, but landing in my heart with resonance. I froze. The air gradually fell silent, as if even the sound of fireworks had disappeared. After a long while, I finally smiled gently at her, then opened my mouth, my voice suddenly a bit hoarse. I am James Rivers. Serena continued looking at me. She felt her heart suddenly beating erratically, like a startled deer. My answer was something she hadn't expected. She sniffled, looking into my clear, bright eyes, tears suddenly falling faster. She hugged her knees, burying her head, softly sobbing. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time in an orphanage, there was a little girl. She was very timid, but in the orphanage, there was always a boy 1 year older than her, who protected her. One day, she was being bullied by a group of older boys. That boy shielded her behind him, not letting her get hurt at all. At that moment, in the little girl's eyes, that boy 1 year older was her entire sky. But later, the boy disappeared, until the little girl grew up, met that boy again, and as she had wished, married him. Hearing this, I was somewhat stunned. Now I finally understood some things. Serena lifted her head, her teary eyes hazy, her whole being looking lonely and pitiful. She had finally spoken the secret in her heart. No one understood her stubbornness. Everyone thought she wasn't worth it. Only she herself was certain she deserved it, but the result had been so terrible. She had regretted it countless times, until I appeared now. This was enough. Serena couldn't hold back anymore. She threw herself straight into my arms, competing for space with Lily, softly sobbing. Lily was awakened, her eyes drowsy, dazedly watching her mother take her spot. The little girl was only stunned for a moment, then happily wrapped one arm around Daddy, and the other around Mommy, planting kisses on both our cheeks. Today was the best day of Lily's life. I looked at the mother and daughter in my arms, and couldn't help but smile. Life was heading in a better direction. That was enough, though some plans would need to change a little. The fireworks gradually faded, and the Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Serena immediately left my embrace, her whole demeanor instantly returning to the coldness she'd shown me before. Could it be that the person who had just been crying in my arms was a ghost? Serena was very nervous inside. Even her arms holding Lily tightened. She felt her earlobes and cheeks burning hot. She had just been in my arms for so long, and like a young girl, had nuzzled back and forth in my embrace. How embarrassing. Thinking of this, Serena's footsteps couldn't help but quicken, as if she were speed-walking in a competition. I didn't understand either why this woman had suddenly become so energetic. I had to jog to keep up with her pace, until we were out of the amusement park gates. Seeing that Serena had no intention of stopping, I had to call out to her. Hey, are you planning to walk home? Let's catch a taxi here. Only then did Serena stop, standing by the road but not looking at me. When we got home, I carried Lily into the room and got her settled before coming out. Serena was already in the bathroom washing up. I didn't stop, heading straight into the kitchen. She hadn't eaten much at lunch. She must be hungry now. Thinking, miss. I rummaged around in the fridge, finally deciding to just make some simple noodles. Serena was indeed very hungry. She hadn't been in the mood to eat at lunch, had played all afternoon, then cried in the evening. Now she was starving. She just washed her face simply, then planned to go out and find something to eat. Pushing open the bathroom door, she saw I was already busy in the kitchen. Serena's heart suddenly warmed. She casually walked to the sofa and sat down, but her gaze kept following the tall figure in the kitchen. So handsome. Serena suddenly thought this, and the next moment she covered her face, not daring to look anymore. What was wrong with her today? She was already a mother, yet she was acting like a young girl. Serena, you're getting more and more embarrassing. Come eat. I brought out the finished bowl of noodles and saw her on the sofa, curled up like a noodle herself. I didn't think much of it, just gently called out, hearing my voice. Serena's body clearly tensed up a bit. Then she casually lowered her hands from her face, nodded, and walked to the dining table. Thank you. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, but she acted as if nothing was wrong, lowering her head to eat. In just a short while, Serena had finished the entire bowl of noodles, not even leaving a drop of soup. She set down her chopsticks but didn't get up, just sitting there quietly in her chair, until I finished eating and stood up to clear the dishes. She, somewhat flustered, stood up, grabbing the dishes from the table first. Let me clean up. Her voice was still very soft, but very pleasant, so she had been waiting for me all along. I didn't argue with her. We were all family. I didn't think we needed to be so polite. When I finished my hot shower and came out, Serena had already gone back to the bedroom. I turned off the living room lights and also quickly headed to my bedroom. Today was the latest I'd gone to bed since arriving in this world. 6 a.m. The early risers began their new journey. I still woke up on time as usual. Jogging, washing up, cooking, waking Lily up, all done in one go. By then, Serena was also awake, cheeks slightly flushed as she walked through the living room to the bathroom to wash up. Do you still want to continue singing? Hearing my voice, Serena froze slightly, not responding for a long while. I held my phone, leaning against the bathroom door frame, quietly waiting for her answer. A moment later, her gentle voice finally reached my ears. Yes. Just one word, no further explanation. In Serena's heart, her current life was already something she hadn't dared imagine these past 2 years. As for singing, that was a distant dream, one that could only be buried in her heart. I didn't ask further, just nodded and took my phone back to the spare room. I opened the private messages on my account to search. My private messages had exploded long ago. Since the first video was posted, I had only skimmed through briefly, then stopped checking. Now it was very difficult to find what I was looking for, but I still quietly scrolled through the screen, patiently filtering through each message. Finally, my eyes suddenly lit up, and I opened one of the private messages. Looking at the content, Starlight Entertainment cordially invites you to join our team. With your musical talent, we will, in the shortest time, make you a top-tier superstar. At the end of the message was Starlight Entertainment's contact information. I didn't hesitate any longer, entered Starlight Entertainment's contact number, and made the call. The phone only rang a few times before it was answered. A warm female voice came through the receiver. Hello? Hi, who's calling, please? Hello, my account name is 7 Memories. I received an invitation message from your company. May I ask if now is a convenient time to talk? At that moment, at the Apex headquarters all the way in Metro City, Angela Lynn received the call, her expression somewhat stunned. Then she suddenly realized, and afterward, her face couldn't help but show joy. Hello, Mr. 7 Memories. May I ask if you're interested in joining our Starlight Entertainment? Angela was secretly delighted inside, but quickly regained her composure. But my answer left Angela somewhat stunned. Hello, Deputy Director Yang, I'm sorry. I don't have any intention of entering the entertainment industry for now, but I'd like to recommend a singer to you. I wonder if your company would be interested. Hearing this, Angela couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. What she wanted was 7 Memories, this guy who came with his own fame, whose 2 songs had gone viral across the internet. Mr. 7 Memories. Here's the thing. I'm just a deputy director. If it were you wanting to join, with your reputation, I could make that decision entirely on my own, but if it's someone else, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to agree immediately. I can assure you, she's a very talented singer. Furthermore, I'll write music for her. Additionally, if your company needs songs in the future, I can be a songwriter for Starlight Entertainment. However, there will definitely be conditions. Don't have just anyone come asking me to write songs. I won't write for people I don't like. If you agree, we can discuss the specific details further. What do you think? The voice on the phone spoke gently. Angela was tempted, but the company wasn't hers alone to decide. She still had to report to her superiors. Mr. 7 Memories. This isn't something I can decide alone. How about this? Let me discuss it with the company and get back to you. Whether it works out or not, I'll give you an answer as soon as possible. All right, then I'll wait for your reply. After hanging up, I opened the door and stepped out of the spare room. Lily was still playing nicely with her toys, muttering something under her breath. Serena had finished washing up and was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hearing the sound, I looked at Serena questioningly, but found that Serena was also looking back at me with confusion. Both Serena and I were orphans. This house hadn't had visitors in ages. Who could it be? The knocking continued, getting louder and louder. Clearly, the person outside wasn't getting a response, so they were using more force. I stood up to go open the door, but unexpectedly, the person outside suddenly shouted, "Little Rivers, open up. I know you're home. It's your buddy Chase. Don't you message us every day asking us out for drinks? We're here now. Your buddy Brandon's here too. Open up." Hearing those 2 grating voices, my face completely darkened. Serena's expression changed even more, her brows furrowing, looking toward the door with disgust. Lily had long since put down her toys, running into Serena's arms. The violent knocking had scared her. I turned my head and happened to see this scene. My face grew even darker, even carrying a murderous air. I'd spent so many days coaxing, finally winning over my little princess, and these 2 dared to scare her like this. Unforgivable. I opened the door, waving my hand to shoo them away. Go. Let's talk outside. Without waiting for Chase and the other one to react, I grabbed one in each hand and dragged them out. By the time Chase and Brandon realized what was happening and struggled to break free, they discovered my strength was strangely immense. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape. I walked all the way out to the apartment complex hallway before finally letting them go. Go back to wherever you came from. Chase's and Brandon's faces had turned red. They had made a firm promise to Rebecca, but didn't expect to be thrown out. But my strength just now had scared them. They didn't dare act rashly for the moment. Don't you want to know why we came looking for you? After Chase finished speaking, Brandon, as if afraid I'd refuse, quickly continued. We came to invite you back to the boy band. Haven't you always wanted to come back? You even said Serena ruined your future. Now we can help you come back, but you have to divorce Serena. How about it? Simple. I shot them a glance. Done talking? Then get lost. Just looking at you 2 is bad luck. I'm about to throw out my breakfast. Go tell your boss to stay away from Serena. Otherwise, hey. After saying that, I couldn't be bothered with these 2 idiots. I turned and walked back. Watching my figure leave, Chase's and Brandon's faces were blotchy red and white. They thought this would be easy as pie, but instead, the 2 of them had completely botched it. But Brandon had already taken the money and was still upset. Chase, or just letting him go like that? Chase answered irritably. What else? That was weird. How did he suddenly become like a different person? So strong. Let's go back. Since this didn't work out, we'll just have to think of another way later. Brandon deflated with a, and the two turned and left. As for me, I walked leisurely back home. The mother and daughter at home saw me, and both breathed sighs of relief. They're gone. They won't come back again, I said gently, reaching out to pick up Lily and sitting down on the sofa, seeing me casually playing with toys. With Lily, Serena finally turned back and continued eating with her head down. The warm atmosphere in the house returned to what it was before. This small incident was quickly forgotten by all three of us. Unlike our side, Chase and Brandon were incredibly frustrated. They'd just been humiliated by me, then got chewed out by Rebecca again. The two of them had guaranteed to Rebecca that they could convince me, but didn't expect to be kicked out directly. This made them hate me even more. In the late afternoon, Serena took Lily out to buy groceries. I was home alone, when I received a call from Angela. The moment the call connected, the warm female voice on the other end spoke. Mr. Seven Memories, we've finished our discussion. The person you're recommending can join the company. However, the higher-ups still want to see more of your composition abilities. I wonder if that would be convenient. I didn't think much about it, and immediately said, Composition? Sure. My answer was simple and clear. My head contained an entire world's worth of culture. Naturally, I wasn't afraid of any challenge they could throw at me. Angela had been a bit worried inside, but hearing Seven Memories agree so readily, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. She'd been running around all day for this matter. She really liked the two songs he'd made. She believed in Seven Memories' talent, but the higher-ups still had doubts. After all, no one knew how long it had taken him to make these two songs. For all they knew, he prepared for a very, very long time, just to squeeze out these two. If Seven Memories could resolve this issue, the company would no longer doubt him. Mr. Seven Memories, can we discuss the specific details in person? You'll still need to come over here, to compose on the spot. Angela spoke very sincerely. She also wanted to meet this mysterious guy, and see what he actually looked like. Even in his videos, he never showed his face. I thought for a moment. At home, besides taking care of my daughter, I had nothing else to do, so I readily agreed. Sure. When? Where? Metro City. If possible, tomorrow would be best. After all, the sooner the better for you. Hearing Angela say this, my impression of this woman couldn't help but improve. After all, very few people thought of others like this. Most would prioritize the company's interests. All right, let's do tomorrow then. Seeing Seven Memories agree so readily, Angela also breathed a sigh of relief. Her voice then became noticeably lighter. Then once you've decided on the specific time, send me a message. This same number. Tomorrow I'll come pick you up on time. Then let's keep in touch by text. Goodbye. I agreed. After hanging up, I started researching flights to Metro City. I finally booked a 10 a.m. flight for tomorrow. I closed my eyes to rest for a bit. When Serena brought Lily home, she saw me sound asleep. She quickly put a finger to her lips, softly shushing Lily. Serena quietly carried the grocery bags into the kitchen. Lily walked over to the sofa and gently nestled into my arms. In my dream, I only felt a little cat kept rubbing against my face, soft little paws patting my face, indescribably comfortable. Suddenly, the little cat used both little paws to pinch my nose shut. I could barely breathe, and jolted awake. Lily's giggles rang in my ears. So it was my little princess. Daddy, time to eat. I smiled, suddenly feeling that life like this was truly wonderful. On the table was a plate of crispy stir-fried pork, a plate of sautéed potatoes, and a bowl of tomato egg drop soup. It all looked very appetizing. Serena's figure emerged from the kitchen, hands holding 2 bowls of rice. She glanced at me, saying softly, I saw you sleeping and not waking up, so I went ahead and made dinner. It's not as good as yours, but I tasted it, and the flavor's okay. I picked up Lily and stood up. I think it looks delicious. Color, aroma, and taste all there. Just looking at it makes me hungry. Hearing my praise, Serena felt a bit shy. The whole family ate together. I looked at Serena and said, Oh, right. I have to go on a trip tomorrow. I'm not sure yet how many days until I'm back. Serena suddenly heard me say this and choked on her food. coughing nonstop. I hurriedly handed her a napkin, my face worried. Serena took the napkin, hearing me suddenly say I had to leave. She truly felt a bit lost. She didn't know if she should ask where I was going. Clearly, just a week ago, she'd wanted to run away. Now hearing that I had to go out, she instinctively felt reluctant. It was Lily who asked instead. "Where's Daddy going?" Lily pouted, her face full of unhappiness. "Daddy's going to find a job for Mommy. That way, you'll get to hear Mommy sing often from now on. Doesn't that make you happy?" Lily was still young. She didn't know what a job was. In her memory, she often heard Mommy sing, so she was very happy. Mommy will sing for Lily all the time. Satisfied, I rubbed her little head, then looked toward Serena. "I'm sorry. I made this decision for you without asking. Lily said you like to sing. I figured you probably really do. Before, things weren't settled, so I didn't tell you. Now the company has invited me to come talk. If this works out, you can properly make your comeback and continue singing. Starlight Entertainment sings pretty good." He's letting her sing? Serena instinctively looked toward me. The two of us faced each other, and Serena's eyes suddenly filled with mist, the corners of her eyes reddening slightly. "Thank you, James. I love singing." I quickly said, "It's nothing. As long as you like it, that's enough." The next day, I took a flight to Metro City. The moment I got off the plane, I felt Metro City's enthusiasm. I looked out at the crowd of people holding signs, searching for my name. Before coming, I had arranged a time with Angela. She would pick me up at the exit. There were too many people holding signs at the scene. Most of them were fans welcoming their idols, which made me search for a long time, before finally spotting a tall woman in a business suit. Indeed, a mature professional type. You could say her voice matched her appearance. I quickly walked up and waved to her. "Hello. Are you Director Yang? I'm Seven Memories. My real name is James Rivers. Sorry to keep you waiting." Angela looked at the person before her, surprise flashing in her eyes. She knew I was young, but didn't expect me to be this young. Furthermore, I had a face that was perfectly suited for stardom. Angela thought how great it would be if she could sign a contract with me. "Yes, I'm Angela Lin. I just got here not long ago myself." Angela wore a professional smile. "This way. It's too crowded here. My car's in the underground parking lot. It's mealtime right now. Let's find somewhere to eat first." After chatting, the two of us arrived at a local specialty restaurant. After Angela ordered, while waiting for the food, only then did she get to the main topic. "I'll just call you Mr. Rivers." "Mr. Rivers. Who exactly are you recommending this time? A newcomer or a professional singer? I wonder if Deputy Director Yang has heard of Serena Hayes. She used to be a singer, but later left the entertainment industry. This would be considered a comeback." Angela frowned. She had heard Serena's songs before. 2 years ago, she was a rising star. Her voice was indeed very good, but the reason she frowned was because, back then, Serena's relationship had been exposed, forcing her to leave the industry. Furthermore, her boyfriend had apparently been some useless kept man. This would be very tricky to handle. Angela thought for a moment, before staring intently at me. "I know her. May I ask what your relationship with her is, Mr. Rivers? Do you know why she left the industry before?" I looked Angela in the eyes. "She's my wife." Even someone as experienced as Angela couldn't help but freeze when she heard my answer. "Husband and wife? You're that legendary kept man? Are you joking?" Looking at Angela's expression, I could guess what she was thinking. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You guessed right. I'm the one whose relationship with her was exposed. We left the industry together back then." Angela suddenly didn't know what to say. She had heard of Serena, but didn't know who she was with. For someone like the old me who lived off his looks, she naturally didn't care. Now she was even, doubting whether those 2 songs were really written by me. I didn't give her much time to think. "Is it that difficult to let her join your company?" "If it's really that hard, I'll think of another way. Furthermore, my requirement isn't just for her to join your company. I also want her to have top-tier resources at your company, and the contract can't be too restrictive. I believe with my help, Starlight Entertainment will develop even further. I still hope you can carefully consider this. I said it all in one breath, then calmly picked up my glass and took a sip. Angela's expression was serious, clearly somewhat troubled. After all, we've never worked together before. Just based on 2 songs you posted on TikTok, that's not enough value. I acknowledged Serena's voice. But the entertainment industry needs more than just a voice. I'm sure you understand. Getting her to come back isn't hard, but the top-tier resources you're asking for, we've basically never signed that kind of contract. Let us discuss this further. This isn't a small matter. Although Angela didn't outright refuse, everything she said implied. This was basically impossible. You can discuss it. I'm also here to express my position. Not only will I help with the difficulties you're facing now, but in the future, whenever you need songs, even scripts, regardless of genre, as long as you ask, I can provide them. I really do hope we can successfully work together. This time you invited me here? Wasn't it to see my abilities? I'm already here, so why not see them before making a decision? I spoke calmly. Exuding an air of complete confidence, Angela looked at me deeply. This was the first time she'd met someone so confident. In the end, Angela hurriedly left after finishing her meal. She had to go discuss with the company. I went to my hotel room, washed up simply, then lay on the bed thinking. If Starlight didn't work out, I'd go to another company. Surely somewhere would work. If none of them did, at worst I'd make more money and save up to start my own company. Angela's call came at 3 p.m., saying I needed to go with her to the Starlight building for a visit. At this moment, in the reception room on the 18th floor of the Starlight building, Chairman David Yang and several other executives from Starlight Entertainment were all present. I have nothing but praise for Deputy Director Yang's professional abilities, but this time, I think she's putting too much importance on this James Rivers. He used to be a nobody artist, and now he's making such unreasonable demands of us. The 2 songs on TikTok are good, but who knows where he got them from? I think we're wasting our time. In response to Victor Zhang's complaints, David Yang waved his hand, a kind smile on his face. We should still give young people some opportunities. Let's see his talent first this time. Angela, leading me, had arrived at the reception room by then. The moment I entered the reception room, I felt the gazes of everyone in the room turn toward me. Their eyes revealed all sorts of expressions: doubt, surprise, disdain, and scrutiny. I naturally sat down in the guest chair. All right, the main character is here. Let's begin then. Mr. Rivers, is it? We've already discussed your requirements. Signing a contract with Serena is fine. We can also provide top-tier resources, but a flexible contract that we really can't offer. Nobody signs contracts like that. You understand what I mean, right? I nodded. I naturally understand, but cooperation requires negotiation. Without negotiating, how would we know what the limits are? I understand. So how many years for the contract? David Yang laughed heartily, looking straight at me. 5 years. We'll train her with top-tier resources, and whatever songs she wants to release, whatever activities she wants to participate in, we won't restrict, but the contract must be 5 years. This is the standard contract for all top-tier artists at the company. I frowned slightly, not at all intimidated by his gaze. Looking right back, 5 years is too long. I believe in my abilities. Your resources plus my talent. Within 1 year, she'll definitely be a top-tier star. Maybe even less than a year. So the most I can agree to is 2 years. Bringing sufficient profit to your company within 1 year is enough. These 2 years, you don't need to worry about Serena's songs. Furthermore, I can write music for Starlight for free, though in limited quantities. Anyone can talk big. Becoming a top-tier star in 1 year? Are you dreaming? I had just finished speaking when I saw a balding man sneer, looking at me with disdain. I just glanced at him, not bothering with this type of person. Slapping him in the face with real ability would suffice. Talking more was useless. David Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, the smile on his face becoming more pronounced. Confidence in young people is a good thing. 2 years isn't impossible, but everything depends on your actual abilities. Inviting you here this time, is partly to discuss cooperation, and partly because Harmony Records recently launched a nationwide campaign requiring every company to participate, but only one song will be selected. I want to win it. I wonder if you have what it takes. I nodded slightly. Wasn't I here for this campaign anyway? Good. Confident and bold. I like it. For the specific details of the campaign, Deputy Director Yang will brief you. Then I'll await your good news. As long as your song is approved, we can sign the contract immediately. Everything had been agreed upon. I left the reception room and went to Angela's office on the 16th floor. Angela was somewhat emotional. She hadn't expected her father to agree to such unreasonable conditions. However, this campaign was indeed very important. When Angela looked at me, her expression was somewhat complicated. She rather hoped I could make it big in one shot. That would mean her judgment was correct. Then the gossip in the company would naturally disappear. Take a look. These are the details for this campaign. You only have 3 days to compose. I hope you achieve what you want. I also hope we can work together successfully. I opened the folder. Before my eyes appeared a large headline, The Ordinary Hero. Seeing these big words, my expression immediately became serious. I continued reading. Heroes are ordinary, but also extraordinary. They don't have the powers of gods, but they do things even gods cannot do. The office was very quiet. Only the sound of me flipping through documents could be heard. My expression was the most serious it had been since transmigrating. I flipped through the documents. Below were several photographs. The first was of a group of doctors, nurses wearing protective gear under dim lights in the middle of the night. They hadn't even had time to take off their gowns before collapsing from exhaustion outside the operating room. The second was of 3 firefighters. They were covered in soot. Behind them, a fire that had been extinguished. The firefighter at the very front, despite his face full of ash, still wore a radiant smile. All because in his arms, he was holding a baby still in diapers. The third was of several officers with only their backs visible. You couldn't see their faces, only the words on the back of their uniforms. Anti-drug unit. And before them, they faced a group of vicious criminals. The fourth was of a classroom about to collapse. 2 teachers were shielding students running toward the door, while another teacher was handing a child to someone outside. Behind her, there was no one left. She was the last one. There were many similar photographs. I looked at each one carefully. My heart trembled slightly. I suddenly felt that, even if Starlight Entertainment didn't agree to my conditions, I would still write this song. This was my honor, having nothing to do with profit, not calculating gains and losses. Angela broke the silence of the office. Moving, isn't it? To be honest, if I had the ability, even if I had to pay out of pocket, I'd want to write a really good song to dedicate to them. It's a pity I can't. Even with Starlight Entertainment being this big, there isn't a single person who can produce a satisfactory work. So, can you? You only have 3 days. In 3 days, Harmony Records will end this selection process. I nodded. As an American, how could I not be moved? Don't worry. Leave it to me. After saying that, I put the documents away. Then, how about this? You prepare some sheet music paper for me. I'll go back to the hotel and take my time working on it. All right, I'll see you out. Angela didn't hesitate either. She knew that 3 days. To compose a good song was very difficult. Time was pressing now. She didn't say anything more. Standing up and going downstairs with me. That evening, I spread the sheet music paper out on the table, holding a pen and thinking quietly. After reviewing the documents, 2 songs had already come to mind. Both were very fitting for this theme. One was The Nameless Ones. The other was Just Want to Be Ordinary. I thought for a long time before deciding. This one, Just Want to Be Ordinary. In my old world, this was the theme song from Dying to Survive, later adopted by major networks. As the anthem for pandemic relief, it was perfect for this theme. I picked up my pen and wrote out the score, each note appearing on the paper. After finishing the score, I contentedly lay down on the bed. I suddenly found myself looking forward to their expressions when they saw this song tomorrow. The next day, after a simple breakfast, without notifying Angela, I took a taxi to Starlight Entertainment alone. Angela was still busy with work in her office. When she suddenly saw me arrive, she was very surprised. "You have time to come here? There are only 3 days, man. Hurry up and go work on the song." I smiled at her. "I'm already done." Under Angela's stunned expression, I handed her the sheet music paper. "Take a look. I think this one should work." Angela looked at me like I was some kind of monster. This quick-witted professional woman rarely lost control of her emotions. "Are you joking? One night? What kind of good song? Can you write in one night? He wasn't just rushing through this, was he?" Angela frowned as she took the sheet music paper. Yesterday she had thought this young man was impressively composed. Today he had come to slap her in the face. She had to see what he had written in one night. Angela cast her eyes onto the sheet music paper. When she saw the song title, she was still calm. But when she slowly read through all the lyrics, her whole being froze. What kind of divine lyrics were these? Everywhere it wrote about being ordinary, but everywhere it exuded extraordinariness. The whole song didn't have a single word hero, yet every line was about heroes. These lyrics hit the theme perfectly. Then Angela eagerly looked at the music portion. A moment later, she suddenly looked up at me, her eyes blazing. "Did you really write this in one night?" I touched my nose and said calmly, "What else? I stayed up all night to make it. So, is this song good enough?" I deliberately asked again. Actually, I knew clearly in my heart, if this one wasn't good enough, then nothing would be. Angela's eyes grew brighter and brighter. "You're truly amazing. My choice was indeed correct. Can you sing it for me? I want to hear how it sounds when sung." One night, Angela couldn't imagine how much talent it would take to accomplish this. "Sure." I nodded, closed my eyes to settle my emotions for a moment, then gently began to sing. "Perhaps you and I were born ordinary." My expression was serious, my demeanor reverent, as if slowly, recounting ordinary yet unforgettable stories. The long night is brief. Yes, this was exactly the feeling. By now, Angela's heart had begun to tremble slightly. This was exactly her first impression when she had looked at the documents. Heartache, marvel at life, loving and respecting them while also feeling sorry for them. Now she finally understood what the gap was. The gap was that others could feel it, but couldn't express it. Yet I could perfectly express this emotion through a single song. That's right, because of these lovable heroes, who feared neither hardship nor danger, igniting the flame of life. So many miracles happened in this world. Angela was immersed in my singing. Ordinary. I sang softly, the corners of my eyes slightly moist. And in Angela's eyes, tears had long been falling. She seemed unaware of it herself, just staring at me. Before, in her heart, I was just a talented but arrogant person. But now, my image in her heart was becoming clearer and clearer. I didn't just have talent. I also had a sensitive heart. The song ended. Angela was still immersed in the singing, unable to break free, until I gently coughed twice. She finally snapped out of it. "Is it okay?" Just as Angela was about to speak, the office door was suddenly pushed open. David Yang walked in while applauding, with HR Director Victor Zhang behind him. Victor's face was clearly ashen. He couldn't believe it. It had only been such a short time, and I had actually produced a song. And it was such a perfect song at that. "Dad? Why did you come in without knocking?" Seeing who it was, Angela's expression became somewhat flustered. She secretly wiped the tear marks from her face. David Yang showed no sign of remorse, still laughing heartily. It's just that his gaze at his precious daughter was somewhat strange. How long had it been since he'd seen his daughter look so girlish? If I hadn't come, how would I have known that young friend Rivers had made such a wonderful song? All right, I was helpless. From Mr. Rivers to young friend Rivers now. Indeed, business people were business people. Whoever brought benefits was family. You flatter me. As long as Chairman Yang is satisfied. Satisfied, very satisfied. Young friend Rivers, now that we have the song. As long as this song is selected by Harmony Records, We'll sign the contract with Serena immediately. For now, let me sign a cooperation agreement with you first, also to put your mind at ease." David Yang nodded with a smile. At the same time, his efficiency was very fast. Directly finalizing this matter, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew this matter was now about 80 to 90% certain. Everyone signed the cooperation agreement on the spot. After signing, I bid farewell to David Yang. Seeing that I was about to leave, Angela suddenly said, "Let me see you out." Just now, she had been avoiding looking at me. Earlier, she had been staring at him like a fangirl. For a professional woman like her, that was really embarrassing. But now that I was about to leave, she suddenly felt a bit reluctant. Angie, doesn't Dad remember you still have work to finish? Young Rivers isn't a child. Why does he need you to escort him?" Before I could turn around and speak, David Yang across from us had already spoken first. Seeing this, I smiled at Angela with a grateful expression. "Thank you for your kindness, Deputy Director Yang. I can take a taxi back by myself." After saying that, I turned and walked out of the office. As for Angela still in the office, at this moment, she was like an angry little cat, suddenly bristling. "Dad, what's wrong with you? The man just brought you a song, and you immediately turn around and kick him out. Is there anyone like you?" David Yang looked at his daughter's appearance without getting angry. He just spoke thoughtfully. "Angie, you're not young anymore. You should find a boyfriend. That young Rivers fellow is pretty good, but don't forget he's already married. Furthermore, from what I know, he even has a daughter." Angela suddenly fell silent. After a moment, she said coldly, "I know that. I was seeing him out only because he's someone I invited. That's all." The professional woman returned to her aloof demeanor. All right. As long as you know." Dad suddenly remembered. "He also has work to do." I'm off. David Yang hurried away, but just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly poked his head back in. "I'm serious, sweetheart. You're 26 years old. You really should find a boyfriend." On the other side, I returned to the hotel, planning to pack up simply and prepare to go home. Before I could even select a flight, Angela's call came. "Hello, Mr. Rivers. I'm really sorry. My father's attitude wasn't very good. I apologize on his behalf. I was a bit surprised. I hadn't taken this matter to heart at all. Furthermore, David Yang had expressed himself very tactfully. For a capitalist tycoon, he had already given me plenty of face. As for whether there was an intention to politely dismiss me, sure there was, but it was a fair transaction. Having dealt with all kinds of people in the capitalist market, I had understood long ago. It's fine. I didn't feel anything was wrong. Don't worry about it." Hearing me say this, Angela's voice also softened a bit. "As long as you don't mind, that's good." "Oh, right. Are you on your way back to the hotel?" "Yeah, I'm already in the car. I'm planning to go back to the hotel to pack, and then head back to Riverside City," I said. The other end of the line went silent for a moment. Then Angela's voice came through again. "Here's the thing, Mr. Rivers. It would be best if you waited another 2 days. If your song is selected, Harmony Records will probably still need your assistance. After all, both the lyrics and music were made by you. You understand this song the best." My plans to go home were foiled. My heart suddenly felt empty. However, what she said wasn't wrong. If there were still matters to handle in post-production, flying back and forth between 2 cities wouldn't be ideal either. All right, I understand. Then I'll stay a few more days. After hanging up with Angela, I reluctantly put down my phone. I kind of missed the little girl at home. Thinking of Lily, even I didn't notice that a smile had suddenly appeared on my face. 2 days quickly passed. During this time, Angela and I talked on the phone a few times. The relationship between us wasn't as distant as before. At least now Angela no longer kept saying "Mr." with every sentence. Hearing it made me feel really awkward. I was clearly a young man, being called like I was old. During these 2 days, I still woke up early to jog. Everything seemed peaceful and uneventful. There was still no news from Harmony Records. I could only wait patiently. On the evening of the 3rd day, I received a phone call that was both familiar and unfamiliar. "Hello? Is this old Rivers?" "It's me, Derek Chen." "Derek Chen?" I hadn't expected to receive this call. I quickly searched through the previous owner's memories. After a moment, I finally remembered. This was the previous owner's best friend from college. You crazy bastard. Long time no see. Thinking of how the two of them had been inseparable during college, I smiled and opened my mouth to ask. I still didn't have any friends in this world. Thinking of the character and personality in the previous owner's memories, my smile grew wider. Having a sincere friend seemed pretty nice. Old Rivers, what's been going on with you since you got married? You don't answer calls. Don't reply to messages. Looking down on your brother now? Derek's reproachful voice came from the other end, but hidden within it was a tone of concern, which made me feel touched. Hey, I wasn't good before. You're a big person who doesn't hold grudges against little ones. Forgive me this once. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to dinner as an apology, okay? I'm sorry. After saying that, I cursed the previous owner again in my heart. That thing who couldn't tell friend from foe, making me lose face like this. Derek's voice was very excited. Ha, you said it. Then no need to wait for next time. Right now. Your brother's already in Riverside City. Hearing this, I replied somewhat embarrassed. It's not that I don't want to treat you. I'm not in Riverside City right now. I came to Metro City for business. It'll be a few more days before I can go back. I really didn't expect Derek to have come to Riverside City, and we missed each other. Why did you go to Metro City? No way. Wait there. I'm flying to Metro City right now. You can't escape this meal. I had such a hard time sneaking away from home. I'm about to do something big. Good news like this has to be shared with you. All right, I'll wait for you in Metro City. Not going anywhere. I'll send you the address on Instagram. I can still afford to treat you to a meal. He called out, and I answered readily. I also wanted to meet this close friend I hadn't seen in years. That evening, a taxi stopped in front of the hotel. 2 people got out of the car. One was a guy about 5'7", slightly chubby, his face full of excitement. As soon as he got out, he looked into the hotel. The other was a girl, dressed in anime style, petite and cute. She seemed a bit unhappy getting out of the car, following behind the slightly chubby guy. When this guy and I saw each other, both of us froze for a moment, then simultaneously broke into smiles. Hold Rivers, you crazy bastard. The slightly chubby guy before me was Derek Chen. Derek quickly walked up. You haven't changed at all. Actually, you've gotten even more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. I smiled, looking at him. Ha. You've gotten fat. I remember before your physique was great. You had muscles where you wanted muscles. How did you end up like this? Ha. Isn't it because there's a mom at home who thinks I'm too skinny, feeding me until I'm like this? I can barely fit through the door anymore. Derek joked. That's right. Derek stepped up and put his arm around my shoulder, then turned and pointed to the anime girl, saying, Let me introduce you. My girlfriend, Ruby Nguyen. I glanced at Ruby, nudged Derek's waist with my elbow, and said quietly, Not bad, you crazy bastard. Your girlfriend's pretty cute. After saying that, I nodded in greeting to Ruby. Hi, I'm Derek's best friend. Hi, I've heard Derek mention you all the time. Didn't expect you to be so handsome in person. When Ruby saw me, her eyes clearly lit up a bit, but she quickly reined it in, smiling in response. That's right. Consider whose friend he is, Derek continued, his face full of a smug smile, earning an eye roll from Ruby. It's not because of you. What are you so proud of? Ha, me and my buddy are one and the same. Let's go. I flew all this way to hang out with you. You're not getting away today. Derek put his arm around my shoulder as we walked. Today's your call. Hit me up. I'll take the punishment. In the end, Derek just found a sidewalk barbecue stand and pulled me down to sit. I laughed to myself. He talked about hitting me up but was still being cheap. The 3 of us sat down. Derek called out loudly, Boss, bring us some skewers. I noticed Ruby seemed a bit unhappy. Derek, being oblivious, didn't notice this at all. Seeing this, I patted Derek's shoulder and deliberately said, You crazy bastard. How about we go somewhere else? Didn't you want to hit me up? How much can you spend here? Unexpectedly, Derek shot me a sideways glance. What? Looking down on street barbecue? Didn't we used to come here all the time in college? Right here, right here. Today we're eating till we drop. All right. My good intentions were kicked away. This guy was still as straightforward as ever. I smiled bitterly. Fine, fine, fine. Here it is, your call, but no drinking. I've quit drinking. Derek frowned slightly. He didn't understand what I meant. First looking down on street barbecue, now quitting drinking. I quickly patted his shoulder, explaining, Bro, I really quit. I made a lot of mistakes because of drinking before. I've changed and don't drink anymore. Seeing my sincere tone, Derek let it go, saying with some regret, All right, quitting is good too. Drinking too much ruins things. Then today we'll just eat our fill. Oh, right. Where's my superstar sister-in-law? Didn't she come to Metro City with you? I shook my head. No, I came here for some business. She's at home watching the kid. What about you? How did your family let you out? At this topic, Derek was clearly full of pride, mysteriously leaning close to tell me. Of course, it took 100% effort to get out. Didn't I go home to inherit the family's little supermarket? Not long after I got back, I discovered. It wasn't some little supermarket. It's a nationwide supermarket chain. Can you believe it? My family hid it from me for so long. Only at the end did I find out I'm actually a rich heir. My face was full of shock. Back in college, this guy had mooched off me plenty. Who knew he'd turn around and become a rich heir now? I could only say his family really knew how to play. I gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome. Now that you know you're a rich heir, why aren't you staying home living the easy life? Why go out? Your brother here is a man with ideals and ambitions. How could I be a parasite? I had to sweet-talk the family before they'd let me out. Derek's face was full of exasperation. All right. Very ideologically enlightened. At this moment, the barbecue was just being served. The three of us ate and chatted. Oh, right, old Rivers. What are you doing now? How about coming to work with me? I quickly shook my head to refuse. I don't have any dreams. I just want to be a salted fish. Forget it. I won't say more. I'm planning to be a full-time stay-at-home dad. How about it? This ideal is pretty noble too, right? Derek looked stunned. Noble? Super noble. You're planning to be a kept man and mooch off your wife? Hey, I choked, coughing violently several times. Who says being a stay-at-home dad means mooching? Wait, actually mooching off. Serena didn't seem so bad either. I fell into thought. Derek saw I wasn't speaking, and was even more stunned. You're not really planning to mooch, are you? Though your looks are pretty suitable for it. Ha! Who says being a full-time stay-at-home dad means mooching? Being at home doesn't mean you can't make money, I argued stubbornly. Derek patted my shoulder again, his tone thoughtful. I'm being serious. How about coming to work with me? I'll give you half of my shares. You know my dream is to do animation, producing uniquely American animation. So, I came out with my girlfriend and found a partner. We're opening a studio. See, my girlfriend is a voice actress. When the time is right, I'm even planning to start a company. You also graduated from communications college. Your major fits too. What do you say? After hearing this, I thought for a while. I could tell Derek genuinely wanted the best for me. After thinking, I still shook my head. You crazy bastard. I appreciate the thought. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. But working together, I'll pass. I really am planning to be a stay-at-home dad. All right, I won't try to convince you anymore. Whenever you want to come, you're always welcome. Seeing that I'd made up my mind, Derek stopped trying to persuade me. The two of us dropped this topic and continued eating barbecue, while reminiscing about the good times in college. Most of the time, Derek talked, and I listened. Ruby occasionally chimed in, sharing some stories about Derek. Even though no one was drinking, the atmosphere at the table was still pretty lively. It was nearly midnight before the three of us headed back. On the way, Derek and I were chatting, when Ruby took a call from someone. She walked off to the side. Her voice was very quiet, Neither Derek nor I could hear what she was saying. After a while, she hung up and caught up with us. Derek turned his head and asked curiously, "Who was that?" "Victor Wang." There was a small issue at the studio. He called to update me. Ruby answered. "What issue?" Derek's expression became a bit tense. "Just some equipment problems. Already handled." "It's nothing. Keep chatting." Only then did Derek relax. He turned back to continue talking with me. This studio took a lot of effort from me. In the early days, I stayed up late at home making editing videos. I ground away for nearly half a year. I nodded. It seemed Derek really hadn't gone into this blindly. He'd prepared for so long. He'd already started preparing while still at home. "Don't worry, you crazy bastard. I think you'll definitely succeed this time." "Oh, who is this Victor Wang anyway?" "Oh, he's my partner, also in animation." I met Ruby, and him at an anime convention. We hit it off right away. So one became my girlfriend, and one became my partner. I didn't respond. Instead, I looked toward Ruby. At this moment, her face showed no expression, as if she hadn't heard anything. Derek said. I had some thoughts. Why was Derek's partner calling in the middle of the night? Not calling him, but calling Ruby instead? But this wasn't something I could bring up. No matter how close Derek and I were, I couldn't just meddle in these matters. Derek was oblivious. He didn't notice many things. But I, having lived 2 lives, was different. I vaguely felt this Ruby seemed to have some issues. The 3 of us returned to the hotel. What surprised me even more was that they actually got 2 separate rooms. Derek saw my slightly strange look, and his face turned red. "Ruby, she's traditional. We're not married yet, so I understand." I gave Derek a sympathetic look, then continued asking, "How long have you been with her?" Derek only thought for a moment. "Almost a year and a half. Ruby's a good girl. This time, going out to open the studio. She encouraged me a lot. That's what gave me the determination to go out. All right, a proper traditional good girl." I patted Derek's shoulder. "You crazy bastard. Be more observant about things in the future." The 3 of us went upstairs. Derek didn't come to my room to drink either. Everyone went back to their own rooms. The next day, I had just finished my jog and was about to call Derek to have breakfast together when I saw they had already packed up and were coming out of their room. "Old Rivers, something came up at the studio. I have to rush back." "That urgent?" I was a bit surprised. Everything was fine yesterday. "What happened today?" Looking at Derek's worried expression. "It wasn't a small matter. Once I handle it, next time I'll come straight to your place and try sister-in-law's cooking while I'm at it. I won't say more. I have to go now," Derek said, while still pressing the elevator button. "All right, then I'll see you off downstairs." The 3 of us hurried out of the hotel. Luckily, we didn't wait long before a taxi arrived. Derek got in and waved at me. "Old Rivers?" "Head back." "See you when I see you." "Yeah." "Oh, and you crazy bastard. If there's any big problem, make sure to contact me." Derek nodded. The car slowly disappeared from my sight before I sighed. I hope everything goes smoothly for that crazy bastard. 9 a.m. I received a call from Angela. "Your song was selected by Harmony Records." Angela's voice was very emotional. She was calling me from downstairs at the hotel. Harmony Records was preparing to shoot an MV and needed the lyricist and composer to come to the scene to supervise. They called it supervising, but really it was giving input. After all, I made the song. I understood better how this MV should be shot, how the song should be sung. This was Harmony Records, a division directly under the National Broadcasting Network. I tidied myself up a bit before going downstairs. Angela saw me and brushed her bangs, her eyes lighting up slightly. "Didn't notice before. When you dress up a bit, you actually look the part." I touched my nose, automatically ignoring Angela's gaze. "Let's go. It's getting late. Finish early, leave early. We can still make it for lunch." Without another word, I got into the back seat. Angela's eyes widened. Was the passenger seat too small for me? The 2 of us got in the car. Angela drove while talking. "From Harmony Records. The director in charge of shooting the MV called. He couldn't stop praising you." "Oh? Do you have any ideas about the MV and the lead singer? Don't mess things up when you get there. Angela was clearly quite worried. I was young and hadn't been through such situations before. Afraid I'd get nervous, she mentioned a few things in advance. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I didn't look tense at all. On the contrary, Angela seemed even more nervous than me, the main character. At 10,040, the two of us arrived at headquarters. Immediately, a group of people came to greet us. Leading them was an elderly man with graying hair. Grandpa Lin, why did you come down personally? If my dad finds out, he'll scold me to death. Angela quickly walked up, holding the old man's hand and acting cute. This action startled me. A professional woman acting cute. Even immortals couldn't handle it. Sure enough, the elderly man leading them broke into a smile, full of doting. Little Angie, stop with these antics. Your dad dares to scold you? If you don't beat him up, he'd be burning incense in gratitude. Ha, Grandpa Lin. The professional woman rarely blushed, calling out, Okay, let's talk business. This is young friend Rivers, right? Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Exceptional talent at first glance. Hello, sir. You flatter me. I'm James Rivers. I politely nodded in greeting to the elderly man. Good. Talented and polite. Worthy of being the one who wrote this song. I'm the director in charge of this MV, Robert Lin. If you don't mind, just call me Grandpa Lin like little Angie here. Seeing that I was both polite and unpretentious, calm in the face of honor or disgrace, Robert Lin was even happier. I was exactly as he had imagined. Great ambition in his heart, talented yet grateful. Young people like this weren't common nowadays. Grandpa Lin, then I won't stand on ceremony. Robert Lin pulled me into the recording room. Young Rivers, I heard from little Angie that you sing very well. Could you sing it once for us? Since we received this song, we still haven't heard it performed. We haven't decided on the lead singer yet either. Sure, I nodded in agreement. Young Rivers, a cappella or with piano? This song just needs piano accompaniment. Good, play it. Let's officially begin. Robert Lin was clearly much more serious now. He left me alone in the recording room and took everyone else outside. When the staff turned on the microphone, a group of middle-aged people were all waiting nervously, watching me sit down in the recording room, settling my emotions. When I got into work mode, I was very serious. Robert Lin nodded approvingly at this. This was a true musician. When a musician sings, they must first imbue the song with emotion, not just belt it out. Inside, I began playing the piano. The opening of Just Want to Be Ordinary also rang out. Outside, everyone immediately held their breath. Robert Lin had only heard one line, when his eyes suddenly widened. That's right. This was exactly the image he wanted to express in his heart. When he saw this song, he had known. Now hearing it performed was even more moving. As for Angela, even though this was the second time she'd heard me sing this song, she still couldn't help but have her eyes light up, staring intently at me inside. A man like this was truly too captivating. I was completely unaware of this. I had immersed myself in the song. The song gradually reached its ending. By now, Robert Lin's eyes were slightly red. He had been a soldier. He could feel even more deeply the meaning the lyrics wanted to convey. Often it was those who hid behind the scenes, silently unknown, the most ordinary people who were the greatest, who most deserved the admiration of the younger generation. But of all the people chasing idols, how many chased them? Not just Robert Lin. Everyone outside was deeply moved. At this moment, they were like me, having all entered that state. It turned out a good song. Really could touch everyone. One piece finished. I took a deep breath before standing up and walking out of the recording room. The next moment, everyone couldn't help but applaud me. Robert Lin emotionally stepped forward and gripped my hand tightly, his gaze fervent. Young Rivers, this is exactly the feeling. I don't think we need to change the lead singer anymore. You should sing it. I have a feeling this song will create a storm of attention for ordinary heroes across the internet. This is exactly the effect we want to see. Hearing the old man's praise, even someone like me who had seen many things Couldn't help but blush a little, but I still shook my head. Grandpa Lin, I won't be the lead singer. I have a better idea. Would you like to hear it? Robert Lin frowned. Was there a lead singer better than the lyricist and composer? There were plenty of good singers, but I believe no one could understand the meaning of this song better than you. Seeing that Robert Lin was clearly somewhat reluctant, I didn't keep it a secret anymore, and quickly shared my idea. It's like this, Grandpa Lin. I think this song is more suitable for children to sing. On one hand, children's voices are clearer. On the other hand, having the flowers of our nation praise, these nameless heroes, will resonate even more deeply with people. Hearing my explanation, Robert Lin couldn't help but widen his eyes. Was this person a genius? That's right. Why hadn't he thought of this? Children inherently had an endearing quality about them. Having them sing, combined with the footage he had shot, would definitely touch people's hearts. Young Rivers, you truly are a rare talent. Do you want to come work at Harmony Records? Don't worry. At Harmony Records, your talent definitely won't be wasted. Robert Lin's love for talent was aroused. He wanted to bring me to his side. Leaving such talent outside was too wasteful. No. Grandpa Lin, I'm just a salted fish. Being able to help you all this time already makes me very satisfied. I kept shaking my head to refuse. Was he kidding? I knew my own weight. I was merely standing on the shoulders of giants. To offer opinions. After all, in my previous life, the version that impressed me most. Was this song sung by a children's choir? Robert Lin was helpless, but didn't push. Anyway, the person was here and couldn't run away. He could look for opportunities later. All right, people have their own aspirations. Then, Young Rivers, you must contribute a lot this time. Future cooperation opportunities can be discussed later. Follow me. First, let's look at our footage. See if you have any opinions about these materials. Robert Lin waved at me and took me to another office. This was the editing room. All materials would go through multiple layers of selection here, then be edited into this MV. After entering the room, those middle-aged people also began, eagerly introducing things. I looked at the computer screen in front of me. On it appeared various shots. Each one featured nameless heroes, silently dedicating themselves. I was shocked. I hadn't expected there to be so much footage. Furthermore, many of these shots would ultimately be cut. This made me a bit sad. In my eyes, every person in each of these materials deserved respect and deserved to be known by everyone. Robert Lin seemed to understand my thoughts. He patted my shoulder. Young Rivers, don't be sad. This is their responsibility. This promotional video can't make people remember every single person. They represent a group of people. As long as everyone can be grateful to this group, silently remembering that in this society, there are such lovable people, that's enough. Actually, they should thank you. This song, Just Want to Be Ordinary, not only fits the aesthetics of most young people today, but also promotes this positive energy. Us old folks couldn't make this kind of song suitable for young people, but we're afraid people will forget them, so we thought of calling for song compositions. Robert Lin sighed emotionally, then smiled at me again. Fortunately, you created what we wanted, letting me see the passionate heart of today's young generation. That's already very good. I looked at Grandpa Lin, then looked at the people, continuously appearing on the screen. I was truly moved by them. Indeed, no matter what world, there was always a group of such lovable people. Grandpa Lin, I have no opinions about these materials. As for making the video, I'm not an expert in this field. It still needs you and everyone to complete it. To be honest, now I'm already eager to see the complete video. I spoke very sincerely. I believed that through the hands of this group of people, the complete video they produced would definitely touch hearts even more than the original. Good. We'll definitely make it as fast as possible. By the end of July, at the latest. When that time comes, this wind will definitely blow through every corner of America. Hearing me say this, Robert Lin nodded happily. Oh right, I heard from little Angie that you also have a TikTok account. Tens of millions of followers. and you've already released 2 songs. When this promotional video is released, we'll collaborate with your TikTok account. After all, you're also a main force behind this video." I froze. Why was I involved in this too? I thought I'd just have my name listed in the lyricist and composer credits. I didn't expect TikTok to be involved too. This was clearly the old man helping me out. You had to know that videos released by Harmony Records would get views, no question about it. At that point, just the income from views alone would be enough to feed me well. I naturally didn't refuse this. I felt even more grateful to Grandpa Lin in my heart. "Then I thank you, Grandpa Lin." I thanked Robert Lin, my voice very sincere. Robert Lin waved his hand, indicating this was what I deserved. When I stepped out of the Harmony Records building, it was already 1 p.m. Now my whole head felt tense. Once those people got into discussing work, everyone became incredibly enthusiastic. They were true workaholics. Afterward, it was Angela who whined about needing to go eat lunch. That the 2 of us finally escaped. Robert Lin had originally wanted me to join everyone in the Harmony Records cafeteria for a meal and continue participating in discussions in the afternoon. I used the excuse that my mind was already completely empty to escape. That professional knowledge, I was truly an outsider who couldn't contribute. There was no need to stay any longer. The 2 of us walked out of Harmony Records side by side. When we arrived, the weather had been nice. Now it was drizzling. James Rivers: "Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Collaborating with Harmony Records. You're about to get rich." The 2 of us walked through the light rain toward the car. Angela was rarely playful, sticking out her tongue to tease me. This professional woman was becoming less and less professional by the day. I raised an eyebrow. "You're from a wealthy family, and you want to mooch off a commoner like me? Aren't you embarrassed?" "Cheech, cheapskate." Angela shot me a look, quickening her pace, getting into the car in a huff. I smiled and hurried to catch up. The more I got to know this professional woman, the more I could feel her personality was really quite nice. In the end, I still couldn't escape this meal. Angela happily devoured a big feast. After eating, Angela drove me to Starlight Entertainment. This time, I was here to get the contract for Serena, my original goal. The 2 of us stepped into the elevator. For some reason, I suddenly felt that Angela didn't seem very happy. Her whole being was listless. She had clearly just enjoyed a big meal. I didn't understand. Women's minds were too hard to guess, like the weather changing at a moment's notice. Exiting the elevator and heading straight to David Yang's office. He had been waiting in the office for a while. The contract was already prepared and placed on the desk. His face wore its perpetual smile as he watched me push open the door and enter. "Young friend Rivers, happy cooperation. Here's the contract. Take a look and see if anything needs to be added." I nodded and sat down in front of the desk, immediately beginning to review the contract before me. The contract was very professional. 1 document, 3 copies. It would take effect as soon as Serena signed. The contract contents were the same as discussed before. Starlight Entertainment would give Serena top-tier resources and maximum freedom. To put it simply, Serena could do whatever she wanted. No one could force her to do anything. This was also what I wanted to see. The contract term was 2 years. Whether to renew afterward was entirely up to Serena. After reviewing the entire contract, I put it away and stood up to shake David Yang's hand. "Thank you, Chairman Yang. Happy cooperation." Being able to offer such a contract, my impression of him had improved considerably. "Don't mention it. I see your talent. You see our company's resources. It's mutually beneficial. Also, you promised to write songs for our company. I won't make a separate contract for that. I trust young friend Rivers' character." David Yang also stood up and shook my hand as he spoke. I naturally didn't refuse, but I also made my position clear. "Rest assured, but let me say this up front. I only write title tracks. Furthermore, who I write for is entirely up to me. Don't let just any random person come asking me to write songs." David Yang's impression of me kept improving. It's just that when he looked at his daughter beside him, he silently sighed and sighed. "What a pity. So young, yet already married. With young friend Rivers' talent, unless it's a top-tier singer at our company, Who needs a song? I wouldn't dare invite you anyway. After all, I also know that with your reputation going forward, anything you write will definitely be a masterpiece. Ordinary people don't have that qualification. Both sides happily reached a cooperation agreement. At this moment, David Yang suddenly changed the subject. Now that you have the contract, when are you planning to head back, young friend Rivers? I didn't know what he meant by asking this, but I still answered immediately. I'm planning to pack up and book a flight. I'll leave in a bit. After all, nothing here needs me anymore. Does Chairman Yang have any other instructions? No. Then I wish you a safe journey home. David Yang hurriedly said with a smile. It's just that this smile, in my eyes, why did he seem so happy? Hearing that I was about to leave? Not thinking too much. I stood up to say goodbye. Angela saw me off all the way to the hotel entrance, but didn't come up. Ever since entering Starlight Entertainment, she had seemed unhappy, her whole being listless. James Rivers, I won't see you off to the airport. Go by yourself. I have some things to do. I'm leaving first. I turned and waved. Yeah, be careful on the road. Then I turned and walked into the hotel. Angela watched my back, feeling inexplicably annoyed. She stepped on the gas and left, finally getting to go home. I miss my little princess so much. This was my heartfelt thought at this moment. I quickly packed my things. There wasn't much anyway. Just 2 changes of clothes, booking the flight, checking out, catching a taxi, all done in one go. 6 p.m. Riverside City. My hands were full of gifts as I walked into the familiar old apartment complex. My footsteps suddenly felt lighter. Pushing open the door I hadn't seen in so long, I took a deep breath. The living room was quiet. Serena and Lily didn't seem to be home. Not being able to see the people I wanted to see right away, I felt a bit disappointed. But the next moment, the master bedroom door suddenly opened. Serena rubbed her drowsy eyes, stepping out looking sleepy. The moment she saw me, she suddenly became fully awake. At this moment, she was wearing a spaghetti-strapped nightgown. One strap had already slipped down her arm. Her hair was messy from sleep. Her lips were slightly parted. She truly looked like Sleeping Beauty from the forest. Both of us froze at the same time. Under the evening glow, we just quietly looked at each other like this. Then my face gradually brightened, a smile blooming on my lips. I'm home. Serena's face slowly flushed pink. She stood there, not knowing what to do, feeling a bit flustered inside, yet also a hint of sweetness rising up. She lowered her head and softly replied, not forgetting to instinctively pull the strap that had slipped down her arm, secretly back onto her shoulder. You're back. Oh, right. This is for you. On the way back, I happened to see someone selling them. They smelled nice, so I picked up a bouquet. They're beautiful. Serena pressed her lips together. She stepped forward, gently accepting the bouquet of lavender from my hands. Her face was already covered in a rosy glow. This was the first bouquet I had given her. Lavender symbolized redemption and hope. She loved it. Thank you. Serena gathered all her courage and looked up, looking straight into my eyes. Have you eaten? I suddenly smiled. Not yet. You and Lily probably haven't eaten either, right? I'll make dinner. Go wake Lily up. Serena had originally planned to cook herself. I had just come back from outside, and must have been tired all day. But seeing the determination in my eyes, and thinking that my cooking was indeed much better than hers, she finally nodded. I'll go wake Lily. Lily was lying on her back, on the bed, sound asleep. Serena carefully picked her up. The little one had no reaction, until Serena carried the little girl in front of me, kissed her cheek, and whispered in her ear, Lily, wake up! Daddy's home. Lily suddenly stirred, drowsily looking around. Then the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. It's Daddy. Daddy, hold Lily. Lily missed Daddy so much. The little girl was like a koala. After I held her, she wrapped her arms around my neck and wouldn't let go. Even when I went into the kitchen to cook, she refused to get down. In the end, it was Serena who pouted, combined with using newly bought toys to lure her, that finally got the little girl off me. After bustling about for a while, dinner was on the table. The whole family happily sat down at the dining table. After eating, I played puzzles with Lily. I deliberately took this opportunity to ask about things at home. The little girl told me everything she knew, especially when it came to Serena. The little girl completely sold out her mother. Mommy thinks about Daddy a lot too. Lily saw Mommy always, watching Daddy's singing videos, secretly smiling, secretly covering her mouth and smiling. I really hadn't asked about this on purpose. The problem was, Lily spoke very loudly, completely not noticing that Serena had already rushed out from the kitchen. At this moment, Serena's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple. Her eyes were full of meaning as she looked down at the little traitor who sold out her mother to get on Daddy's good side. Lily noticed Daddy had suddenly stopped talking. She looked up in confusion and saw her mother's flushed face. "Ah!" she yelped, hiding in my arms, muttering. "Can't see, Mommy. Can't see," Serena couldn't help but laugh, explaining. "Don't listen to Lily's nonsense. I didn't. You did. Mommy's lying. Lying. Is being naughty." Lily buried her face in my chest and mumbled. Serena looked like she was about to lose it. I immediately raised both hands in surrender, completely exposing the little girl. "No, no, I believe you. Those who know the times are wise." Lily suffered for it, though. She was immediately snatched by Serena and had her head ruffled. The little girl never expected that Daddy would turn around and sell her out to Mommy. I kept my eyes on my nose on my mouth. For the sake of making Serena happy, for the prosperity of this family, I had to let my little princess suffer a bit. The whole family played around for a while. Lily, finally, feeling wronged, bore everything alone. I rubbed her little head, before standing up, taking a paper folder from my suitcase, and placing it in front of Serena. Mission accomplished successfully. Take a look. This is the contract from Starlight Entertainment. Serena lowered her head and took the folder, opening it, looking through the contract inside. By the time she reached the end, her hands had begun to tremble slightly. This was a contract she wouldn't dare dream of having. Top-tier treatment, perfect degree of freedom. Even if she hadn't left the industry and continued singing, she still couldn't have gotten a contract like this by now. Serena didn't know what I had done. In just a few days, what I had gone through, how much I had given, to be able to exchange for a contract that others wouldn't even dare to think about. Serena looked up and stared at me, her eyes glistening with tears, pressing her lips together, just facing me like this. My face still wore a gentle smile, as if everything was as light as clouds and wind. After a long while, Serena finally spoke softly. "James." "Actually, I don't have to sing." Her voice was quiet, but without any hesitation, very resolute. I frowned slightly in confusion. She clearly loved singing. She clearly wanted to sing. What did she mean now? Somewhat puzzling. I didn't understand what this woman was thinking. Why? Didn't you always want to sing? Now that you have the chance, why are you backing down? My tone became a bit heavier. This was the first time since arriving here that I had spoken to her like this. As someone who had been single his whole life through 2 lifetimes, I naturally couldn't understand the tangled mess in Serena's heart right now. She suddenly felt that living like this was also fine. If she really went to sing, she was afraid things would change later. Afraid life wouldn't be like this anymore. Serena pressed her lips together again, looking straight at me, tears rolling down one by one. After a moment, she finally whispered, "I'm scared. Scared that there will be bad changes later." This was the first time Serena had, frankly, told me the fear in her heart. I froze for a moment, then suddenly smiled. A very warm smile. "Serena, what kind of person do you think I am? I'm being very serious. Just relax. No matter what happens, nothing will change. I'll stay home and take care of the kid. After all, I'm already prepared to be a full-time stay-at-home dad." Serena never expected me to say this, and even directly reach out to wipe away her tears. It had been so long since anyone had treated her so intimately. Serena immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. I had thought she was still worried about those random things. Now I understood. I knew Serena was probably afraid of change. After all, people who stay home too long without going out will all have this kind of mentality. So I continued. "I'm serious. Just leave Lily to me. I'll take good care of her. Besides, you've seen the contract. The degree of freedom is very high. You can come home whenever you want. No need to worry about things at home. Just take care of yourself when you're out. I spoke, but Serena didn't hear a single word. In her mind there was, still, only, the scene of me gently brushing across her face just now. Lily on the sofa had long since started secretly, watching her parents interact. She was too young to understand what was happening. She only knew Mommy was probably happy right now. So she jumped onto my lap, looking up and suddenly coming up with an idea. Daddy, tonight Lily wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy. The moment these words came out, I immediately turned to stone. Serena looked up even more, her panicked gaze on the little girl, her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her chest. Is that okay? Daddy! Seeing I hadn't agreed, Lily launched her ultimate cute attack. Rolling around on my lap, I swallowed, turned to look at Serena, whose entire neck had turned red, her gaze evasive. This, ask Mommy if she agrees. How was I supposed to answer that? Serena was so embarrassed she wanted to collapse. She panically stood up and headed toward the bathroom. I'm not sleepy anymore. I'm going to wash up and get ready for bed. Serena fled in panic. The living room was left with just me and Lily, staring at each other wide-eyed. I was completely at a loss, not knowing what to do. Lily jumped up from my lap and hugged my neck. Mommy said as long as Daddy's okay with it. Had Serena said that? I took a deep breath of the milky scent on the little girl, giving myself courage. I was doing this completely for Lily, not for any other reason. After a long while, Serena finally came out of the bathroom, walking to the bedroom as if nothing had happened. Passing through the living room, she didn't even glance toward the sofa. Only then did I pick up Lily and stand, going to the bathroom, helping the little girl wash up. I also washed up quickly, then carried the little girl out. It wasn't until this moment that my heart started racing. From the living room to the master bedroom, the short distance felt like it would never end. My mind had gone completely blank. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, very pleasant and alluring. In 2 lifetimes, I had never experienced anything like this. At this moment, I really wanted to seek help. What should I do? What to do? Serena had already gotten under the covers, as if asleep, lying on her side facing inward. I couldn't see what she looked like right now. Only her glistening rosy earlobes revealed her current state. I gently closed the door. The sound of the door closing made Serena's body shiver slightly, but she still didn't get up. By now, I had completely given up. Things were already like this. Being nervous was useless. I just needed to lie still. Thinking this way, my mood indeed became much lighter. Placing Lily in the middle, I sat down on the other side of the bed, holding Lily and starting to tell a bedtime story. Today, Daddy will tell Lily the story of Snow White. Once upon a time, there was a cute little princess, just like Lily. Her skin was as white and smooth as snow, yet rosy like a red apple. Her hair was as black and shiny as the night sky, so her mother named her Snow White. My gentle voice echoed through the room. Serena's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her wildly beating heart also gradually calmed down with the story. Eventually, she unknowingly fell asleep, just like her. Lily also slowly fell asleep to my story. I breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that their breathing had become steady. I finally turned off the light and got under the covers to lie down. The next day, my biological clock was still on time. I instinctively held the soft body in my arms, then suddenly froze. When did Lily get this big? I swallowed, my eyes looking into the blanket. There was no trace of Lily in my arms. It wasn't the little girl. It was Serena. I completely froze. When did this happen? How did she end up in my arms? A faint fragrance drifted by my nose. The body in my arms was soft and warm. My heart melted in that instant. I unconsciously leaned down until I was close to Serena's beautiful face. I could even feel her warm breath brushing against my face, very hazy. The distance between us was only inches. I could even see the rosy glow beneath her smooth skin. I just stopped there like that, having an intense internal struggle. Then I saw her long eyelashes flutter slightly. Startled, I hurriedly sat up straight, secretly withdrew the arm she was using as a pillow, bent over carefully to get off the bed, and snuck out of the bedroom. Go into the bathroom to wash up? My face was full of defeat. This early in the morning, and it was already torturing me. I didn't know that the moment I left the bedroom. Serena on the bed had opened her beautiful eyes, breathing a slight sigh of relief. She hugged her burning face and hid under the covers, too embarrassed to face anyone. The moment I sat up, Serena had already woken up. She didn't know when she had ended up in my arms, even using my arm as a pillow. It was so embarrassing, until she felt my breath on her face. She felt a bit panicked inside. What was he going to do? Was he going to steal a kiss? What should she do? Serena was scared to death at that moment, but didn't dare wake up, and could only continue pretending to sleep. Fortunately, I stopped in time. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have known how to face me. But when I actually left, she vaguely felt a bit disappointed. Serena didn't know if she was ready. She only knew her heart was a tangled mess. After a long while, Serena, still under the covers, finally let out a deep breath. Just let nature take its course. She lay there until 8 o'clock. When Serena heard the door open outside, she finally got out of bed, tidied up a bit, and walked out of the room. I had already gone into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Seeing Serena come out, my expression was a bit awkward as I greeted her. "You're up?" Serena's expression was also a bit awkward. "Yeah." After saying that, she went into the bathroom to wash up. I didn't think too much, and continued turning around to make breakfast. Unexpectedly, Serena finished washing up very quickly, and came straight into the kitchen. "Let me help you." Serena's expression was natural. She skillfully took the basin from my hands, helping me wash the rice. I was only stunned for a moment, before quickly reacting, happily accepting this kind gesture, turning to start washing vegetables. The two of us were in perfect sync, like a couple who had lived together for years. The small kitchen was unusually warm at this moment. 20 minutes later, the whole family happily ate breakfast. After the meal, Serena saw a hairstyle that was very pretty, perfect for Lily. It just so happened that the little girl's hair had grown a lot recently, so she coaxed and cajoled Lily to go out for a haircut. As for me, I expertly sprawled out on the sofa, took out my phone and opened TikTok to scroll through videos. Wife and kid not home. This life. At this moment, I felt I had reached the peak of existence. I had only scrolled through 2 videos when I saw the Just Want to Be Ordinary trailer had already appeared. Harmony Records. Speed was truly efficient. The video was coming out at the end of the month, and it was only the 26th, yet the trailer was already up. The Just Want to Be Ordinary trailer was very simple. A few video clips paired with 2 lines of singing, enough to pique the audience's curiosity. The moment I clicked on the trailer video, my voice came from the phone, falling into darkness, falling into the abyss, face covered in mud, without the glory of gods, holding tight to the ordinary in my hands. Then appeared 3 firefighters. They held fire hoses, facing the raging flames, faces covered in ash, their gazes unusually resolute. The video suddenly stopped there. Only a deep voice rang out. They are nameless, ordinary, but worthy of being remembered in our hearts. I thought about it but couldn't understand. Robert Lynn had clearly said he would use children as the lead singers. Why did my voice appear in the trailer? However, this didn't affect at all the trailer's popularity online. A piece of footage, a line of song, a heartfelt message. Very brief, but enough to touch hearts. The trailer had only been out for 2 hours, thanks to major media outlets competing to cover it. They used all kinds of headlines to heavily promote this trailer. At the same time, it also brought this trailer to the attention of major online influencers. Everyone knew that once the full version was released, the buzz would be incredible, so they also started sharing. Following the shares from major influencers, this trailer's popularity grew stronger and stronger. The comment section was full of people from all walks of life, sharing about the ordinary people around them. At this moment, the sound of the door opening rang out. I put down my phone and looked toward the door. It was Serena holding Lily's hand, returning from the haircut. Seeing Lily's new hairstyle, I just felt my eyes light up. The little girl's 2 small pigtails had now been rolled into 2 small buns. Her thin bangs in front reached her eyebrows. She was truly a little fairy, stepping out of a fairy tale world. Looking at her made my heart melt. I hurriedly reached out both hands. "Whose little fairy is this? Come here quick and let Daddy hold you." The little girl immediately smiled with her eyes curved, but was a bit shy as she ran behind Serena, hugging her legs, burying her face against them. Serena also couldn't help but laugh at Lily's actions, amusedly watching this father-daughter interaction. Ha! The little girl even knew how to be shy now. I wasn't going to indulge her. Right now, I just wanted to hold my adorable daughter. I got up and walked over to Serena, crouching down, pretending to be surprised. Oh my, so this little fairy is Daddy's precious daughter. With that, I picked her up despite Lily struggling. No matter how I looked at her, I was delighted. Lily doesn't want Daddy to hold her? Then Daddy's going to be sad. I do. Daddy can't be sad. The little girl immediately hugged my neck, nuzzling into my chest. Afraid her refusal had hurt her daddy, I happily kissed Lily's smooth cheek. The little girl's cuteness was too much. It completely conquered me. Even the depths of my heart felt as sweet as eating candy. Indeed, they say a daughter is her father's little cotton jacket. That saying wasn't wrong at all. All right. Stop being lovey-dovey at the door. Come inside. I happily carried the little girl back to the sofa. I scooped a piece of watermelon and fed it to my daughter, then turned to Serena. "Oh, right. You're reporting to Starlight Entertainment at the beginning of August, right?" Hearing this, Serena's beautiful eyes blinked. "Yeah. Before that, I need to bring Mia back and go find Miss Claire. If they knew I could make a comeback, they'd definitely be very happy," Serena said, a sincere smile appearing on her face. When she had suddenly left the industry before, she felt most guilty toward these 2 people. Now, even if not for her own dream, she had to work hard for their sake. I nodded, rubbing Lily's hair, while thinking in my heart about what song I should write for Serena. This was her first battle upon returning. It had to be a beautiful victory. Serena's voice was excellent. Whether it was sweet songs or sad songs, she could sing them all. So, with too many choices, I was momentarily a bit undecided. After thinking for a while without results, I thought of something else. Oh right, let's go buy a car in a few days. No, let's buy 2. Lily will start kindergarten in another month. It'll be more convenient for drop-offs and pickups. Also, even though Starlight Entertainment will provide you with a company car during your free time, you'll still need a car when you go out. Serena thought for a moment, and also felt they could buy a car. Before, staying home and not going out, having a car or not didn't matter. Now that she would frequently be going out, not having a car really was inconvenient. But she was worried my money wasn't enough. After all, the income from the 2 previous videos had been used to buy a lot of things for the house. I had also gone on a trip. She didn't know how much was left, even though before I left, I had linked my bank card to Serena's Instagram. Serena didn't know exactly how much money was in there. Now, with kindergarten coming up, that would be another expense. After thinking, Serena looked up, her eyes showing worry. "Let's just buy one. It'll be more convenient for you at home for drop-offs and pickups. I'll have the company car outside for now. I probably don't really need one. Wait until I make some money, then we can talk about buying a car," Serena thought. Wait until she released songs and albums and had income. Then they could discuss these things. Thinking of this, Serena became a bit worried again. She wasn't even sure when she would have songs to sing. Although the Starlight Entertainment contract offered top-tier resources, it also included a clause about providing her own songs. She didn't know what I had negotiated with the company. They had given top-tier resources. Why not help her get songs too? She was a bit puzzled. After all, she didn't know many songwriters. Thinking of songwriters, Serena suddenly froze, then looked toward me sitting calmly. He seemed to know how to write songs, although she didn't know when he had learned. Of the 2 songs on TikTok, one of them I had directly taught Lily to sing. I naturally knew Serena's worry about not buying a car. I calmly waved my hand. Don't worry. You don't need to worry about not having enough money at home. Let the bullet fly for a bit. In a few days, there'll be money. July 30th happened to fall on a Sunday. The Just Want to Be Ordinary MV went live at exactly 8 a.m., released as a collaboration between Harmony Records and the 7 Memories account. The National Broadcasting Network coordinated with multiple departments to share it. The lineup could be called unprecedentedly grand. Of course, no matter how grand the lineup, what audiences wanted to see was still quality. Only if the quality met standards. Would people support it? However, a saying had been circulating online recently. If 7 Memories produces it, it's guaranteed to be a masterpiece. Although I had only posted 2 songs, I had already won over the ears of countless fans. Everyone was also satisfied with the quality of the songs I composed. Now, seeing that both lyrics and music for this MV were by 7 Memories, everyone was immediately interested. This mysterious guy, when he made a move, it was sure to be astounding. So audiences flocked to click on this MV, wanting to witness it. In Riverside City, at home, our family of 3 had already been sitting on the sofa early. I cast my phone screen to the TV and opened TikTok. Serena and Lily were still being kept in the dark. They only knew I had dragged them out of bed early this morning, saying I'd show them something good, not knowing what it was. Opening the song MV, the whole family simultaneously looked at the TV. The moment the MV image appeared, Serena and Lily both fell silent. They were a bit surprised. They saw on the TV screen the title, Just Want to Be Ordinary, in large letters appear, with the lyricist and composer both being 7 Memories below. Furthermore, this MV was a full 7 minutes long. Even I was stunned. I didn't know where they got such a long runtime. Robert Lin had contacted me before, planning to let me see the complete version, but I hadn't agreed. I wanted to share this moment with my family. Furthermore, I had complete trust in Robert Lin's professional skills. Serena turned to look at me, her beautiful eyes shining. She was surprised that I had written more music, and had even collaborated with Harmony Records. How amazing. So when I went out before, I had done so much? She hadn't even known. Serena turned her gaze back to the TV, wanting to see what I had been hiding from the 2 of them, and doing. In the MV, the title had ended. In the frame appeared a group of children, about 10 years old, full of vitality. The children were all in matching black t-shirts. In the middle of them was a middle-aged teacher playing the piano. The piano sounded, the camera cut away. A close-up of a little girl first, her eyes full of emotion, reaching out her hand as if gently calling for something, beginning to sing. The image transitioned. A group of firefighters in orange uniforms, their faces resolute, carrying all kinds of rescue supplies, using their bodies as bridges to wade through the water. The camera cut again, to another little girl. Her eyes were slightly red, her head bowed as she whispered softly. The little girl's figure gradually faded, transforming into a family gathered around a table, eating dumplings and watching TV. What should have been a happy reunion was silent here. Only the grandmother sat in the main seat, holding back tears as she stared at the TV. On the TV was news of her grandson's heroic sacrifice. 2 more figures of little girls appeared, one after another, singing softly. After 2 lines of singing, the figures disappeared, replaced by an ordinary-looking man, but his eyes were bright, staring intently at a pickpocket on the bus. The moment the pickpocket made his move, he grabbed the thief, but the people around him fearfully kept their distance, just standing by indifferently. In an instant, 2 other thieves surrounded the man. The situation was momentarily against him. Countless people watching this video couldn't help but feel anxious at this moment, clenching their fists, eyes glistening with tears, just wanting to jump into the video to help him catch the thieves. But the video image at this moment faded away. The teacher just silently played the piano. One of the little girls began singing again. The image suddenly cut to a hospital. An exhausted doctor handed a newborn baby to an elderly couple. The elderly couple wept with joy on the spot, thanking the doctor repeatedly. The beating heart grows vines, willing to fight for danger, caring for nothing else. It was none other than the man catching the thieves. At this moment, he was facing 3 thieves, but his face still showed no fear. The camera cut again. 2 more little girls appeared, spreading their arms wide as if beckoning. Everyone was captivated by this deeply moving music and imagery. They only regretted not discovering sooner that there were so many lovable people around them. Throughout the entire MV so far, the heroes who appeared in it hadn't said a single word, but what they did had been remembered by all the viewers. The images continued. The chorus of all the children began, shaking hearts. Those clear voices sang of each moving story, making everyone fall into silence. Usually they chased internet celebrities, fooled around online. This was the first time some flame in their hearts was ignited. The final section of the song was the image of all the children singing together. No regrets in this life. The flame of life has been lit. The image faded to darkness. A male voice suddenly rang out. "We're not heroes. We're just doing what we should do." I sat on the sofa, rubbing my stinging eyes. I had thought this video would be very profound, but I hadn't expected it to be this moving. This video, by now, had made countless netizens watching the MV shed tears, and also made them collectively break down. At this moment, no one cared about the video's length anymore. They just quietly watched, quietly felt heartache, quietly shed tears. After the man's voice ended, in the pitch-black screen, another dialogue began. "Young Rivers, a cappella or with piano. This song just needs piano accompaniment. A simple question and answer." It's just that the male voice in the dialogue, many netizens felt it sounded familiar. They listened carefully, then suddenly realized, wasn't this the distinctive gentle voice of 7 Memories? So there was behind-the-scenes footage afterward? Was 7 Memories himself going to appear? Sure enough, behind the scenes, material that had been cut flashed quickly across the screen. My distinctive gentle voice rang out, combined with this footage. Once again, it made the masses of netizens break down. Until the last piece of footage disappeared, 7 Memories' figure still hadn't appeared. He remained just as mysterious, but everyone was satisfied with this footage. Every figure in this video had been deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. For a long time afterward, they wouldn't forget what they saw today. Even long after the official version was released, there still wasn't a single like, not a single comment. Everyone seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, in the Harmony Records conference room, Robert Lin was still monitoring the real-time data online. He didn't understand. Why were there over 100 million viewers at the same time, yet not a single like? Could it be that everyone didn't approve of this video? Robert Lin was a bit disappointed. He wiped his slightly red eyes, finding this situation hard to accept. But the next moment, the data for this video suddenly took off. Likes and comments exploded like a flood. Unstoppable. This was the first time in TikTok history that in such a short time, data increased in such an explosive manner. In just a few breaths, likes jumped from 100,000 to 5 million, then 10 million, 20 million. The TikTok platform experienced its first ever comment system crash. Even so, it seemed, nothing could stop the masses of netizens from liking and commenting. Following that were 5 trending topics, all about Harmony Records' Just Want to Be Ordinary, MV. In the conference room, cheers suddenly erupted. Robert Lin also emotionally clenched his fists, silently watching the data soar. It turned out everyone wasn't unmoved. They just hadn't had time to process these emotions. The Just Want to Be Ordinary storm swept across the internet just like that. The speed at which the storm rose was unexpected even for the experienced Robert Lin. Now he was incredibly glad he had chosen this song of mine. This footage, if paired with any other ordinary song, definitely wouldn't be as hot as it was now. In just one short hour, plays on the Harmony Records platform had exceeded 100 million, and on TikTok, it had even reached 200 million plays. As for me, I was holding mother and daughter, gently rubbing one head, patting one back. I wanted to say something but didn't know what to say, because I myself was also moved. Although I had given this song to Robert Lin, the entire video was created by the Harmony Records production team. I hadn't previewed it either. I could only say, Harmony Records had given this song a perfect home. Serena was sobbing in my arms, holding onto my shirt, wiping both tears and snot on it. Her pitiful appearance made my heart ache. It was just watching a video. Crying was one thing, but why was she also feeling aggrieved? Serena finally knew what I had been busy with those days outside, composing such a song, collaborating with Harmony Records, helping her get that unimaginable contract. What had he gone through? She hadn't even known. She felt aggrieved because I had done so much outside, and didn't even tell her when I came home. Had James Rivers been given a hard time by anyone over this? Had anyone given him the cold shoulder? How much effort had he put in? To compose such a song? She knew nothing. She had just stayed home comfortably enjoying the results. All right. Stop crying. Aren't we having lunch? I'll go cook something delicious for you. Can you hold Lily? I gently patted her back again. The little girl had cried herself tired, and had fallen asleep in my arms at some point. I know. Serena wiped her face on my shirt once more, then crawled out of my arms, pouting as she took Lily into her own arms. At the same time, in downtown Riverside City, Rebecca's face was so dark it looked like it might drip water. Her manager, Ms. Yuan, also had a terrible expression. The atmosphere in the room was stifling. Only Mia in the distance was secretly smiling, looking completely delighted. Rebecca glanced at her manager, finding this old, ugly woman even more useless. Ms. Yuan, wasn't my song supposed to go live on Harmony Records at the end of July? What's going on now? The song got pushed back? I'm told it won't go live until early August? The company's already made the ads. I just bought trending topics, and they pull this, pushing my song back without a word, taking over all the trending spots. Ms. Yuan, you're in charge of this. You need to give me an explanation. Ms. Yuan's face grew even darker. Something like this happening already made her unhappy. Now Rebecca was yelling at her too. Shut up! She was even angrier inside. Explanation? You want me to explain? If you're so capable, go find Harmony Records. Why are you getting mad at me? Originally, this campaign over there wasn't supposed to end until mid-August. Who knew this? 7 Memories would come out of nowhere. One song made Harmony Records MV go live early. If she didn't still need Rebecca to make a living, Ms. Yuan wouldn't even want to deal with her. So what do we do now? Rebecca's tone was still very aggressive. Ms. Yuan frowned. Right now they were grasshoppers on the same rope. They couldn't fall out yet. What can we do? We can only wait for this wave to pass, then release your album. However, this time the company definitely won't give as many resources. We'll have to figure it out ourselves. Rebecca also knew this was all they could do. She was just truly unwilling to accept it. She could only silently curse 7 Memories in her heart. It was because of him that the buzz that should have been hers was stolen. When Rebecca turned around and saw Mia in the distance, covering her mouth and giggling, she immediately became even more furious. Mia Parker, can't you see it's chaos over here? Why aren't you coming over to clean up? The harsh, unpleasant voice made Mia unable to resist digging at her ear. Oh, sorry. My contract expires today. I've already submitted my resignation. Haha. This lady isn't serving anymore, Mia said, then laughed loudly. Some people were happy, and some were even happier. After lunch, the happy family of 3 took a taxi out. Today we were going to the car dealership to buy a car. Although the income from the MV collaboration with Harmony Records hadn't come in yet, the savings I had on me were more than enough to buy a car for getting around. The family of 3 arrived at the car dealership. Welcome. Do you have any models you're interested in? The sales associate who greeted us had bright eyes. He had several years of sales experience. A family of 3 coming to look at cars like this meant an 80% chance of closing a deal. I nodded. At home, Serena and I had done our research beforehand, choosing the model before coming. Do you have the H9? The top trim. Yes, we do. Hearing that I indeed had a model I wanted, the salesman's eyes grew even brighter. The H9 top trim, even at the cheapest, cost over $30,000 on the road. Sir, we have the H9 top trim in stock. I generously pulled out my bank card and driver's license, handing them to the salesman. I'll take that one. Paying in full by card. Leaving the dealership and getting home, it was already 5 p.m. Just as I got home, I received a phone call from Angela. Hello? Big talent. Congratulations. Right now, the internet is flooded with that MV. And news about you. This time you're really famous. Mutual joy. Mutual joy. I don't want to be this famous. As for your company, you must have gained quite a bit from this, right? I smiled. This song was submitted to Harmony Records on behalf of Starlight Entertainment. Their company definitely gained quite a bit. These benefits might not be visible right away, but they would gradually show later. If Harmony Records had anything good in the future, they would definitely think of them first. That's all thanks to you, big talent. Let's talk business. When is Serena coming to register? On the other end, Angela teased me once, then asked with a smile. I looked at Serena on the sofa, pretending to be indifferent, but secretly listening to my phone call, and smiled. In a few days. The 3rd at the latest. There are still some things at home. She'll come over after handling them. All right, then I'll be here respectfully awaiting her arrival. Angela was very curious inside. The woman I had been running around for. What kind of personality would she have? The next day, Serena went to find Mia and Ms. Claire. Tomorrow, she would bring them together to Starlight Entertainment. She drove near the Celestial Beauty Entertainment Building before calling Mia. She wanted to give her a surprise. The phone was quickly answered. Serena's face broke into a smile. Even her voice was much brighter. Mia? Guess where I am. Mia was in her rental room, packing her things. After quitting, she was planning to go back to her hometown. She had already decided if this place wouldn't keep her. There would naturally be another place that would. Serena, if you're not at home, where else could you be? Silly girl. I'm downstairs at your company. Come down quick. I have something to tell you. Then wait a moment, Serena. I'll be right down. Mia suddenly felt a bit flustered. Why had Serena come to her company? She momentarily didn't know how to tell Serena about quitting her job and going back home. Before long, she had run downstairs, out of breath. Serena, Mia's eyes curved into beautiful arcs as she quickly walked up to Serena. Serena, you bought a car? Mia looked at the brand new car beside Serena, her face full of disbelief. That man actually bought a car for Serena? Didn't he treat Serena badly? Serena smiled and nodded, holding Mia's hand. Yeah, just bought it today. I have something I want to discuss with you today. Are you free? Serena's eyes curved slightly, her joy evident on her face. Only then did Mia notice that Serena this time seemed a bit different from the last time they met. Her skin was much smoother, her face a bit fuller, and her complexion was clearly much better. Most importantly, the confidence about her seemed to have returned. Serena, I'm free, very free, very free. Whatever it is, just tell me. Mia, come back and be my assistant. Let's call Ms. Claire, too. I'm about to make a comeback. Mia froze. She couldn't believe her ears. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. Really? Serena, you're not tricking me, are you? You're really about to make a comeback? Really? Serena gave a definite answer. I knew it. Heaven never bars one's way. Ha ha ha. Serena, what a coincidence. I just quit my job. Oh, we can be together again. Mia! Do you know where Miss Claire is? Let's go find her now. I know. Right now she's definitely at Qingpu District People's Hospital, taking care of her mother. Every day, except for 4 hours of work. Ms. Claire is there. All right, let's go now then. Serena didn't waste time. She directly told Mia to get in the car. The two of them headed to the hospital. In the car, Mia asked curiously, Serena, you're making a comeback. Does he know? Serena nodded, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curving up slightly. He knows. This comeback. He's the one who went to negotiate the contract for me. Plus, this car was also bought for me by him. Mia's small mouth fell open. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "He negotiated a contract for you? How is that possible?" "Bikes, Serena. You're not tricking me, are you?" Serena shook her head, speaking very seriously. "It's true. He negotiated a Starlight Entertainment contract for me, and it's the top-tier kind." Mia didn't know what to say. She couldn't figure it out. How could someone like James Rivers negotiate a top-tier contract? Serena saw that Mia wasn't responding, and continued talking about James Rivers. "He treats me really well now." "Don't use that attitude toward him anymore, okay?" "Serena, so protective of your husband. I'm so jealous." "The kind that can't be consoled," Mia pouted, drawing out her words, teasing Serena. Serena's pretty face suddenly flushed pink, but she didn't argue back. Arriving at the hospital, Serena knocked on the door with worry in her heart. The moment she saw Miss Claire, she almost cried. Miss Claire's once thick black hair now had streaks of gray. Her once beautiful face was now weathered, looking extremely haggard. Wearing simple clothes that had been washed until faded, she looked just like Serena used to. When she saw Serena, Miss Claire completely froze, staring intently at her. Serena didn't know what to say. The two faced each other, momentarily speechless. It was Mia, who ran in first and took Miss Claire's hand. "Miss Claire, Serena and I came to see you. How is your mother doing?" Only then did Miss Claire react, a bit flustered, her hands wringing together. "You're here. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Look at me like this. Serena, come in and sit. I just coaxed Mom to sleep. She's still healthy, eating well. One more surgery and she'll be fine." Speaking of her mother, Miss Claire finally showed a hint of a smile. Though that smile still held a trace of bitterness, she was completely drained. She still owed over 100,000 outside. She had already borrowed from all relatives and friends. What would she use to pay for the next surgery? Serena walked into the hospital room and sat down. She lowered her head and bit her lip, like a child who had done something wrong. Not daring to look at Miss Claire anymore, Mia patted Miss Claire's hand, her gaze directed toward Serena. Miss Claire also looked toward Serena, looking carefully. After a moment, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She walked over and sat beside her, holding her hand. "Serena, I'm very happy you came to see me. Seeing you like this now makes me even happier. It means you're living well. When I tried to stop you before, it was also for your own good. Don't hold it in your heart." "Miss Claire, I'm sorry." Serena couldn't hold back anymore. She threw herself into Miss Claire's arms, tears falling like rain. Miss Claire gently patted Serena's back, speaking softly. "No need to apologize. What mother blames her own child? I truly see you as my daughter. Stop crying now. Cry any more, and you'll become ugly." Serena was an orphan, but ever since graduating from college, Miss Claire had always been taking care of her, from when she was still unknown, to when she participated in a singing competition and became famous, to when she left the industry. Miss Claire was always by her side. Miss Claire had watched her grow up step by step, so when she impulsively left the industry that year, the one hurt most wasn't her, but Miss Claire. Miss Claire just kept gently comforting Serena, until she had cried all her tears, looking up at her with already red and swollen eyes. Only then did Miss Claire smile gently at her. Serena pressed her lips together. "Miss Claire, I'm about to make a comeback. Will you be my manager again?" Hearing Serena say this, Miss Claire froze, then furrowed her beautiful brows. "Setting aside the comeback talk first, what about your child? You're comfortable leaving that James Rivers kid to watch her?" Compared to Mia, Miss Claire was more rational. She remembered clearly. That kid didn't look proper. Not like someone who knew how to take care of children. But Serena nodded. "James Rivers is Lily's father. He'll take good care of Lily. Trust him." Miss Claire rubbed her temples, not knowing what had happened, but seeing Serena's very resolute appearance. "Fine. Let's say he can take care of the child well. You should know a comeback isn't easy. Do you have any company to sign with now? Even if you've signed, what resources will the company give you? Miss Claire, take a look. This is the contract from Starlight Entertainment." Serena hurriedly took the contract from her bag, handing it to Ms. Claire, afraid that if she was even a moment slower, she wouldn't believe her. Seeing the contract, Ms. Claire paused, and it was Starlight Entertainment, one of America's big three. All right, let me see. With that, Ms. Claire took the contract and reviewed it carefully. Then the more she read, the more shocked she became. By the end, her hands had begun to tremble slightly. What kind of divine contract was this? Had Serena kidnapped the boss of Starlight Entertainment? This was completely an unequal contract. For an entertainment company, many of the clauses in here were like tyrannical terms Serena had imposed on Starlight Entertainment. For example, top-tier resources. For example, unlimited freedom. For example, a 2-year contract. Miss Claire suddenly looked up. Is this real? It's real. Miss Claire, look. It even has Starlight Entertainment's seal on it. How could it be fake? Come on. Serena, tell me honestly. How did you get this contract? Seeing that Miss Claire finally believed her, Serena finally relaxed, her face slightly red. James Rivers went to Metro City and got it for me. He wrote a song for Starlight Entertainment. James Rivers? Miss Claire almost couldn't believe her ears. James Rivers negotiated a contract for Serena, and even wrote music? Wasn't this absurd? The world was truly a strange place. Serena, don't blame me for not believing. Does he know how to write music? Even if he knows how to write music, what kind of song would be worth a contract like this? Serena, don't be fooled. Miss Claire? James Rivers really did write music. Seeing that Miss Claire didn't believe him, Serena hurriedly took out her phone and opened TikTok, clicking on the 7 Memories account and holding it up to Miss Claire. Miss Claire took the phone with half belief. Even Mia beside her leaned over to look. She also didn't believe that man could write music. But the next moment, oh my God! Over 100 million likes. Mia screamed. Then she shrank back, smiling apologetically in embarrassment. This was a hospital room. Yelling this loud would disturb the patients. Miss Claire was also stunned. What video had over 100 million likes? Then she saw the account name, 7 Memories, with Harmony Records collab behind it. 7 Memories? Harmony Records? So that's how it was. Miss Claire didn't even need to open the video, because they had all already seen this video. Miss Claire looked up in a daze. 7 Memories is James Rivers? Mia also exclaimed in amazement beside her, but this time she kept her voice down. 7 Memories, the most mysterious and hottest person on the entire internet right now. That's right, he does seem to have the last name Rivers. The shock of the two made Serena blush again. Him being recognized made her very happy too, she said seriously. Rivers 7 Memories. His daughter's full name. Oh my God, a big shot was right beside us. So before, he was acting like a pig to eat the tiger? How annoying. Miss Claire had also come to her senses by now. She looked up and returned the phone to Serena, her expression somewhat complicated. Serena could live well. With a bright future ahead, she was naturally very happy. It's just... Serena, with your conditions, you could definitely find a better manager. Count me out. No. Miss Claire, why? You don't want me anymore? Mia and Serena spoke up at the same time. Serena's face was even full of grievance. Miss Claire sighed and looked toward the hospital room. You can see my situation. My mother needs care. I really can't leave. You can hire a caretaker. Technology is so advanced now. You can check in remotely any time. Mia said directly. Serena also looked at Miss Claire with eyes full of hope. Miss Claire looked troubled. How could she not know she could hire a caretaker? But her current financial situation, how could she afford to do that? Besides, following Serena like this, she would only drag her down. Serena, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I want to stay by my mother's side. You two should go. Miss Claire turned away. Serena, you must cherish such a good opportunity. Don't be impulsive anymore in the future. Miss Claire rubbed Serena's hair, steeling herself to turn away and not look at her anymore. Serena bit her lip. She didn't understand why Miss Claire wouldn't go with her. She came with hope, and left with disappointment. The whole way, Serena and Mia were both silent. Serena dropped Mia off. then drove home alone. The door opened. I was playing games with Lily. Seeing Serena, I couldn't help but freeze. She had been crying? What happened? Did everything go smoothly? When in doubt, ask, I asked directly. Serena pouted and sat down on the sofa. The moment she saw me, she felt like she had found someone to lean on, and again felt a bit like crying. Miss Claire won't come with me. Why? I scratched my head. In my memories, that strict woman should have adored Serena. I wondered why she wouldn't agree. Serena recounted what she had seen and heard at the hospital today. To me, she told me with grievance. I listened quietly. After hearing everything, I thought for a moment and nodded. I understand now. You really are a dummy. Stay home and watch Lily. I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going? Serena pouted, her face full of unhappiness. I didn't know if she was unhappy because I called her a dummy, or unhappy because I wasn't staying with her at this moment. I'm going to get back someone important to you. Dummy. I first went to a home care agency, then drove to the hospital Serena had mentioned. I didn't go directly to find Miss Claire, but first found the doctor. I learned from the doctor the specific condition of Miss Claire's mother, then went up to the inpatient ward, arriving at room 302. Outside the room, I adjusted my mood, trying to make my expression cold, and knocked lightly on the door a few times. Footsteps came from inside. A moment later, the door opened. Miss Claire, her eyes slightly red, appeared before me. Seeing me, Miss Claire couldn't help but freeze, not knowing what I had come for. Miss Claire, aren't you going to invite me in first? My voice was calm. Miss Claire said nothing, but still stepped aside, letting me into the room. Claire, is this your friend? As soon as I entered the hospital room, I saw an elderly woman with graying hair, her cheeks sunken to the bone, sitting propped up on the bed, looking toward me. Before Miss Claire could answer, I had already walked quickly to the bedside, taking her mother's hand. Auntie, my wife is Miss Claire's friend. My wife came by once before. You were sleeping at the time, so she didn't want to disturb you. So you're Claire's friend. Young man, you're all so kind. For my Claire to have friends like you, it's her blessing. Miss Claire's mother gently patted my hand, her face full of kindness. It's just that her stick-thin body was heartbreaking to look at. What is Auntie saying? We're the blessed ones to have Miss Claire as a friend. My wife talks every day at home about how great Miss Claire is. I've heard it so much my ears are about to go numb. It's just a pity that, this time, for the job my wife wants Miss Claire to join her for, she's worried about Auntie's health and won't go. Auntie doesn't know. My wife came home so sad, kept muttering to me about it. Miss Claire's expression behind me suddenly changed. So Serena had sent him as a persuader? What job? Claire, what's going on? Miss Claire's mother didn't know the specifics of her daughter's work. Hearing me say this, her gray eyebrows immediately furrowed. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. There's no job. My job is fine. Miss Claire glared at me, hurriedly explaining to her mother. Although Miss Claire's mother was nearly 70, she wasn't stupid. She knew it was definitely because she made her daughter worry, that it affected her work. She immediately gripped my hand tightly with both hands, asking, Young man, Claire has troubled you all. This girl is very stubborn. Tell me, what job is it? I showed a troubled expression looking at Miss Claire, then said, Auntie, look at this mouth of mine. Can't keep anything secret. Mainly this job requires travel. The original plan was to hire a caretaker to look after Auntie. Miss Claire isn't comfortable with that. She wants to take care of Auntie herself. Claire, you child, why didn't you tell Mom about something like this? If the job needs you to travel, then go. Miss Claire's mother heard me speak and turned to look at her daughter. Mom, Miss Claire was anxious, hating me even more inside. It was true she wanted to stay here and take care of her mother, but the fundamental reason was she couldn't afford to leave. Where would she get the money to hire a caretaker? Even the money for the next surgery was already draining her. Miss Claire, let's talk outside. My expression remained calm, as if completely ignoring Miss Claire's angry gaze. I held Miss Claire's mother's hand, speaking kindly again. Auntie, don't worry. I just need to talk with Miss Claire for a moment. After saying that, I stood up and left the hospital room. Miss Claire gritted her teeth, looking at her mother, then followed me out. In the hallway, Miss Claire looked up and glared at me. What exactly do you want? Just consider me a bad person. I just don't want Serena to be sad. Oh, right. I've already paid for Auntie's next surgery. I've also arranged for a caretaker. Here's the phone number. You can choose the person yourself. I answered calmly. The height difference between us made me seem like I was looking down slightly. James Rivers. Are you giving me charity? Miss Claire laughed angrily. You're overthinking it. It's a loan. It'll be deducted from the salary Serena pays you later. You and Mia. This time, Serena is hiring you directly. It has nothing to do with Starlight Entertainment. I don't care how much she pays you. Anyway, this is my money. You have to pay me back. I had a complete rogue attitude. Anyway, the surgery money and caretaker money, I've already paid. They won't refund it either. What you do next is none of my business. After I finished speaking, I didn't give Ms. Claire time to react. I turned and walked quickly toward the exit. James Rivers, don't tell Serena. When I was about to reach the door, Ms. Claire's voice came from behind. I didn't turn back, just waved my hand. Ms. Claire just watched my figure disappear through the door, her expression complicated. On this side, I had just gotten home. When Serena sidled up, her face full of curiosity, I deliberately didn't notice, but happily picked up Lily. What does Lily want to eat tonight? Serena's expression completely froze. She watched in disbelief as I walked past her. I like everything Daddy cooks. The little girl really knew how to flatter, she said, completely not noticing that her mother now had a sulky face. Great. Then Daddy will go cook right now. With that, I kissed the little girl's cheek, heading toward the kitchen. James Rivers. I'm angry now, Serena pouted, her face full of grievance. This person was ignoring her again. Didn't he know she was waiting anxiously at home? What is it? I turned around. My innocent expression made Serena even angrier. When he left, he had gently called her dummy. Now that he was back, he was playing dumb. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Serena plopped down on the sofa, crossing her arms and turning away, not looking at me anymore. That little temper was quite something. I smiled, deciding not to tease her anymore. When you leave tomorrow, remember to bring your 2 loyal bodyguards. With your temper, if you go out without them, you'll get bullied to death. Serena suddenly turned back, her eyes shining. The speed of her mood change surprised even me. Miss Claire agreed. What do you think? All right. I need to go cook. Please don't bother me. James Rivers, how did you do it? In the end, Serena still couldn't get me to tell her how I did it. Whenever she asked, I played dumb. But this didn't affect the way her eyes shone when she looked at me. Ever since James Rivers changed, there seemed to be nothing he couldn't do. I calmly enjoyed Serena's admiring gaze. I was a big shot now. Any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. The income from the Harmony Records collab had made my wallet swell, bulging beyond description. Speaking of Ms. Claire's situation, after Serena told me, I had already guessed the reason. When someone doesn't even have food to eat, how could they follow you to chase dreams? Early the next morning, Serena was already up. Today I also rarely didn't go out jogging. The two of us worked together seamlessly in the kitchen, making breakfast together. Serena's luggage was already packed and placed in the living room. Lily was still sleeping. She didn't plan to wait for Lily to wake up before leaving. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to bear it then. Breakfast was quickly made. Serena quietly ate breakfast. I sat beside her, talking on and off. We were like an ordinary family. The wife was about to leave for work far away. The husband rambled on with reminders. Remember to call often when you get there. Otherwise, Lily will miss you. I've already told them there. You'll be arriving today. Metro City isn't far either. Come back when you have time. If anything happens outside, remember to tell me. Don't be a dummy and keep it all inside. Serena ate porridge while listening to me talk. Her heart suddenly felt a bit empty. She was a little reluctant to leave home. Serena ate this meal very slowly, even when the porridge was nearly gone, and her phone rang. She was still in a daze. It was only when I reminded her that she reacted and answered. "Hello? Serena, I'm all ready. Ms. Claire is with me. When are you coming over?" "I'll be there in a bit." "Everyone, wait a little longer." "Okay, then see you downstairs at my place. No show, no go." I looked at the luggage. "It's time to go. Don't keep people waiting." Serena nodded. Let me go look at Lily first, then I'll leave." On the other side, at the Starlight Entertainment building in Metro City, Angela had arrived at the office early. It's just that today she was restless at work. With difficulty, it finally reached noon. Calculating the time, Angela went downstairs to the building entrance. That guy's wife would be arriving today. She wanted to see what kind of person the wife he doted on so much was. She only waited a short while before Angela saw a car, with Riverside City plates, drive into the parking lot in front of the building. Angela squinted slightly, looking carefully. 3 people got out of the car. 1 young and lively girl, chattering nonstop. 1 older, already with gray hair, looking steady and composed. Seeing these 2 friends of Serena's, she knew Serena's personality must be very good. She turned her gaze to the woman walking in the middle, an oval face with a rosy complexion, almond eyes as lively as water. This gentle, water-like woman made one feel tender just looking at her. No wonder that guy was like that. Angela adjusted her mood and walked up quickly. "Hello. You must be Serena? I'm the Deputy HR Director of Starlight Entertainment, Angela Lin. On behalf of Starlight Entertainment, I welcome you to join us." Angela smiled and extended her hand, her eyes looking straight at Serena. "Hello, I'm Serena." Serena's voice was gentle. A girl like this, how had that fool James Rivers seduced her before? The professional woman thought to herself, her eyes also showing some complexity. It had to be someone like this, to have the eye, to pick up the useless James Rivers from back then. "Then let me show you around first. After all, you'll be working here for the next 2 years. The sooner you get familiar, the better. After the tour, I'll take you to the artist apartment complex." The group followed Angela into the building. The whole way, Mia was completely shocked. This place was much more luxurious than the Celestial Beauty Entertainment branch in Riverside City. Moreover, at any moment, you could see stars who frequently appeared on trending topics. This was completely incomparable to the Celestial Beauty branch. You had to know that over in Riverside City, a second-tier singer like Rebecca could already throw her weight around. Angela led them into the elevator, going all the way up to the 11th floor, enthusiastically introducing things to them. During this time, many people greeted Angela. Their faces all wore strangely flattering expressions. Serena was quite curious when they saw her, their eyes clearly carrying envy. She didn't understand. Wasn't Angela just the Deputy HR Director? Why was everyone looking at her with such expressions? Moreover, what puzzled Serena even more was, she even saw a balding middle-aged man, wearing an HR Director badge, proactively stopping to greet Angela, and even greeting her as well. Serena was a bit flattered and responded. This director, named Victor Jung, had such a nice disposition, being so polite even to her. You had to know that back at the Celestial Beauty branch, any leader there, meeting people would always have their nose in the air. At this moment, Angela stopped at the end of the hallway. She pointed to the lounge room ahead, speaking to Serena. "From now on, this will be your private lounge. Usually, when there's nothing on your schedule at the company, you can rest here when you're free." Serena looked up. She saw this lounge room had its door tightly closed, with a keypad lock installed, and her name was indeed written on the nameplate. Angela pressed the passcode. While introducing these codes to Serena, the initial passcode is 6 sixes. You can change the passcode later. Done. Go in and see your lounge. The door opened. Everyone stepped inside. Mia was the first to exclaim, "Wow! Oh my God, this lounge is huge! And the decor is so luxurious." Besides Miss Claire being a bit calmer, even Serena was shocked. She had never seen such a luxurious lounge. Angela looked at their surprised expressions, and also smiled. Not everyone gets this treatment. Top-tier resources means the lounge naturally has to be top-tier too. At this moment, the door to the adjacent room suddenly opened. An elegant woman, in high heels, walked out from inside. Behind her followed a bespectacled young assistant, who then greeted Angela. "Ms. Yang, you're personally showing someone around?" "Yes." "Lena, are you heading out?" Angela replied, her expression calm. "Yes, there's a meet and greet this afternoon. I need to go out." "Ms. Yang, you're busy. Go ahead. I'll leave first." After Lena finished speaking, she glanced at Serena and the others, didn't greet them, and elegantly walked away in her high heels. "Let's go too. It's already noon. The floor above is all meeting rooms. Usually you only go up there for company meetings. Other times you basically won't need it. I won't take you to tour there. Let's go straight to the artist apartment complex. You can put down your luggage, then we'll go eat." "My treat." Angela turned back, her face breaking into a smile again as she spoke to Serena. Serena just felt she was being overly enthusiastic. Today, Serena had a pretty good impression of this company. It was just a bit strange. Some people were clearly much more enthusiastic toward her. Getting into the elevator, Serena suddenly asked quietly, "Miss Yang, are you very close with James Rivers?" After asking this question, she clearly saw the smile on Angela's face suddenly freeze. So that was it after all. Serena's gaze darkened, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. "Not really. When he came, I was also the one who received him. The cooperation was always followed by me, so I'm just a bit more familiar with him." Angela quickly said, Serena only gave a soft response, saying nothing more. Everyone went downstairs. Angela still drove her gray Mercedes. Going ahead, Serena slowly followed behind. Mia started carefreely talking about the good things here as soon as she got in the car, until Miss Claire signaled her. She suddenly realized Serena's mood didn't seem very good. She had clearly been happy just a moment ago. "Serena, what's wrong?" Mia grabbed the front seat and asked curiously. "Nothing. Mia, keep talking." "Nothing but like this?" Mia didn't understand at all. She turned her head to seek help from Miss Claire. Miss Claire smiled without speaking. She could tell at a glance. Someone had fallen into a jar of vinegar. "Lily, be good. Daddy will make you a little tiger. Can we stop crying?" At home, I now had a splitting headache. Ever since Lily woke up, she had been demanding to find Mommy. I had coaxed her in every way possible, but Lily only cried more miserably. Yesterday I had assured Serena that I would take good care of Lily. Now I just wanted to say one thing. This humble servant cannot do it. Clearly before, when Serena was home, Lily was always clinging to me, never crying or fussing. What was going on now? Facing this situation, I also wanted to cry. I had thought I was a king. Now reality proved I was just bronze tier. I made a tiger face with a grimace, but Lily's little pearl tears still fell drop by drop. "Daddy's bad. You hid Mommy away." "I want Mommy." Lily sat on the sofa, looking like she wouldn't give up, until she saw Mommy today. I squatted in front of the sofa, scratching my head. What to do? Serena had only been gone half a day. Should I call her back now? Then she would laugh herself to death at me. No way. I was torn. The tiger image on my face collapsed instantly. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. I glanced at it absently. The next moment, my eyes suddenly lit up with joy. My savior had arrived. I wanted to cry. I hurriedly grabbed the phone. It was an Instagram message from Serena. Just 2 simple words. "Are you free?" I hastily sent a message. "Yes. Definitely yes. Aren't you busy?" Serena had finished lunch and was resting in the apartment, looking at the message on her phone, her expression calm, seemingly carrying a hint of murderous intent. Had lunch with Ms. Yang today. What kind of off-topic answer was this? So what if she had lunch with Ms. Yang? Why did she have to tell me? I scratched my head, not having time to think much, and hurriedly pressed video call. Serena's cold, pretty face appeared on the screen. I grinned, then pointed the phone toward Lily. Hey, Lily misses you." "James Rivers. Is this what you call taking good care of Lily?" I pretended not to hear, my face full of innocence. I saw the little girl with tears streaming down her face. Now she had finally seen Mommy in the phone. She used her small hands to wipe away tears with all her might. Aggrieved. Mommy, did Daddy hide you away? Mommy doesn't want me anymore? Lily, be good. Mommy just went to work. I'll be home soon. Serena, on the other end, gently coaxed the little girl. The tears gradually stopped falling. Her little hands held the phone, wanting to get closer to Serena. At this moment, I just felt in my heart. I had suffered 10,000 tons of damage. I had coaxed her for half a day, making funny faces and pretending to be a tiger, and it wasn't as good as one sentence from Serena. Serena coaxed her a few more times. Willie finally stopped crying completely. I breathed a sigh of relief. After coaxing the little girl, I turned the phone back toward myself, my eyes shifty like a thief, not daring to look at Serena. James Rivers, can you really take care of a child or not? Serena's questioning voice came from the phone. I immediately refused to accept it. Who are you looking down on? Today was just an accident. If I went out, you couldn't coax Lily either. My face was full of defiance. Serena looked at me deeply. Didn't this person have any self-awareness? Wait, that wasn't why she called. This man was changing the subject. Serena's gaze darkened. She pretended to ask casually, You and Ms. Yang are very close, huh? It's all right, I answered casually, completely unaware that I was, frantically testing the edge of a cliff. It's all right? Serena's deep gaze looked at me, repeating once. I vaguely sensed a cold current approaching. Yeah, it's all right. Are you getting used to things there? Not used to it. I have things to do. Hanging up now. Serena shot me a look, deciding not to bother with me anymore. The video was suddenly cut off. Only then did I slowly realize she was angry. How unreasonable, getting shot while lying down. I put down the phone, looked at my daughter curled up on the sofa, no longer crying and fussing, becoming adorable again, and grinned. For the next 2 consecutive days, Serena called home once a day. This relieved me quite a bit. But what puzzled me was, every time she called, she only talked to our daughter. When it came to me, it was as if I owed her 8 million. Not a single pleasant expression. I could only comfort myself. Women always have a few days like this every month. Just bear with it and it'll pass. These 2 days, Serena was very free, either at the apartment or at the company lounge. The company didn't give her any schedule at all. Ms. Claire kept contacting outside songwriters, but unfortunately there were no results. This made Mia complain all day. For example, right now, she was lying face down on the sofa, hugging a pillow and complaining. Serena, what's with Starlight Entertainment? They don't give you any activities. Don't even release news of your comeback. How is this any different from not coming back? Ms. Claire also had a face full of worry. These 2 days? She had already contacted quite a few songwriters from the industry before, but as soon as they heard Serena wanted to make a comeback, they all tactfully declined. After all, no one was stupid. Someone who had been out of the industry for over 2 years. No buzz, no resources. Writing songs for her, wasn't that just throwing money out the window? Be patient and wait a bit longer. There will be a way, Serena comforted Mia. These 2 days, she had also been trying to compose, but she was always just missing a bit of inspiration and couldn't produce anything. This made her remember what I had said. If it were 7 Memories, he could definitely make an even better song than this. Thinking of this, Serena couldn't help but feel discouraged. She seemed to be inferior to him in everything now. Why don't you ask James Rivers? Mia suddenly flipped over and sat up at this moment, saying abruptly. Serena was a bit hesitant. Her purpose in leaving was not wanting to depend on me like this. She thought carefully for a while, before saying, Let's wait 2 more days. If it still doesn't work, I'll call James Rivers. Okay then. Mia hugged the pillow in her arms, her expression somewhat dejected. She didn't understand. James Rivers was Serena's husband. Why couldn't Serena just directly ask him for a song? What Serena and the others didn't know was, in the Starlight Entertainment conference room, David Yang and the executives were having a meeting. Before them lay an invitation. David Yang raised his hand to quiet them. The noisy conference room immediately fell silent. Everyone has seen it. New Music Festival. America's most famous star-making show. The singers who once shone at New Music Festival are basically all in top-tier positions now. Now their show is about to start. We have 2 spots. Let's discuss who should go. After David Yang finished speaking, the conference room immediately buzzed with discussion again. Before long, a refined-looking man spoke up first. I think Diana would work. Beautiful appearance, decent popularity, sings well too. Currently at 2nd tier. If she can get a ranking at New Music Festival, there's a good chance she'll rise to 1st tier. As soon as this man finished speaking, most people present nodded in agreement. David Yang, seeing this, made the decision. Then Diana gets 1 spot. As for the other spot, who do you all think would be suitable? As soon as he finished speaking, Victor Zhang stood up and spoke. Chairman, I think Serena would also work. Serena? David Yang suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the person that young Rivers kid had introduced? She's already arrived at the company? Victor Zhang had just finished speaking, when that refined man spoke up again. Director Zhang, I don't think Serena would work. Even a complete newcomer would be better than her. Not to mention she has no popularity, no works. Just talking about how she left the industry because of marriage back then, her impression with audiences is already not good. Victor Zhang didn't care, waving his hand, firmly arguing. Precisely because of this, we should choose her even more. She's already returned to our company. We need to give her a stage. I've listened to Serena's previous songs. She sings very well. Moreover, Serena's appearance is no less impressive. That being the case, why can't we choose her? The refined man frowned upon hearing this. Director Zhang, you manage HR. I manage operations. Compared to you, I understand better that what a singer needs most is popularity. We're not a charity. Just because she's at the company means we have to give her a stage? Director Pierce, you're talking to me about popularity? Then don't you know who introduced Serena here? May I ask Director Pierce, what's 7 Memories' popularity like? What if he writes music for Serena? 7 Memories? Bradley Pierce, upon hearing the name 7 Memories, was also a bit surprised. Did he dare say 7 Memories had no popularity? He didn't dare. That MV collab with Harmony Records had over 100 million likes. He heard his fans had already reached 50 million. Bradley Pierce pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Are you certain 7 Memories will write music for Serena? All right, stop arguing. This I can confirm. David Yang raised his hand to quiet them, signaling them to stop. That being the case, the personnel will be Diana and Serena. Send out the notice. Seeing the chairman had spoken, Bradley Pierce could only reluctantly nod. He still had another candidate in mind. But, unfortunately, the decision was made before he could speak. At the Celestial Beauty Entertainment branch in Riverside City, Ms. Yuan ran quickly, arriving at the lounge out of breath. Rebecca, good news. This time can be considered a blessing in disguise. Rebecca frowned. What good news? Her enthusiasm met with coldness. Ms. Yuan's excited mood was also dampened. She looked at Rebecca, finding her more annoying the more she looked. The two of them now truly despised each other. But in a situation where Rebecca hadn't fallen yet, she still had to serve this princess. New Music Festival. The company decided to let you participate. Moreover, they've invited the famous songwriter Frank Morrison to write music for you. This can be considered the company compensating you for last time's loss. New Music Festival? Rebecca froze, looking at Miss Yuan for confirmation. Is it that New Music Festival where just getting a ranking means you can enter the ranks of first-tier singers? Yes. Could there be 2 new music festivals? Rebecca, this is your opportunity. You must seize it well. You have no idea how much effort I spent to get you this chance. Seeing Rebecca become serious, Ms. Yuan also relaxed, even changing how she addressed her. New Music Festival. I'm about to become famous. Only then did Rebecca react, jumping up from her chair, overjoyed beyond words. She didn't hear at all that Ms. Yuan was taking credit. She only heard the news that she was about to become famous. Rebecca, there's still 3 days before it starts. Let's stay calm. This time, the famous songwriter Frank Morrison is writing music for you. You must sing it really well, Ms. Yuan advised, hoping Rebecca wouldn't get too excited. After all, only if Rebecca became famous could she get a bigger cut. This time, Ms. Yuan also hoped she could achieve a good ranking. But Rebecca didn't think so. Hearing Frank Morrison made her even more excited. Is it Frank Morrison who's known as the godfather of music? Then isn't victory guaranteed? What is there to worry about? He and I together are a powerful combination. Ms. Yuan sighed. But thinking about it, she was right. Although Rebecca's character was terrible, her singing skills were genuinely solid. With a song from the music godfather Frank Morrison, this time she could definitely charge into the top 3. In the artist apartment complex in Metro City, Serena received a call from the operations department, notifying her to prepare to participate in New Music Festival in 3 days. After hanging up, Serena's whole being was dazed. Just now they had been discussing what method to use for her comeback. She didn't expect the company to deliver a pillow. Seeing Serena finish the call, her face full of adorable bewilderment, Mia couldn't help but curiously ask, "Serena, who was that?" The company's operations department notified me. In 3 days, I'm participating in New Music Festival. New Music Festival? That New Music Festival? Really? Serena, are you serious? Mia just heard that, and the next moment directly sprang up, grabbing Serena's shoulders and shaking her back and forth, excited beyond words. Serena, is the company really letting you participate in New Music Festival? Ms. Claire sat properly to the side, asking carefully, Yes. The operations department just sent the notice. Serena nodded in confirmation. Ms. Claire's face also showed joy, using New Music Festival as the stage to announce a powerful comeback. Very good. It's just that, now, the most urgent thing is finding a suitable songwriter. I'll contact the songwriters I knew before. Serena, you keep trying to write music. In the next 3 days, we must find a good song to make a statement with the first shot of the comeback. The 3 of them divided up the work clearly. Mia started selecting food for today's lunch. Miss Claire picked up her phone and started contacting songwriters. Serena spread sheet music flat on the table and began thinking. At this moment, in Riverside City, James Rivers and I were teaching Lily her second nursery rhyme. These 2 days, Lily had been very well behaved, although it might be because Serena called home every day. I felt my contribution was also significant. At least now I had completely gotten used to the routine of coaxing a child. Lily clapped her little hands to keep rhythm for me. I wore a gray wolf hat, pretending to be fierce, but my mouth sang cute lyrics. Little bunny, be good. Open the door now. Quickly open up. I want to come in. By evening, after dinner, Lily had played all day and couldn't resist her drowsiness. Her little head kept nodding down, yet she still persevered, insisting on hearing me finish the bedtime story. Before falling asleep, it was only 7 p.m. now. These 2 days, I had been thinking constantly about what song to prepare for Serena. But until now, I still had no clue. There were too many songs from the old world. It momentarily left me confused. Moreover, on Serena's side, ever since arriving at Starlight Entertainment, there seemed to be no news coming back. I thought for a while, still with no clue. So I opened TikTok, planning to scroll through videos for a bit before sleeping. Just Want to Be Ordinary was still trending online. I scrolled through 3 or 4 videos, basically encountering a related video each time. Quite a few netizens exclaimed that after listening to 7 Memories music, their ears couldn't hold any other songs. They had even spontaneously formed a 7 Memories fan club, with avatars all being Lily's expressions when singing Courage Explosion. Only then did I discover that I didn't know since when they had made Lily's expressions into stickers and were using them with great delight. Fortunately, most netizens' attention was on 7 Memories. Only a minority of mom fans and child fans were fans of Lily. Otherwise, the little girl would have to wear a mask when going out in the future, which would be troublesome, besides the buzz around Just Want to Be Ordinary. The hottest topic online right now was the upcoming New Music Festival. New Music Festival happened once a year. Each time, 1 or 2 hit songs would emerge. This kept many people always buzzing with discussion, and the fans of singers participating in this new music festival were even more actively rallying votes for their idols. Every edition of New Music Festival was conducted entirely through live stream. There were 4 famous veteran mentors voting. There was no possibility of a tie, because there was still one vote that would be cast by netizens in real time. This also maximized audience participation. Early the next morning, I was awakened by the phone ringing. Lily beside me had been up for a while. I didn't know how long the little girl had been playing. I just saw her playing happily, patting Lily's little head. I casually picked up the phone. The screen showed an incoming call from that girl Mia. "Hello. What's up so early in the morning?" I asked with a yawn. "Hello, James Rivers. You need to take care of Serena. She's obsessed. She hasn't slept since last night." Mia spoke quietly, like a thief. She was calling me behind Serena's back. What happened?" I frowned. Why didn't this woman know to take care of herself? I had spent so much effort to finally fatten her up a bit. Don't let her get thin again. Serena is participating in New Music Festival, but we don't have a song. Serena's been trying to compose one. She's become obsessed. I scratched my head. I didn't expect Serena had only been gone a few days, and already had to compete. Originally, in the cooperation terms with Starlight Entertainment, I was supposed to write music for her. This was truly my oversight. I was still thinking about songs over here, but over there, the fire had already reached her eyebrows. Got it. I'll call her. Mia, also thank you for helping me take care of her. Who's helping you? I'm taking care of Serena because it's only natural. I won't say more. Serena's coming out. Mia hurriedly hung up, looking a bit guilty at Serena. Fortunately, Serena hadn't slept all night. Her mental state was very poor right now. She didn't notice her little action. Serena was very frustrated right now. She felt she was about to grasp that melody, but every time she was just a bit short. She didn't understand what was missing, so her mood was naturally bad. Just then my call came through. Serena quickly adjusted her mood and answered. "Hello. Does Lily miss me?" "If Lily doesn't miss you, am I not allowed to call you?" "I'm your husband." My voice came from the phone. Serena's face turned slightly red. This was the first time I had called myself her husband. Serena didn't respond. For a moment, both of us fell silent. After a while, a sigh came from the phone. "You're participating in New Music Festival. Why didn't you tell me? Something that could be easily resolved. Why make yourself so tired? If you really hurt your health, Lily will be very sad," I said helplessly. In my eyes, this was clearly something that could be easily accomplished. Serena could have just told me directly, but she didn't. Serena had stayed up all night. Her spirit was already on the verge of collapse. Now, hearing me ask like this, Serena felt like I was interrogating her. She suddenly felt an enormous sense of grievance well up inside her. She unconsciously bit her lip. A stubborn look flashed across her face. Tears gradually filled her eyes. Serena didn't speak. She was afraid her voice would reveal her current state. I couldn't see her expression. I instinctively frowned. A moment later, I suddenly heard sobbing from her end. She was crying? What happened? I just felt it was absurd. I didn't seem to have said anything. What a headache. This emotional stuff was a bit hard to handle. Why are you suddenly crying out of nowhere? I still couldn't help myself. Serena felt she was so useless. "James Rivers," Serena spoke with a crying voice. Her voice very loud. To my ears, it sounded somewhat like anger turning to embarrassment. "I'm listening." This was the first time I heard Serena talk to me like this. Her voice trembling, full of grievance. I suddenly imagined her expression right now. Serena biting her small lip, tears still glistening in her eyes. She also realized she had lost her composure. It's just that there were words she couldn't say, and it felt terrible keeping them inside. "James Rivers, do you think I'm completely useless? Only knowing how to depend on you. I don't want to be like this. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you. I'm just worried about your health." Forgetting to write music was truly my oversight. So that's what he was thinking about. What I said earlier did have some problems. I slowly realized, and quickly said with a smile. Serena's words were cut off by me before she could finish. On the other end, I laughed, laughing as if I was happy. She was already so upset, and he didn't even notice and was still laughing. Serena felt even more aggrieved. After meeting the professional woman Angela, she suddenly felt that compared to her, she seemed to have nothing. That professional woman had figure and figure, had elegance, and was talented too. Moreover, from her eyes, Serena could see the admiration she had for me. Serena was lost in random thoughts. My voice from the phone continued to reach her. But, Serena, I really want to knock open your little head, to see what's inside. To me, you and Lily are the best gifts heaven has given me. Don't overthink things. I'm telling you very seriously. Serena is my wife, one and only, irreplaceable by anyone. I spoke loudly, my voice extremely firm. Ever since I came to this family, accepted by Serena and Lily, we've been one family. A family where no one depends on anyone else, only leaning on each other. Serena was stunned by my words. She didn't expect me to say such things. What wife? What one and only? These words made Serena's already rosy, pretty face instantly flush red. Serena softly murmured, her mood clearly much better. All right. Don't have such random thoughts in the future anymore. Understand? I'll send you the song tonight. Use these 2 days to practice well. If you die before even entering battle, wouldn't that be slapping this Rivers fellow in the face? My voice continued from the phone. Serena heard this boastful talk and laughed out loud. And this Rivers fellow? Someone who didn't know would think he was some historical figure. However, that phrase, die before entering battle, was quite good. I didn't even know when I suddenly became so cultured. Then I'll have to see what kind of song your Rivers fellow actually wrote. After being convinced by me, Serena let it go. Go sleep quickly. Only with energy can you practice singing well. Then hung up the phone. I heard the dial tone in the phone, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Coaxing a wife felt even harder than coaxing a child, but fortunately, neither could stump this Rivers fellow. I took out a pen and sheet music from the drawer, starting to deliberate which song would be suitable. If others knew about my dilemma right now, they'd probably be furious to the point of vomiting blood. Others exhausted their heart and soul to compose one song, while I didn't know which to choose among tens of thousands of songs. Deliberating for half the day, I still couldn't decide. I had too many good songs in my heart. For a moment, they all crowded in my head, competing, making my thoughts very chaotic. I irritably opened the window. A cool breeze blew over, lessening the irritation in my heart. Downstairs in the apartment complex, a young couple was saying goodbye. The young man pulled a large suitcase, his face full of reluctance. The girl's eyes were misty with tears, lingering in parting. Seeing this scene, I suddenly remembered a phrase. Love rises with the wind. When the wind stops, feelings remain. They were parting now. When the young man returned, would they still be together? It was unknown. But the young man still had to go to the wider world outside, to venture and see. Thinking of this, I was suddenly struck with realization. Then I walked quickly to the desk, picked up a pen, and wrote on the sheet music. The wind rises. Now my head was filled with this familiar melody. Back when this song was released, it was an unforgettable part of so many people's youth. Spreading out the sheet music, my eyes carried a hint of nostalgia. Bit by bit, I wrote the notes onto it. Yetually, I completely immersed myself in this wonderful music. My mouth also unconsciously began humming along. I didn't know how much time had passed. Until Lily's call rang out, I finally snapped awake. Daddy! Num-nums. I immediately broke into an auntie-like smile. Is my little girl hungry? Daddy will prepare lunch right away. My daughter's words were imperial decree. As my daughter's servant, I didn't dare delay a single moment. Putting down the pen, I turned and went into the kitchen. 2 hours later, father and daughter lay sprawled on the sofa, full and satisfied. Lily giggled, not forgetting to rub Daddy's little belly. Then she also burped. Father and daughter immediately dissolved into a playful heap. Serena's video call also came at just this moment. Her eyes still had dark circles under them, clearly still not having slept enough. Seeing father and daughter looking so lazy like this, Serena felt extremely jealous inside. Oh, some people are out working hard, while some people are at home enjoying family happiness. One big, one small, both heartless things. Serena rarely put on a pitiful expression, her almond eyes sparkling with accusation. I'm not free either. I've finished writing the song. I'll send it to you in a bit. Lily also sidled over, her matching almond eyes also sparkling, seemingly competing with Serena to see who was more pitiful. I'm not free either. Today I watched at least 2 episodes of cartoons, and learned 5 more numbers. Serena immediately couldn't hold it in, instantly breaking down. She admitted she couldn't win against this little imp. All right. Our Lily worked the hardest. Quick, let Mommy give you a kiss. The little girl immediately happily offered up her small mouth, also rewarding Serena with an air kiss. Hey, don't I get a reward too? I coughed, shamelessly also bringing my face in front of the phone, making Serena's pretty face turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most importantly, the little girl was cheering beside us, telling Mommy to reward Daddy with one too. In the end, Serena really couldn't resist the little girl's enthusiasm, nor could she resist my thick skin. She pursed her lips and symbolically blew an air kiss, just without making a sound. Having received my reward, I grinned from ear to ear. I quickly ran into the bedroom, holding up the completed sheet music in front of the phone camera. See? I didn't lie to you. I really finished writing it. Your kiss wasn't wasted. Serena shot me a flirtatious glance, but inside she was shocked, beyond words. It had only been a few hours, and he'd already finished writing a song? What a blow. She had thought for so many days, had a bit of melody, but couldn't grasp it no matter what. Yet he took only a few hours, and a complete song was done. This man was truly a monster. The family of 3 chatted for a while longer before hanging up. I photographed the music score and lyrics, completely, and sent them to Serena. Serena received the message, somewhat eagerly opening the images. A large title appeared before her eyes. The Wind Rises. What kind of divine song was this? After Serena finished reading the lyrics and music score, she just felt her heart beating a bit faster. Now she finally understood the value of those comments online. What 7 Memories produces, guaranteed masterpiece, meant this was it. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was, I had only used a few hours. To compose such a song, Serena was eager to ask me, what exactly was hidden inside my head? Thinking of this, Serena took a deep breath and picked up the phone. At this moment, I had just finished changing Lily's clothes, preparing to go out and take her to play, when I saw Serena's video call coming again. Is there something else? I didn't understand. Hadn't we just hung up not long ago? Why was she calling again? In the video, Serena's gaze was burning, staring intently at me, making me feel a bit overwhelmed. What is it? My voice started to stammer, my eyes avoiding hers. What did this woman mean? Showing off her beautiful eyes? Can't I video call you if there's nothing? How nice. Learning and immediately applying it. I had just used this reason on her before, and she immediately returned it. This woman was not only pretty, but also held grudges. I thought to myself, but my mouth laughed. Ha ha! Of course you can. James Rivers. What exactly are you hiding from me? Where did that come from? How could she wrong someone like this? I scratched my hair, frowning in confusion. Seeing me like this, Serena's pretty face reddened, a bit angry, her voice unconsciously louder. Your songs? Oh, those? If I said I suddenly had an epiphany one day, would you believe it? Ha ha. Suddenly enlightened, really. I didn't know how to explain, so I could only rub my nose and try to brush it off. Serena looked deeply at me, not pressing further. After a long while, she suddenly spoke. Thank you. I was completely confused by her sudden words, and could only nod. Practice singing well. Lily and I will cheer for you. Okay. Serena's voice was very soft. When she looked up, a smile had appeared on her face. I won't let your song go to waste. I nodded, holding Lily's hand and waving in front of the camera. Lily and I are heading out. The video call ended, Serena held her phone and knocked on Mia's door. Mia, get ready. We're going to the company to practice singing. Practice singing? Do we have a song now? Really? Did James Rivers give it to you? I knew it. He wouldn't abandon you. Mia got excited, her face full of joy, directly grabbing Serena's hand and shaking it, completely not realizing she had let something slip. Serena's face turned slightly red. She shot Mia a look, only then realizing it was this girl who had sold her out. The three of them drove to Starlight Entertainment. Serena planned to stay here for these 2 days, until she was satisfied with singing this song. Only when she actually sang The Wind Rises did she know just how good this song was. After trying it a few times, Serena gradually found the feeling. Her singing became more and more relaxed. If I were here, I would definitely exclaim in amazement. Compared to the original version I had heard, it was almost indistinguishable. Practice time flew by. Before she knew it, it was already afternoon. The three of them came out of the recording room. The door to the room opposite also happened to open at the same time. A cute girl with a doll face also happened to step out from inside at that moment. She paused slightly when she saw Serena, but still nodded friendly to greet her. Serena smiled in response, reciprocating the goodwill. It's just that. The man with gold-rimmed glasses, standing behind her, had his nose in the air, not giving Serena even a single pleasant look. After Serena left, this man coldly snorted. Truly has no eyes, meeting a leader and not even knowing to greet. I don't know what the company chose her for. Uncle, she just joined the company. It would be strange if she knew you. Diana, this time you must sing well, understand? You were chosen by your uncle. Don't embarrass your uncle. Yes, I understand. This girl was Diana, who would participate in New Music Festival alongside Serena. And her uncle was none other than Bradley Pierce. Over the next few days, Serena left early and returned late every day, practicing very hard. This effort made even Mia feel heartache. Miss Claire wasn't idle either. She recovered Serena's Twitter account and posted a comeback announcement. Hello everyone, I'm Serena. On August 7th at New Music Festival, I will set off again. Starlight Entertainment singer Serena is on her way. I hope everyone can support me more in the future. I also hope everyone can interact more under my Twitter. Thank you all. The announcement was very short. Serena's remaining fans were only a few thousand, most of which were fake accounts anyway. So after the announcement was posted, it was like a stone sinking to the bottom of the sea. It didn't cause any waves at all. Only a small number of old fans from before, and some small marketing accounts discovered this announcement. Although Serena had been out of the industry for over 2 years, New Music Festival's traffic was large enough, so these small marketing accounts began writing articles one after another. Through the promotion of these small marketing accounts, quite a few people vaguely remembered this rising starlet from the past. However, they didn't pay much attention. It was old news. Who still cared? August 7th, New Music Festival officially opened. It's just that. This time's New Music Festival director, Ryan Shaw, was very worried, because a song by Seven Memories kept occupying the trending topics, so their New Music Festival's traffic compared to before simply couldn't compare. But New Music Festival happened once a year. It couldn't be postponed because of one person. They could only stubbornly start this New Music Festival. It was a pity they couldn't contact Seven Memories. If they could invite him to sit in the mentor's chair at New Music Festival, the traffic would definitely explode. At this moment, I was completely unaware of all this. I was leading Lily, standing in a long line to enter the arena. That's right, after finishing lunch, I had secretly come to Metro City without telling Serena. Having said I would cheer for her, I naturally had to cheer at the scene. The atmosphere at the scene was very lively. I looked around. Basically everyone had light sticks in their hands. There were also people holding signs supporting the singers they liked, waving them, cheers never stopping. I was truly the odd one out. Only I was like a thief, holding just one little Lily, sneakily finding my seat in the arena. The competition hadn't started yet. Comments in the live stream room were also sending viewers' opinions in real time. I glanced through briefly. The comments seemed to have no one supporting Serena. There were 4 hot candidates for the championship, namely Diana, Rebecca, Sean Fisher, and Bella Monroe. I only knew one of them, Rebecca, the woman who dared to bare her claws at Lily. I hadn't heard of the other 3, so I didn't pay much attention. The competition was about to start, but backstage at this moment was anything but quiet. Serena, why are you here? Rebecca's face turned pale. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. She was seeing Serena backstage again. If you can be here, why can't our Serena be here? Mia directly glared back. That dismissive expression made Rebecca even angrier. Rebecca's gaze flickered. She hadn't expected Serena to appear. Moreover, Mia and Miss Claire were still by her side. This feeling reminded her of how Serena used to always be above her back then. The Serena of the past seemed to have returned. Especially Serena's outfit today made her expression even uglier. Standing in front of her, she was like a clown, inferior in every way. Competing with a fairy was exactly Rebecca's mood right now. Ms. Yuen saw this and quickly pulled Rebecca away. Seeing the gazes of other contestants converging, she quietly advised in her ear, "This is backstage. Don't make a fool of yourself. It's just a Serena. She has nothing now. She's not worth you lowering yourself." Rebecca's expression improved quite a bit after hearing Ms. Yuan's words. That's right. The Serena of now was no longer the rising starlet of back then. What did she have to compete with her? Besides, she still had a song from the music godfather Frank Morrison. She had even less to fear. Thinking this way, Rebecca calmed down again, contemptuously glancing at Serena. So what if she sings well? So what if she's beautiful? She's a married woman. What good song could she possibly produce? The production team naturally didn't know what happened backstage. Outside on the stage, the MC had already taken the microphone and gone on stage. He simply said a few words, then invited the 4 mentor judges to join. Before long, 8 pairs of opponents were selected. Looking at the matchup list on the big screen, I smiled. At this moment, the MC's voice also echoed throughout the hall. Please give a round of applause to welcome the 2 contestants of the first match to the stage. One is from Starlight Entertainment, Serena. One is from Celestial Beauty Entertainment, Rebecca. 2 spotlights appeared at the back of the stage. Serena and Rebecca followed the spotlights, slowly walking onto the stage. You could see Serena was somewhat nervous, someone who hadn't been on stage for a long time. Going on stage for the first time would naturally feel a bit anxious. As for Rebecca, her face was gloomy. She also completely hadn't expected the first match to be this dramatic. Going head-to-head with Serena, the audience below was amazed. Quite a few people didn't recognize Serena. Such a beautiful woman. How had they never heard of her? I also noticed Serena's nervousness. So I lifted Lily up high and waved. At this moment, Lily directly transformed into a cheering sign. Her mouth continuously shouted, "Go, Mommy!" On stage, Serena suddenly saw those familiar figures. She suddenly covered her mouth, looking in disbelief toward that spot in the audience. Those 2 lively figures instantly dispelled the nervousness in her heart. The next moment, her eyes suddenly shone with an unprecedented brilliance. "Daddy! Daddy! Mommy sees us!" Lily's gaze met Serena's. Her short little arms waved even faster. I also looked toward Serena, a gentle smile appearing on my face. Mommy sees Lily. First match, Serena versus Rebecca. Serena sings first. Please give the stage to her. At this moment, the MC's voice echoed throughout the hall again. Then the lights gradually dimmed. On the stage, only 1 spotlight shone on Serena. The background music started. I held Lily in my arms, slowly closing my eyes to listen. I didn't know why, but Serena's pure smile just now was deeply imprinted in my mind, impossible to shake off. Suddenly, I thought of that lyric. Having now passed through this world, everything lingers, turning through different phases of the years, unexpectedly falling into your smile. The melody of the song rang out. The scene unconsciously fell silent. At this moment, on the big screen, the song title also appeared, The Wind Rises. The name was very simple, but the lyricist listed below made everyone's eyes slightly narrow. 7 memories. This unfamiliar singer was actually able to get the mysterious 7 memories to write music for her? Everyone simultaneously perked up their ears. They were now eager to hear what 7 Memories' new song was actually like. Back. Stage. Rebecca's mouth was hanging open in shock. If you looked carefully, you could see her hands were trembling non-stop. The opening melody was very simple, but it firmly captured everyone's ears. Serena's singing voice also rose with it, following the drifting traces of youth. Through long nights, still warm like this, the wind blows up the old days. The scene became so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. They followed the music as if seeing the past again. The footsteps of their youth had never stopped. Serena at this moment had completely immersed herself in the singing. She had practiced this song countless times. Only this time was she most invested. Her glistening eyes looked down at the audience. Down there were the 2 people most important to her. They were all here, even through fire and water, turning through different faces of the years. Another divine song. Whether it was the audience at the scene or those watching the live stream, at this moment they were all completely captivated by the song. Their minds were like flickering lights, surging, collectively remembering the past. Countless faces, both familiar and strange, finally settled on one smile. That was the most unforgettable person of their youth. So this was what The Wind Rises meant. What rose was the wind long buried in their hearts, called youth. The singing continued. Everyone was entranced. The vast arena was dead silent. Everyone followed the song into their memories. Behind the stage, Rebecca slumped to the ground, her face deathly pale. She no longer had the courage to sing. Serena, with the most dazzling appearance, the most perfect singing skills, carrying this nearly invincible song, had completely shattered all her courage. Ms. Yuan stood not far from Rebecca, her eyes full of confusion. Who exactly was the music godfather? She had heard the song Frank Morrison wrote for Rebecca. Now hearing this song by 7 Memories, she felt that song wasn't worthy of holding a candle to this one. Ms. Yuan smiled bitterly. Skill inferior to others was still skill inferior to others. She was crushed before. Now that person had returned powerfully. She was still crushed. Not just backstage was like this. Even the mentors in the judges' seats at this moment were captivated by this song. They were mentors, also veteran singers. At this moment, they all felt a bit envious of Serena. If back then they had such a song to pave their way, perhaps they would have achieved superstar status long ago. Clearly it was telling trivial stories. Returning to find it was still that person, but in the audience's hearts, infinite regret surged. They also wanted to leave for half a lifetime and return with their original intentions unchanged. But regret would forever be regret. They seemed to see in the cold morning light a smiling face, gradually fading and disappearing. At this moment, in the live stream room comments, someone had sent a message. I wondered why we lost each other. It turns out the wind had risen. The originally silent comment section suddenly exploded. Countless people with tears in their eyes sent the same message. All the netizens at this moment broke down. After hearing this song, their hearts were filled with the regrets of youth. They cried while sending comments, telling the stories of their youth, finally all unifying into, I wondered why we lost each other. It turns out the wind had risen. Love rises with the wind. When the wind stops, one song remains unforgettable. Right at this moment, Serena's singing was gradually reaching its end. Her voice, like a clear spring, seemed to be soothing everyone's hearts, and also seemed to be giving youth an answer. The ending of the song seemed to be giving herself an explanation. Everyone woke from the dream of youth. Waking up, life continued. And memories were just emotions triggered by the moment. Memories were regrets, but youth without regrets. How could it be called youth? I didn't know since when. The viewership data backstage had exploded in growth, far exceeding the viewing rates of previous years. Director Ryan Shaw wiped the tears from his eyes. Couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is 7 Memories. The one who makes you cry, then makes you laugh. What kind of immortal is this person exactly? To have such great appeal? When Serena first arrived, Ryan Shaw had somewhat looked down on her, someone who had nothing. If not for Starlight Entertainment's insistence, he would have even wanted to kick Serena out of the show. He didn't expect things to turn around so quickly. Now he just wanted to enshrine Serena on an altar. Great song, beautiful person. She had everything. Ryan Shaw felt not the slightest shame for his change in attitude. It was just making money. Nothing wrong with that. On stage, the singing continued. Ryan Shaw cast aside his random thoughts and continued listening. The music stopped. The lights came back on. Serena also slowly came back. From the lingering notes of the song, she nervously looked down at the audience. The silence below made her a bit flustered. I slowly opened my eyes. Seeing Serena's nervous expression, I couldn't help but smile. Serena sang beautifully, on par with the original version I had heard. Willie curiously looked at the aunties and uncles around her, not understanding why they all had tears in their eyes. Mommy clearly sang so well. She was too young to understand at all. That they were reminiscing about the past. But none of this affected Lily. She extended her little hands, trying hard to clap and cheer for her mother. The next moment, like a chain reaction, thunderous applause echoed throughout the hall. With tears in their eyes, they one by one gave their support to Serena on stage. The new music festival live stream room comments surged like a tide. As expected, Seven Memories produces guaranteed masterpiece. Not disappointed? Too amazing. I'm crying. This isn't the wind rising. This is clearly a tornado, sweeping up memories buried deep in my heart for years. On stage, Serena, at this moment, bowed to the audience below, then reluctantly looked at me and Lily once more, before retreating backstage. The competition continued afterward. Next was Rebecca's performance. Rebecca had somehow gotten up from the ground, watching Serena pass by her. A deep sense of powerlessness suddenly welled up inside her. She didn't know how she had walked onto the stage. Even when the music started, she was still dazed for a moment before reacting. Unfortunately, she was still half a beat slow. The opening was already not smooth. The audience below booed in unison. This made her even more panicked inside. Her singing voice unconsciously went off key. After finishing the song in a daze, backstage, director Ryan Shaw looked at the real-time viewership, couldn't help but frown. What was this Rebecca doing? He knew her singing skills. They had always been very good. How did it turn out like this today? However, Ryan Shaw was only slightly disappointed for a moment, then didn't think about it anymore. After all, she was definitely going to lose. What was there to think about? Today's viewership had already exploded, which was enough. Without any doubt, the final voting result was an overwhelming 5-0 victory. Serena's message also came at this moment, asking to meet me at the backstage exit. Seeing this, I didn't care about the rest of the competition. I carried Lily and left the arena first. As soon as Serena came out, she saw me holding Lily from afar. The warm orange lights stretched out our shadows. A feeling of happiness suddenly welled up in Serena's heart. It was the happiness of a husband bringing the child, under the lights, waiting for his wife to get off work and come home, plain and simple, uncomplicated yet incredibly warm. I saw her the moment Serena stepped out. She was very beautiful tonight, but this beauty was very different from on stage. On stage, she was like a fairy descending to earth, radiantly beautiful, making people not dare to easily approach. "Mommy!" Lily eagerly squirmed out of my arms. Her little feet pattered toward Serena. Serena immediately crouched down, a radiant smile blooming on her face, embracing Lily, who came rushing into her arms. At this moment, I also walked over, a smile on my face as I greeted Mia and Miss Claire. At this point, Serena also stood up, holding Lily. I smiled, looking at Serena. So, was this surprise good? A flush rose on Serena's face, but she still looked straight at me. Yes, very surprising. Then let's find a place to eat. Lily and I haven't had dinner yet. I'm fine, but Lily's little tummy has been growling for a while. Hearing me speak, Miss Claire stepped forward at this moment. Let's go back to the apartment. There's still food there. Home-cooked food is more reassuring. Everyone walked shoulder to shoulder toward the parking lot. It's just that they didn't know, at this moment, their actions. had completely fallen into the eyes of Rebecca, and Ms. Yuan, who had just come out from backstage. Rebecca was holding her phone at this moment, watching Serena's departing figure, a glint of resentment flashing in her eyes. She suddenly thought of a great idea, an idea to utterly ruin Serena's reputation. She had already completely lost. She had to drag Serena down with her. What she couldn't have. What right did Serena have to have? The internet has no memory, but when you appear in their sight, their memory becomes incredibly strong. Serena's past began to be dug up by people, posted on Twitter. Rising starlet from 2 years ago had relationship exposed, left the industry. As soon as this hot topic appeared, it was immediately sniffed out by some unscrupulous media outlets. They began to hype up this topic. For a moment, topics about Serena became hotter and hotter, even somewhat overshadowing New Music Festival. 2 polarized camps also appeared online. One group of people thought that since Serena had left the industry because her relationship was exposed, she shouldn't come back. They couldn't be fans of a married singer. Another group thought that as long as she sang well, whether she was in a relationship was her freedom. Finally, Starlight Entertainment spoke up. Congratulations to our singer Serena for successfully advancing. We hope everyone can support her more in the future. Additional announcement. In the next competition round, Serena will still bring 7 Memories songs to the stage. Furthermore, during this New Music Festival, Serena's songs will be compiled into an album, released on Harmony Records after New Music Festival. As soon as this announcement from Starlight Entertainment came out, the internet immediately erupted. 7 Memories wasn't just writing music for Serena, and it wasn't just one song. This was outrageous. In an instant, the announcement from Starlight Entertainment and the topic of Serena immediately shot up to the #1 trending spot. Even the song The Wind Rises could only stand at #2. As for New Music Festival, it could only pitifully stand at the #3 trending spot. Trembling regarding the explosion online, none of us knew anything about it. After dinner, Serena alone drove me back to the hotel. Lily stayed at the apartment, sleeping with her tonight. Since I transmigrated here, I had basically never been alone with Serena. Now, with suddenly only 2 people in the car, the atmosphere momentarily became somewhat silent. I didn't know what to say. I looked at Serena, who was driving, then turned my head to silently watch the night scenery outside the car window. Serena sensed my gaze, couldn't help but secretly glance at me, but very quickly turned back, her little heart beating somewhat rapidly, her earlobes flushed pink. She tried hard to suppress the strange feeling in her heart, eyes looking ahead, pretending not to care. Until they reached the hotel, the 2 hadn't spoken to each other at all. If someone who didn't know saw this, they would think these 2 people didn't know each other. The car stopped in the hotel parking lot. Only then did I turn my head to look at Serena. Go back. Be careful on the road. Call me when you arrive. Serena lowered her head without answering. Instead, she unfastened her seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and got out first. My heart stirred. What did she mean? I secretly swallowed. Pretending to be calm, I followed and got out of the car. So, do you want to come up and hang out? I asked, my voice still carrying a tremble. In the cramped elevator, I could clearly hear the sound of my heart pounding. Serena wasn't any better. She didn't know what had gotten into her just now. When she heard me tell her to go back, she suddenly didn't want to leave so early. Oh no, why didn't I refuse just now? What should I do next? The 2 had a shotgun wedding. Since marrying me, she had never been intimate with me again. She stared at her shoe tips, not daring to look up, not knowing what to do. While the 2 were lost in random thoughts, the elevator doors opened. Floor 3 has arrived. The room I booked tonight was on this floor. I instinctively stepped out of the elevator. Serena dawdled behind, swiping the card to open the room door. I walked in. There was only 1 bed in the room. Serena's whole being was now dazed. She didn't even know how she had entered the room, how I had closed the door. In the room, there was only the sound of 2 people breathing. What was about to happen seemed predictable, but Serena suddenly felt a bit scared. She wasn't ready yet. She had only just slightly accepted me. She couldn't do anything else. But I completely didn't understand Serena's thoughts. No matter how stupid I was, I knew. what it meant when a woman wanted to go up to a man's hotel room to hang out. I was a perennial bachelor, but that didn't mean I had no EQ. Even if you've never eaten pork, you've seen a pig run, right? Regarding Serena, I had asked myself many times, from initially just wanting to make it up to her, to gradually pitying her afterward, then to slightly liking her, then to admiring her. I understood my own feelings clearly. I sat down, leaning against the edge of the bed, looking at Serena still standing there with her head lowered. I took a deep breath and took the initiative to hold her hand. I looked up directly into Serena's eyes, but the next moment, the fire in my heart suddenly went out. In those beautiful almond eyes of hers, at this moment, there was panic, unease, fear, all kinds of emotions. I let out a deep breath, slowly releasing Serena's hand. I'm going to wash my face. My voice was hoarse. Serena still had her head lowered. She just asked softly with a trembling voice. I washed with cold water for a long time. Before completely calming down, I came out of the bathroom, seeing Serena, and suddenly smiled. She still had her head lowered, standing there foolishly, like a quail. Didn't this dummy know she would make people commit crimes like this? Let's go. I'll walk you down. Serena suddenly looked up at me. Huh? What? Hurry up. I irritably reached out and knocked on her head. It hurt so much that Serena held her head. Her glistening eyes stared at me. Her small mouth also pouted. Oh my, truly a temptress. I could barely stand it. Didn't she know her own appeal? Hurry up. If you don't leave, don't think about leaving tonight. Still feeling aggrieved, I opened the door and started kicking her out. Only then did Serena hurriedly walk outside. Seeing me close the door, she even patted her chest in relief. I walked Serena all the way downstairs. Watching her get into the car, I silently waited for her to drive away. Who would have thought, just as the car started, Serena suddenly rolled down the window, staring at me? Her cheeks flushed pink. James Rivers, why don't you want to? I slapped my forehead and sighed. Hey, what are you saying? It's just that this kind of thing requires both people to want it. Whenever my lady is ready, I'll be more than willing. Serena's face flushed red all the way to her neck. It's just that her eyes became even brighter and more sparkling. I'm leaving. Drive slowly on the way. Call me when you get home. The car drove away. I smiled bitterly and went back to my room. Just as I finished showering, I received a call from Serena. She had arrived back at the apartment. The two of us wished each other good night. It's just that we didn't know. On Twitter, suddenly, a post about Serena appeared, slowly climbing up the trending list. By the next day, this post had risen to the 10th trending spot. Serena cheating, having an affair with the mysterious singer. 7 memories. The post claimed with absolute certainty. It mainly told the story of how Serena and I were married and had a daughter, but our relationship wasn't good. Because Serena wanted to make a comeback, she used her beauty to seduce 7 memories. Only then did 7 memories write music for her. This post was told with a beginning and end. Quite a few marketing accounts shared it, and there were many comments. So early in the morning, it successfully shot up the trending list. Netizens were initially somewhat skeptical when they saw it, but couldn't withstand the one-sided comments below the post, plus all kinds of marketing accounts sharing and promoting it. They went from skeptical to believing, then to cursing Serena. As more and more people woke up and saw this post immediately caused a storm. 9 a.m. This post and Serena's Twitter immediately got pushed to the first and second trending spots. As for me at this moment, I had just finished my morning jog, completely unaware of anything. Serena couldn't sleep last night. The moment she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with scenes from the hotel of me holding her hand. This caused her to wake up in the morning, with 2 huge dark circles, listless and without energy. Miss Claire and Mia exchanged glances, both with worry in their eyes. They thought Serena had seen the trending topics, which was why she had stayed up all night. Mia's eyes carried worry as she walked up to Serena, who had just sat down at the dining table. Serena, what did James Rivers say? Isn't he going to clarify things? This matter. It's best if James Rivers personally comes out to clarify. If you post an announcement, Serena, it will only backfire. Serena's mind was in chaos. Hearing Mia's words, she was dazed for a moment, not understanding what this meant. Clarify what? Did something happen to James Rivers again? Mia was helpless. Only then did she realize that Serena had no idea what had happened. I was even blaming James Rivers for not coming out until now. To defend you, Serena. The rumors online are about to drown your Twitter. Serena, you're still thinking about him now? He's fine. You're the one with problems. Look at your own Twitter. Only then did Serena realize from Mia's tone the seriousness of the problem. She took out her phone and opened Twitter. What appeared before her eyes were countless private messages and dense comment notifications. Serena clicked in. When she saw these malicious private messages, her hands unconsciously trembled. She took a deep breath, continuing to scroll down. Basically, 9 out of 10 messages were cursing her. Exiting the private messages, she finally saw that post, along with several follow-up posts from marketing accounts. After a while, Serena put down her phone and continued eating breakfast, her expression calm, as if nothing had happened. Seeing Serena like this, Mia became even more worried. The online backlash was this huge. Could Serena handle it? Serena, what do we do? Are we just going to ignore it? Serena patted Mia's hand, instead comforting her. Mia, the innocent will be proven innocent. As long as we know the truth, that's enough. Seeing Serena like this, Mia sighed inwardly. Easy to say the innocent will be proven innocent. But when did public opinion ever care about your life or death? Serena's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Actually, she wasn't calm inside either. But James Rivers had always posted music anonymously, which showed he didn't want others to know. That being the case, she couldn't reveal James Rivers' identity. At this moment, the masses of netizens were still waiting for the person involved to come out and explain. They waited for a long time. Finally, they waited for Serena's Twitter to update. They eagerly clicked in. Everyone was stunned. They thought this would be a long PR statement. They didn't expect it to be just 4 simple words. Innocent until proven guilty. What was this? Trying to dismiss them like this? So the online discourse immediately became even more intense. At the Celestial Beauty Entertainment branch in Riverside City, Rebecca was laughing very happily. Although she got scolded by the company when she returned from Metro City, it still couldn't stop her good mood right now. Serena had been successfully dragged into the mud by her. Miss Ewan was beside her, watching Rebecca laugh maniacally. She just felt the woman before her had gone crazy. She had only learned this news this morning. Rebecca had done all these things, while even hiding it from her, the manager. Rebecca, do you know what you're doing? You're slandering her. If 7 Memories really pursues this, you're finished. Hearing Miss Yuan's words, Rebecca just glanced at her with dissatisfaction. What am I slandering? Who knows if those two actually have something going on? You say there's nothing between them. Then, based on what could Serena, that woman who has nothing, make 7 Memories write music for her? I think there's an 80% chance they have a guilty conscience. Look, she can't even give an explanation. Haha, and innocent until proven guilty, pretending to be noble. Ms. Yuan still had a gloomy face and said nothing. She watched Rebecca go crazy. She could only hope that everything Rebecca said was true. Otherwise, she could only abandon Rebecca. I was leisurely showering in the hotel, not expecting my phone outside to ring like crazy, non-stop. Seeing the caller's name, I was a bit surprised. Why was she calling me? Director Yang, what brings you to call? An idle person like me today. Idle? You have the nerve to call yourself idle? Do you know that since you appeared, the trending topics have basically been monopolized by you? On the other end, Angela said irritably. I scratched my head. Thinking about it, she was right. Ever since I released With You for Life, it seemed like trending topics related to me never stopped. Who told me to be born so lovable? Get to the point. Why are you really calling? I shamelessly praised myself. Then got serious. Angela gritted her teeth. She really wanted to beat this man to death. Why was she really calling? Was she not allowed to call him if there was nothing? Weren't they friends? Angela's voice became even more unpleasant. You think I want to call you? It's just about your family's business. What kind of job are you doing? Serena's being smeared like this and you can still sit still? Serena's being smeared? I immediately became serious. What happened to Serena? The unprecedentedly serious tone made Angela's heart ache slightly. It seemed like whenever it involved Serena's matters, this man would become extremely serious. Trending topics. Go look for yourself. Bye. The phone was directly hung up. I frowned, not understanding what this woman was going crazy about. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. I hurriedly opened Twitter. The first thing I saw were several posts at the top of the trending list. The moment I saw the headlines, my face darkened. By the time I finished reading all the posts, and finished reading the messages and comments, on Serena's Twitter, my face had completely darkened. I directly laughed in anger. Ha! You really think my wife is easy to bully? And that dummy, something this big, and she didn't tell me. What was she thinking, carrying this alone? I just wanted to confront that dummy face to face, asking if she actually considered me her husband. However, before asking her, I still had some things to do. Since someone wanted to play, let's play to the end. Rebecca didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. So hard. She hadn't even been happy for long before falling into panic. She didn't expect 7 memories to actually be that pretty boy from before. 10 a.m. Everyone was still buzzing about Serena's cheating scandal when 7 Memories' short video on TikTok was spotted by people scrolling. As the other main character of the incident, and as the mysterious big shot with tens of millions of fans, the moment he posted a video, it was immediately seen by countless people. TikTok didn't even need to push it specially. Fans had already spontaneously pushed this video up. 7 Memories revealing his face to prove himself. This was big news. Everyone hadn't expected that the mysterious 7 Memories would, at this moment, unhesitatingly come forward and post a video. He could have said nothing at all. After all, he wasn't the main target of attack this time. But when everyone clicked on the video, they discovered this wasn't some self-defense video at all. This was clearly a video of showing off love while also condemning. In the video, I was dressed in smart, casual, and although my face was very serious, it still made people's eyes light up. They didn't expect the mysterious 7 Memories to be this handsome. Love it already, but the following words made netizens feel like they had taken 10,000 points of damage. Hello everyone, I'm 7 Memories. Just woke up and saw some very ugly comments online. Many people are questioning why I write music for Serena. Some people are even spreading rumors that Serena is cheating. I just want to ask loudly here. So what if I write music for my wife? My wife doesn't bother with you people. I won't indulge you either. Innocent, until proven guilty, doesn't exist. Originally, I wanted to interact with everyone as an ordinary person. The result was being shunned. Sorry, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. My name is James Rivers. You should be able to find me online. Back then, Serena and I left the industry together because we were dating. After that, we got married and have been together until now. As for why I chose the name 7 Memories, because our daughter's name is Serena Rivers Lily. Now you all know the result. I also want to say to the person who posted that, and those marketing accounts, sorry, I've already collected the relevant evidence. Not a single one of you will escape. Oh, right, and those troll armies. The teams behind you, counting each one. All of you wait for the lawyer's letter. All right, that's all for today. I advise those people to take care of themselves. Peace! Everyone who watched this video was immediately shocked beyond words. They had been arguing for so long, and it turned out they were husband and wife all along. Everyone knew 7 Memories was probably married. After all, Lily had appeared on his TikTok back then. But no one expected that 7 Memories was actually James Rivers? Too crazy. This video instantly spread like wildfire. While everyone was still discussing the video I posted, Starlight Entertainment's Twitter immediately followed up, posting an announcement. Hello everyone, this is the legal department of Starlight Entertainment. Under Mr. Rivers' authorization, regarding the false statements and rumors online, we will continue to follow up. Lawyers' letters have already been sent to the previous poster, and the companies behind those marketing accounts. Before long, official Twitter also came forward. Hello, bloggers. This morning, after our verification, we have now locked 1,500 accounts that posted false statements, warning once again to some people, the internet is not a lawless zone. Those who create and spread rumors will surely regret it for life. Following the official Twitter announcement, the video I posted was pushed to the #1 trending spot. Serena's latest Twitter post also immediately took the second spot. In a short time, wife doting maniac and innocent until proven guilty. These two hot keywords also appeared one after another. The drama-watching army now love to share the most. My wife doesn't bother with you people. I'm a wife-doting maniac. I won't indulge you. Innocent until proven guilty? Doesn't exist. In the artist apartment complex in Metro City, Serena was still holding Lily watching cartoons. Mia came running over like the wind holding her phone, her face beaming with a bright smile, her whole being appearing extremely excited. Serena, look quick. James Rivers posted a video. Serena took the phone and clicked on the video. My voice immediately came from the speaker. Lily also curiously leaned over, opening her big eyes wide and staring. That's Daddy's voice. Daddy got into the phone again. By the time Serena finished watching the video, her small mouth was slightly open, clearly very surprised. Mia beside her continued speaking. Serena, do you know what people are calling James Rivers now? Wife-doting maniac. Haha. So fun. Hearing Mia's words, Serena's face quietly flushed pink. A sweet feeling also gently rose in her heart. Who wouldn't want to be doted on? Thinking of this, Serena directly left Lily behind. Walking quickly to her room, looking at the dial interface, she suddenly felt a bit hesitant. She didn't know what to say if she called. Say, why did you say such embarrassing things? Wouldn't that be indirectly admitting she was embarrassed? Or say, thank you for protecting me? No, no good. Would he think she was being petty or jealous? Serena buried her face in the soft bed, her face buried deep in the blanket, like a little girl. In the end, she still gathered her courage, picked up her phone, and directly made an Instagram video call. Serena's small face was still buried in the blanket. Flushed red from the stuffiness, her muffled voice said, What are you doing? Serena didn't wait for my answer, but waited for my mocking laughter. What are you doing? Performing self-suffocation by blanket? Serena cried out in surprise, panickedly raising her flushed little face. She was startled, not knowing how I knew what she was doing. Until she saw the phone screen, she finally discovered that she had accidentally pressed video call by mistake. The words, I'm dead, were written all over her face. Serena stared blankly at me on the other end of the video. I touched my nose. Serena like this was unexpectedly cute. The next moment, Serena let out an then, like an ostrich, buried her face in the blanket again, refusing to look up anymore. So embarrassing. You're not allowed to laugh. A muffled voice came from within the blanket. I finally managed to stop laughing. Okay, I won't laugh. I'm about to leave and head to the apartment. Will you come pick me up? Then wait there. Serena still didn't ask me why I had posted that video. Some things seemed like they didn't need to be asked. It's just that she didn't ask. But I took the initiative to bring up the topic. But there are some things I still have to say. Serena, you were being smeared like that. Why didn't you tell me? What do you even consider me as? Serena bit her lip and fell silent for a moment. What did she consider James Rivers as? Actually, Serena was also a bit confused. Did she like James Rivers? Serena asked herself. But very quickly, she had an answer. Yes, she did. She liked that he had changed, carefully taking care of her and her daughter. Those thoughtful gestures in daily life made her happy. When looking at her, the tenderness and sincerity in his eyes couldn't be faked. Someone like me was hard not to like. It's just that her past experiences made Serena a bit afraid to open her heart. After waiting a long time, I still didn't get Serena's answer. Then I was also silent for a while, before my voice rang out again. It's just that this time, My voice clearly carried a sense of disappointment. It's okay if you don't say anything. I'm downstairs. Come pick me up. The video call ended. Only then did Serena snap back to reality, remembering my voice just now. Her heart suddenly ached, as if pricked by a needle. Had she disappointed him? Serena hurriedly scrambled out of bed. She suddenly wanted to see me quickly. Thinking this, her footsteps unconsciously quickened, running out the door. Mia was still wondering what Serena was doing alone in her room, in the middle of the day like this. The next moment, she saw Serena stumbling out of her room. Then, just like that, running out the front door. Mia frowned. Serena seems to have been crying. Serena had indeed been crying. She didn't want to either, but the tears just couldn't help but pool in her eyes. She suddenly feared that because she didn't answer, he would be sad, would leave them. These moments of time all flashed through her heart. She became even more afraid. Clearly, James Rivers had been, trying so hard to get close to her. Why was she hesitating? Until the car arrived downstairs at the hotel, Serena saw that tall figure, standing in the sunlight. Only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. The car stopped beside me. I got in. My emotions seemed to show no fluctuation. After getting in, I just silently looked out the window. Serena didn't start the car. She just turned around like that, staring at my profile, taking several deep breaths, before finally speaking. James Rivers, I'm sorry. Only then did I turn my head, looking at Serena's slightly red eyes. Actually, when Serena didn't answer clearly, I felt very uncomfortable inside too. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed like I had never truly possessed anything. No need to apologize. Serena, actually, I'm not the James Rivers you think I am. So you don't need to feel guilty about anything. Then are you James Rivers or not? Serena still looked straight into my eyes, her gaze still gentle as water. I suddenly remembered back at the amusement park, the conversation between Serena and me. Serena had asked me, "Who are you?" I had answered, "I'm James Rivers." Now Serena was asking again. I scratched my head. "I'm James Rivers. Then you are the James Rivers." "I think you are." Hearing Serena's firm answer, I was suddenly stunned. I tried hard to clench my slightly trembling fist. "But I'm a bit scared. I'm afraid that one day you and your daughter won't need me anymore." Serena suddenly interrupted me. Seeing me like this made her heart ache. She reached out and tightly held my slightly trembling hand, then gently leaned against me. "James Rivers, you're Lily's father, and also my husband. No matter when, no matter what happens, we will never leave you. Also, Lily and I don't need much. Your talents, Lily and I only. Admire them. But they're not the most important thing. What's most important is that you're by our side, treating us well. That's already enough for us." Leaning against my chest, speaking gentle words, nothing could reassure me more than this. I hugged Serena and suddenly smiled. I had gotten the answer I wanted. This was enough. From now on, except for Serena and Lily, nothing else could shake me anymore. The two only cuddled for a moment, before Serena shyly slipped out of my arms. Her little face was burning hot. This was already the maximum she could do right now. I didn't push either, just wearing a silly smile on my face. She shot me a flirtatious glance as I smiled foolishly. "You dummy." So easily satisfied? The car slowly left the hotel. It was just one trip there and back, but the mood of both people had completely changed. How is this possible? Impossible. How can 7 memories be that pretty boy James Rivers? Crash. In the Celestial Beauty Entertainment Artist Apartment Complex in Riverside City, Rebecca was going crazy. On the table lay a lawyer's letter from Starlight Entertainment's legal department. She had been exposed. Now, Celestial Beauty Entertainment had ordered her to rest. She knew she was finished. In a few days, she would definitely be sitting in the defendant's chair. Miss Yuen was not far away, gleefully watching this scene. Being an old fox, she knew, things were definitely not that simple. Sure enough, the situation turned out to be even more dramatic than she imagined. James Rivers was 7 memories. Hey, hidden so well. Ms. Yuen secretly sighed. She naturally knew James Rivers. 2 years ago, Serena's matter had caused a commotion at the company. No one had thought much of that pretty boy back then. But unexpectedly, you had to say, Serena really had good taste in men. I refused to accept this. Ms. Yuan, lend me your phone. Rebecca was panting, her eyes bloodshot. Her phone had already been smashed at the very beginning. Ms. Yuan just glanced at her. No. What won't you accept? Singing? You can't sing as well as her. Looks, you're not as pretty as her. Even when it comes to finding a man, you can't compare to her. And here you are telling me. You refuse to accept it? Rebecca suddenly turned around, staring at Ms. Yuan. Ms. Yuan wasn't afraid. She still glanced at her. What? Did I say something wrong? Wait until you're locked up. The contract between us will naturally end. You understand what the company means, right? Rest and recuperation? They abandoned you long ago. Why? Rebecca gritted her teeth, still not believing the company would abandon her. Why? You're still asking why? The company needs cash cows. You don't have any value at all. Naturally, you get pushed aside. As someone who's been around, let me give you a piece of honest advice. You still have some looks. After you get out, find a decent man and marry. Stop making trouble. Tee-hee. So should I thank you, my kind Ms. Yuan? Rebecca laughed in anger. At this point, the two finally tore off their masks. That being the case, can Ms. Yuan lend me her phone for a moment? Just a moment. Consider it having some closure between us. Miss Yuan watched Rebecca suddenly smile eerily, and her eyebrows furrowed again. What else do you want to do? Rebecca kept smiling. Just that the smile was somewhat creepy, giving Ms. Yuan goosebumps all over. What do I want to do? If the fish dies, the net breaks. That's Serena. What right did she have to always be above me before? I finally managed to drive her away. Didn't expect her to come back like a ghost that won't leave. She's an orphan. What right does she have to be better than me in everything? Even when finding a man, she has to crush me. Hehe. But now that I know 7 memories is James Rivers, I still have one trump card. If I can't touch Serena, then I'll utterly ruin James Rivers' reputation. Push me into prison. Then no one gets to live in peace. Thinking of this, Rebecca took out a phone and dialed a number. A man's voice came from the speaker on the other end. William Crawford, it's Rebecca. As for me, I was currently having lunch in the apartment. It's just that the atmosphere at the dining table seemed a bit unusual today. Little Lily hadn't changed at all, still eating very happily. Miss Claire had an auntie-like smile on her face the whole time, slowly peeling lobster and rinsing it in clean water, then feeding it into little Lily's mouth. Mia looked completely shocked, keeping her head down, eating rice, occasionally stealing glances at Serena sitting across from her. Serena's pretty face, even her neck, was flushed red. She just wanted to bury her head in her bowl, not daring to look at anyone at the table. The person making everyone like this was me. At this moment, I was smiling foolishly while peeling lobster for Serena, and personally using chopsticks to feed it into her mouth. Serena felt this person wasn't normal anymore. Ever since getting out of the car just now, he had suddenly become abnormal, but I didn't think there was anything wrong with what I was doing. Just now in the car, Serena had admitted I was her husband, never having dated before. I could only think of showing intimacy by personally feeding her. Was that wrong? Nothing wrong at all. Serena finally couldn't stand everyone's strange looks. She felt her pretty face was just like this lobster, already cooked through. Can you please not do this? I can do it myself. After saying this, she looked up, her eyes carrying shyness as she glanced at me. The charm in her eyes made me daze out, so being looked at by a girl with shy eyes was such a wonderful thing. I felt I had completely achieved enlightenment. Before, I always thought romance was something even dogs wouldn't want. Now I just wanted to say one thing. So sweet. Okay, then do it yourself. I stopped feeding my wife and turned around, continuing to feed my precious daughter, Lily. Serena helplessly shot me a look. It seemed this person couldn't eat properly today. But fortunately, after the meal, I finally returned to normal. I plopped down on the sofa, starting to think about what song to write. for the next competition round. Each competition round was only 3 days apart. New Music Festival's rules had always been this brutal. Round of 16 to 8, Serena had won very easily. The next round, quarterfinals, might not be so simple. According to the single elimination format, the remaining contestants would only get stronger and stronger. Their singing skills were not at all inferior to Serena's. The real competition was about the songs and performance form. Producing a good original song in 3 days wasn't easy for anyone. Even I was starting to worry. I was deliberating. What kind of song to choose this time? To ensure victory, Serena wasn't idle either. She sat right beside me, with several sheets of music spread on the table. She was perfecting the song she had been thinking about for days. Every time Serena wanted to grasp it, it would mischievously slip away. Until I left that evening, she still hadn't been able to complete this song. Just a little more, just a little bit more. Serena was so anxious that her originally smooth hair had been scratched into a crow's nest. Finally, late at night when everything was quiet, little Lily had long been asleep. Only then did Serena finally put down the unfinished music and lyrics, helplessly lying down on the bed. Sometimes inspiration was something that couldn't be forced. Miss by an inch, lose by a mile. One could only wait. Once enlightened, it would feel as refreshing as having nectar poured on one's head. After all, not everyone was like James Rivers, directly bringing cheats into battle. Early the next morning, Serena had just woken up and hadn't even washed her face when she discovered a major incident related to me online had shot up the trending list again. These past few days, trending topics about me and her had never stopped. At first, Serena didn't pay attention, but when she saw the post's headline, her eyes immediately narrowed. At this moment, her heart completely panicked. Netizens seemed to have gotten used to it. Ever since, the 7 Memories account appeared in the public eye. They could see topics about him every day. Today was no different when the drama-watching army saw another post with my name in the headline. They weren't surprised at all. They very naturally clicked in. This had become daily routine. Now, if they went a day without seeing 7 Memories' name, they would feel uncomfortable all over. But this time was different. When the drama-watching army clicked on the post, they all collectively froze. They rubbed their eyes, seemingly not daring to believe what they were seeing. 7 Memories was a domestic abuser? Yesterday they were still sharing wife-doting maniac James Rivers. Today they were being told he was a domestic abuser? Even making things up required a better reason. Who would believe this? After the drama-watching army froze, they couldn't help but hold their bellies laughing. They eagerly clicked on the video in the post, wanting to see what this thing was actually saying. 2 men appeared in the video. One was named William Crawford. The other was named Marcus Hayes. Seeing this, the drama-watching netizens smiled knowingly. Were these 2 here to promote themselves? Couldn't stand seeing others doing well. At this moment, William spoke up. "Hello, everyone. I'm William Crawford from the boy band Stellar. Some of you might know James Rivers." That's right. James Rivers is the currently hot songwriter 7 Memories, and also an old friend of mine. Why do I say old friend? Because afterward, I was too ashamed to be friends with this kind of person. I'm guessing everyone hearing this definitely won't believe what I'm saying. He's so popular now. Why would I hate him so much? You'll understand after hearing me continue. What I want to say is, ever since he got married, he kept calling the members of our band. He wanted to make a comeback. Originally, regarding his request, we did consider it. After all, we were all friends before. But when he called, we found out about something, so we firmly rejected him. That is, James Rivers is a domestic abuser. I have a phone recording as evidence. It was quite coincidental. At that time when he called, saying he wanted to make a comeback, I recorded it because I had something to do. Didn't expect it to now become important evidence, exposing his hypocritical face. I don't know why he's now bringing Serena out, and is able to make Serena not report him. But I guarantee everything I'm saying is the truth. Since I, William Crawford, dared to show my face, I'm not afraid of confronting him directly. When the drama-watching netizens heard this, they all fell somewhat silent for a moment. Although they believed in me, believed in Seven Memories' character, this William was speaking with a beginning and end, using his real name and having evidence. This made them waver for a moment, too. At this point, Marcus in the video also spoke up. He held the phone in front of the camera. "Hello, everyone. I'm Marcus Hayes. I can testify that everything William said is true. What I'm holding now is William's phone. Now, let's listen to that recording from back then together." After speaking, Marcus unlocked the phone. On the phone screen was clearly a call recording. He had a smile on his face. As he casually pressed play on the recording, netizens all perked up their ears at this moment, wanting to hear the contents carefully. "Hello, is this Mr. Crawford? It's James Rivers. Do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to drinks." It was James Rivers' voice. Netizens immediately couldn't stay calm and continued listening. William's bland tone came through. "Hello, James, forget about drinks. If you have something to say, just say it directly." "All right," thought Mr. Crawford had time. "It's like this. Do you think I could come back to the company? Bro, I'm not saying this to be mean, but you've already married a rising starlet. Why are you still thinking so much? Hee, Mr. Crawford. Women are just like clothes. I've figured it out now. Career is still what's important. So if you want to come back, what about Serena? Didn't you two just have a kid? Mr. Crawford, I won't hide it from you. In this house, what I say goes. She dares to disobey? Beat her once, and it's done. Can't spoil women." Hearing this, the masses of netizens couldn't listen anymore. Was this even a man? Outside, he was all flattery, but only knew how to bully the woman at home. Disgusting. Hearing this, not only could female netizens not stand it, one by one they transformed into warriors, starting to curse me out. Even the male netizens were unanimously outraged. At this point, the recording also ended. William's face carried an expression of indignation as he continued speaking. "Did everyone hear that? This is the wife-doting maniac you were talking about. James Rivers. I don't believe a person can change this much in such a short time, so I ask everyone to open their eyes wide. Don't be deceived by this two-faced person. One last thing. I, William Crawford, swear I cannot live under the same sky as this kind of domestic abuser." The video abruptly stopped there. However, the rage of the masses of netizens could not be stopped. Comments flooded below the post. I must have been blind to like this kind of person. Listening to that recording made me want to puke. It's hard to imagine what kind of filthy existence he is behind the scenes. Sisters, follow me to flood Seven Memories TikTok. Demand an explanation from him. However much we liked him before, that's how disgusted we are now. For a moment, curses were endless online. This behavior had touched everyone's bottom line. True to the saying, however much everyone liked him before, that's how much everyone hated him now. No one could have expected that the idol they liked was actually like this. My TikTok was even completely flooded. Countless people cursing below. They one by one told me to get out and explain. Online public opinion was boiling. And at this moment, I was also looking at this post on Twitter. I silently listened to the recording in the video. After a while, that familiar feeling of nausea surged up again. I ran into the bathroom and started vomiting again. At this moment, I felt like I had returned to that suffocating atmosphere of the past. Regarding the past, I could only feel sick. I couldn't change anything. But I also couldn't refute it, because those things had actually happened. Serena had suffered even more than this. At this moment for Serena, it could be considered vindication. I just sat there in a daze. Since transmigrating until now, this was the first time I couldn't do anything. The phone beside me rang again and again. I didn't answer. I didn't even look. I didn't know who was calling, nor did I know how to answer. For the first time, I chose to hide. I wrapped myself in the blanket, as if not caring would make it less painful. I wasn't upset because people were cursing me. I was upset because those memories had flooded back. The suffering that Serena and Lily had endured appeared before my eyes again. What upset me was that in my heart, no matter how many times, I couldn't accept the sins. this body had committed before. Only at this moment did I realize that I had never actually forgiven myself. Since transmigrating until now, I'd always been constantly making it up to the mother and daughter, but I still couldn't change the facts of the past. When this bloody scar was torn open, I finally understood that the hardest thing to overcome was myself. I just curled up like an ostrich, shrinking into this small space. Meanwhile, on the sofa in the artist apartment, Serena's face was full of worry, calling me again and again. After seeing that post, she had been extremely worried. She knew. No one understood the current me better than her. She had watched me change, watched me atone bit by bit. She understood it all. Now that this had suddenly happened, Serena actually didn't feel anything. The past would never appear again. She was absolutely certain, but she knew. The current me definitely couldn't forgive my former self. Miss Claire and Mia beside her were full of heartache. When they first saw that post, they were also extremely angry. Mia even wanted to rush to the hotel to confront me. Is all that true? Did you really hit Serena? But when? They saw Serena's worried face, her anxious expression. They didn't know what to do. The phone still couldn't get through. I had seemingly evaporated from the world. Serena's heart immediately tightened. Little Lily in her arms looked up, watching her anxious mother. She extended her 2 little hands, holding Serena's hand. Mommy, are you calling Daddy? Looking at the well-behaved Lily, Serena gripped her phone tightly and nodded. Then why doesn't Mommy go find Daddy? Little Lily looked at Serena in surprise. How could Serena not want to come find me? It's just that she was afraid if I saw her right now, I would feel even worse. But when she saw little Lily's eyes, Serena couldn't sit still anymore. She panickedly stood up and rushed toward the door. She had to go find me. Mia anxiously wanted to stop her. This was the first time she had seen Serena so panicked. Miss Claire shook her head to stop her. Both of them watched the door with worried faces. Serena's figure had already disappeared. Very quickly, Serena arrived at the hotel. Getting out of the car, she ran the whole way. Arriving at the door of my room, already panting, she paused for a moment. She bit her lip and gently knocked on the door. There was no response from inside the room. Serena didn't hesitate and continued knocking. Today she was determined to make me come out. I lay curled up in the blanket. I heard the knocking outside. I didn't want to move, right now. I felt like a walking corpse, but the knocking outside didn't stop. Again and again, as if it would never end. Finally, I still got up, dragging my heavy body to open the door. What appeared before my eyes was Serena's smile with red-rimmed eyes. Clearly just yesterday, I had still felt being by Serena's side. It was such a joyful thing. In the blink of an eye, just 1 day had passed. Meeting her again, I couldn't even dare to look at her. My gaze averted, standing at the door not knowing what to do. She had definitely seen that post too. Did she remember those days again? Move aside. I'm coming in. Serena bit her lip and pushed my hand away. Walking into the room first, I silently closed the door, following behind her like a prisoner about to be executed. What do you think? My voice was slightly hoarse, with a hint of fear in my heart. Now everyone knew. What would she do? Divorce? If she divorced now, everyone would stand on her side. She wouldn't have to suffer any grievances. James Rivers. Serena looked at my eyes, and immediately knew what I was thinking. She angrily reached out and pulled me down onto the bed, grabbed my arm and bit down hard. Serena really used all her strength. It really hurt. I was in so much pain. I felt my mind instantly become alert. I instinctively wanted to pull my hand back, but very quickly stopped. Letting her vent a bit would make her feel better. Until Serena came back to her senses, released her mouth and looked up at me still gently. Her tears could no longer be held back. Are you stupid or what? She shouted, then pulled up my sleeve. On my arm, there was already a row of deep, bleeding teeth marks. All right, we're even now, Serena said with a crying voice, her whole body throwing herself into my arms. You've also been domestically abused now. Now we're even. You're not allowed to be sad anymore. Feeling the warm embrace in my arms, I was completely stunned. After a long while, I disbelievingly stroked Serena's head. Was this real? My mood went from hell to heaven. I grinned. It was real. Serena said we were even. My tears kept falling. I wasn't just redeeming them. I had also always been trying to redeem myself. The two of us hugged each other, crying like two fools. You can't be like this anymore in the future. Lily and I will worry about you. Gradually, Serena stopped her tears first. Her voice came from within my arms. I nodded, my voice still slightly hoarse. I won't anymore. Actually, besides you and your daughter, no one can shake my heart. All you know is how to talk. Serena looked up. Her flushed face and slightly red eyes made her look radiant. She seemed to suddenly think of something, her eyes carrying barely concealed joy. Oh, right. James Rivers. I think I've figured out that melody. What melody? Looking at Serena in my arms like a little bird nestling against someone, I couldn't help but reach out my hand. The song I've been composing. Before, I was always missing a bit of inspiration. Now I've suddenly figured it out. Serena still slipped out of my embrace. She now wanted to take advantage of having inspiration to quickly complete this song. The warm embrace left. I felt a bit reluctant. I hadn't hugged enough yet. I scratched my head, stood up, and took sheet music from my backpack to give her. I was planning to write music tonight. It's just that, unexpectedly, since you already have a song, you write it. After I set down the paper and pen, I stood by the bed watching Serena. I also wanted to see what song had troubled Serena for so long. Serena nodded firmly with a red face, thought for a moment, and sat cross-legged on the bed to receive the paper and pen. Since coming to Metro City, most of this song's melody had always been echoing in her head. She had also always been composing. It's just that she could never grasp that bit of melody. Now that she had grasped it, the entire song naturally came together smoothly. Writing the music score, humming the little melody, Serena wrote very quickly. In just a short while, a complete song had appeared on the paper. She looked up and stared at me under the light, stars twinkling in her eyes. Finally finished it. I'm not just a decorative vase after all. Do you want me to take a look? Serena asked. I had a smile on my face, gently shaking my head. I'd rather you sing it for me. Serena lowered her head, her face even redder. She was a bit shy. This song was entirely written according to her own feelings. It could also be considered another kind of confession. Sing it. It seems like you've never sung just for me before, I urged. Serena said softly with a red face. There aren't any lyrics yet. Humming is fine too. I smiled. Unable to resist my request, Serena shyly nodded. Without accompaniment, everything was just that natural. Serena's humming gently rang out, like a portrait of her at this moment. Both she and I needed a bit of courage. The moment the melody rang out, I directly froze in place. I looked at Serena, my eyes slightly surprised. For no other reason. This melody I had heard before, moreover in my previous life. It's just that I wasn't certain yet. I continued listening attentively, until Serena finished humming a section. I suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. After saying this, I hurriedly picked up the pen, quickly writing on the paper. Serena was slightly surprised, not understanding why I had interrupted while she was singing so well, but when she leaned her head over and saw what I was writing, her eyes suddenly lit up. On the paper was written a large title, Courage. These were lyrics. I had only heard her hum a little, and had already written out lyrics. Seeing the lyrics, Serena was even more delighted. These were exactly the lyrics she had always wanted, even better than she had imagined. She had also written some lyrics. It's just that, compared to these, they fell far short. Serena's face was red. She shifted her gaze to my serious profile. He really was very handsome when serious. And these lyrics? He understood her thoughts. Thinking of this, Serena also became a bit dreamy. She couldn't help but gently kiss my cheek. My hand that was writing lyrics suddenly trembled. I was stunned. I could clearly feel the wetness on my face, and also that soft spot from just now. Looking down at the lyrics on the paper, my heart bloomed with flowers. I just felt, at this moment, heaven and earth were magical. This was the courage Serena wanted to express. After kissing me, Serena panicked. She buried her face, just wanting to find somewhere to hide. Just now, she didn't know what had gotten into her, what possessed her to kiss me. Fortunately, I didn't have a big reaction. Otherwise, Serena felt she would definitely flee in embarrassment. At this moment, I was holding back with great difficulty. I also knew Serena was thin-skinned. I tried hard to suppress the stirring in my heart and continued writing lyrics. Only when I finished writing did I finally breathe out. I turned my face around, pretending nothing had happened as I handed the lyrics to Serena. Take a look. Can you sing it completely for me this time? Serena still had her head lowered. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. It's just that her small hand still reached out, taking the lyrics and placing them on her lap. Seeing the complete lyrics, Serena finally knew just how good this song was. Follow the lyrics and match them to the music score to sing it again. I looked at Serena, my eyes full of anticipation. The humming just now had already amazed me. If lyrics were added, wouldn't it be even more perfect? This song had also been extremely popular in my previous life. It had been used by countless people for memes. Who gave you the courage? Just thinking about it made me excited inside. Then I'll sing, Serena said softly. The room fell silent. Serena opened her mouth again, gently beginning to sing. I've finally made this decision. I don't care what others say. As long as you agree to, I'm willing. To the ends of the earth, I'll follow you anywhere. I know none of this is easy. My heart keeps rehearsing, convincing myself. What I fear most is you suddenly saying you want to give up. The moment she started singing, I was dazed. This song seemed tailor-made for Serena, worthy of being a song she composed herself. At the same time, I was also very amazed. Two different worlds could actually collide and create the same sparks. Love really needs courage to face the gossip and rumors. As long as you give me one affirming look, my love becomes meaningful. We all need courage to believe we'll be together. In the crowded masses, I can feel your hand placed in my palm, your sincerity. Singing to here, Serena had also completely immersed herself in the song. Her mind was like a revolving lantern, remembering every moment with me. Love really needs courage. I had changed. She had made her decision. From now on, one umbrella, two people walking, not caring about others' gazes, having endured those gossip and rumors before. This was the courage she had wanted to express all this time. Serena sang softly. I listened quietly. What I was listening to now wasn't the song, but Serena's heart. Such a treasure of a girl. How could I not be infatuated? The singing continued. Both Serena and I now had the courage to face the future. If my stubborn persistence will unintentionally hurt you, can you gently remind me? Although my heart is too hasty, I'm even more afraid of missing you. This section of lyrics made Serena like it even more. It was like I was whispering in her ear, like I was telling her I was even more afraid of missing her. Serena looked up, her gaze meeting mine. The two of us just looked at each other like that. The thoughts in our eyes were all clearly expressed. Having you is enough. Meanwhile, in the apartment, little Lily was drinking yogurt and let out a burp. She pouted dissatisfiedly at Mia, beside her. Auntie Mia, why haven't Mommy and Daddy come back yet? Did they forget about Lily? The song ended, and we came back to our senses. I nodded at Serena with a smile on my face. Very good. The next competition round is settled. A shy expression appeared on Serena's face. She lowered her head and fiddled with the sheet music in her hands. It's your lyrics that are good. Without my lady's music, I couldn't have thought of such lyrics either. We began our mode of mutual commercial praise. It's just that Serena clearly didn't have skin as thick as someone else. After hearing those 4 words, my lady, she was completely defeated, like an ostrich. She buried her face in my chest and refused to come out. This was the first time I had called her my wife to her face. Serena felt very shy inside, but also a bit sweet. However, before I could enjoy the beautiful sight before me enough, my phone at this moment inconsiderately rang, breaking the delicate atmosphere in the room. I picked up the phone. On the screen displayed the note, Director Yang. I raised my eyebrows. It seemed Angela had also seen the post. What I didn't know was that Angela hadn't just seen the post. She was about to go crazy. When she saw the post, she didn't believe it. But until my TikTok was completely flooded, the technical department had to step in for maintenance, and I still hadn't come out to clarify. This made Angela worried inside too. Could what was being said online all be true? Angela couldn't bring herself to believe it. In her mind, she kept thinking of me as having a gentle and refined appearance, exceptionally talented. Would someone like that be a domestic abuser? She waited a long time but couldn't wait for my clarification video, so she couldn't resist making this phone call. The phone connected. My voice still came through gently. "Hello? Is something the matter?" Angela froze. "Could it be I didn't know about this?" "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that there are some unpleasant comments about you online. Aren't you going to clarify things?" I scratched my head, instinctively looking towards Serena. At this moment, Serena was fiddling with the sheet music, pretending to look very focused, her gaze secretly glancing over, clearly looking distracted. This showed that she wasn't focused on the song at all right now. I winked at her. Serena's small face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly turned her gaze away like a guilty person. "No need to clarify. It's all true," I answered Angela. The other end fell into silence. After a long while, Angela's voice finally came through. "Why?" "I don't believe it. In my impression, you're not." "Sorry. Director Yang, let me interrupt. What I want to say is, how well does Director Yang understand me? What's online is true. There's nothing to clarify. If you've done wrong, you have to accept the punishment. As for the comments online, let them talk. As long as the people I care about understand me, that's enough." I interrupted Angela and spoke calmly. My gaze remained on Serena. I didn't care what others thought of me. I never intended to be liked by many people anyway. I just needed the person in front of me to like me, and that was enough. The phone fell into silence again. Hearing my words, Angela felt very uncomfortable inside. He only needed the people he cared about to understand him. Then what about her? "All right, I was just checking in. No other meaning. It's fine." "Then I'll hang up." Angela's voice was clearly off. I didn't think much of it, asked one question, and then hung up. "You were too cold. That's not good." I had just put down the phone. When Serena's voice came from beside me, I was full of question marks. Was I cold? It seemed pretty normal to me. I was stating the truth, and was quite polite too. "That professional woman probably likes you," Serena said again. It's just that this time her eyes dimmed slightly. "Angela likes me? No way." I scratched my head, feeling this was too much of a headache. I only considered her an ordinary friend. "Hey, how do you know? Just a feeling?" "I trust my feeling." Serena looked up and stared at me, her tone firm. "Then your feeling is wrong. Besides, everyone knows I'm a married man with a child. I also wouldn't develop feelings for anyone else. That would be very rude." I continued scratching my head, explaining. "Love in my heart should be serious and devoted. Otherwise, it would be rude to everyone." Looking at my sincere eyes, Serena softly said, But there was still a sense of urgency in her heart. I didn't like that person. But that didn't mean others didn't like me. That professional woman was very excellent, much better than her. She knew that. Serena continued fiddling with the sheet music in her hands, as if it were a treasure. I looked at Serena like this in surprise, carefully thinking about the conversation between us. Then I suddenly understood something. With a smile in my eyes, I gently nudged Serena's arm. "Are you jealous?" Serena's whole body panicked. Her face flushed red. "No, I'm not." Her voice was loud, but this reaction only made it more obvious. Case solved. She was definitely jealous. I continued looking at her with a smile on my face. Serena was also very beautiful when jealous. The more Serena tried to hide it, the more flustered she became. She could sense I was laughing at her. This feeling made her both embarrassed and annoyed. Finally, she couldn't stand my gaze anymore. She gave up and threw the sheet music in her hands onto the bed. "Fine, I'm jealous. Who told such a beautiful woman to like you?" My smile grew brighter and brighter. I suddenly leaned in close to her, my voice full of allure. "Then how about I stamp you? Would that stop your jealousy?" My face was very close. Serena could feel my breath on her face. This feeling made her heart feel like it was jumping faster and faster, as if it was about to leap out of her throat. Then she slowly closed her eyes. Her small lips also pursed slightly. Actually, I was also extremely nervous. Seeing Serena close her eyes, I was overjoyed inside. I secretly pinched my palm, closed my eyes, and slowly leaned in. Right at this moment, my phone disappointingly rang again, startling both of us. Serena even directly fell onto the bed, using the blanket to cover her face completely, not daring to come out anymore. My eyelid twitched. I picked up the phone with murderous intent. "Hello? Who is this? If there's nothing major today, don't blame me for making something major happen to you. Right now, I just wanted to kill whoever was calling." There was no sound in the phone. I frowned and looked at the screen display. It was Derek. "You lunatic. What are you doing? Not even saying anything?" I bared my teeth. This troublemaker better have something important. Otherwise, don't blame me for cutting ties. After waiting a bit more, Derek's voice finally came through. His voice was full of dejection. "Bro, what's with the stuff online? You've been bullying your wife?" "Aye, damn. You're calling about this?" "No, I haven't even had time to bully her. Your call already came through." My voice carried resentment. I looked at Serena hiding in the blanket again, then sighed. My face full of regret. "Forget it, let's not talk about this." "What's wrong with your voice?" "Got taught a lesson by society." Derek's voice was clearly off. After my anger subsided, I also noticed. After waiting another moment, Derek's voice continued. "Let's just put it this way. Got taught a painful lesson. Are you free now? Can you come over and have a few drinks with me?" "You don't need to drink. Just sitting beside me is fine. You're the only friend I have here." I frowned. Last time I had already vaguely sensed something was wrong. Didn't expect Derek to really have problems now. I didn't hesitate, directly saying to Derek on the phone, "Okay, send me the address. I'm in Metro City right now. I'll be there in 3 hours. Derek grunted and hung up. After I hung up, I helplessly and gently patted Serena, who was still hiding in the blanket. "My lady, can you get up for a bit? Take me to the high-speed rail station." Serena had been listening to my phone call just now. She naturally knew I had somewhere to be. Although she didn't know the specifics, hearing my tone just now, she didn't hesitate. She directly crawled out from under the blanket. Her small face flushed red from the stuffiness appeared again. "Okay." On the way to the high-speed rail station, Serena's eyes looked ahead, focused on driving. I sat in the passenger seat, looking at the serious Serena. "This trip is to find Derek. You've met him. My best friend from college. He seems to have run into some trouble. He's asking me to come sit with him for a bit." I spoke directly to Serena, so she wouldn't worry. Serena softly said, Her heart also relaxed. She had an impression of that. Derek. He was a very honest person, with a pretty good personality too. From the hotel to the high-speed rail station took less than 20 minutes. It was only noon now. The high-speed rail station was very crowded. I put on a mask, not letting Serena get out to see me off. The topics about the two of us were very hot right now, especially since my reputation was mixed. Wearing a mask could also avoid being recognized. "I'm going now. You don't need to see me off. Be careful going back. If there's time, I'll come to the venue to watch you compete." After saying this, I smiled and rubbed Serena's head. I suddenly liked rubbing her head now. Serena's almond eyes blinked slightly. She was still a bit unused to the feeling of parting. "All right, go back." I got out of the car and closed the door, watching Serena slowly drive away from the high-speed rail station. It's 3:30 in the afternoon, half an hour later than expected, mainly because the train wait was delayed. I arrived in Riverside City. While on the high-speed rail, Serena had already called to let me know she was safe, and told me to come back early, saying Lily missed me. I smiled secretly when I saw the message. I didn't know if it was really Lily who missed me, or if it was her who missed me. Catching a taxi, I went straight to the address Derek sent. After another 10+ minutes, the car arrived. The destination was a commercial building over 10 stories tall. The studio Derek rented was up here, on the 6th floor. When I arrived at the studio, the front door wasn't locked. I walked in naturally. The windows were shut tight. The room reeked of alcohol. Beer cans littered the floor. If compared to the scene when I first transmigrated, it was very similar. Derek was sitting slumped on the ground, raising a beer can and drinking it straight like that. I first threw open the windows, letting the fresh air outside circulate. Only then did I walk over and sit down beside him, removing my mask. Derek burped. His face was pale and bloodless. Seeing me, he raised the beer can in his hand as a greeting. His eyes were haggard and hazy. "You're here, bro. You're the only one who doesn't look down on me." I found it dirty and fanned in front of my nose. This alcohol smell made me want to vomit. Moreover, it reminded me of unpleasant memories. Tell me, how big of a blow was it? To make an optimist like you fall like this? Derek was silent for a moment. He drained the beer in the can again, then crushed it and threw it on the ground. "I mainly just really can't figure it out. Why? What did I do wrong? Why did they have to treat me like this?" Derek said through gritted teeth, conveniently grabbing another beer can. I didn't stop him. I knew Derek needed to vent right now. Stabbed in the back by both of them? Derek took another big gulp of beer. He nodded. "Those two dogs. Bro, I really didn't expect it. Couldn't figure it out either. No, wait, bro. Didn't you guess it early on?" Derek suddenly remembered that when we met, I had said to him, telling him to look at things more carefully in the future. I shrugged, then patted Derek's shoulder. "At that time, I was only suspicious. In the middle of the night, whose girlfriend calls another man? Moreover, it was your partner not calling you, but calling him instead. It's just that this was your personal relationship issue. It wasn't my place to interfere." Derek's expression somewhat froze. After a long while, he smiled bitterly. "Yeah, if I had spoken directly at that time, who knows, she might have even gotten angry about it." "So, what's the situation now?" I continued asking. "You can see for yourself. The whole studio only has this empty shell left. They had long been working together from inside and out to gut the studio. My designs are gone. My shares are gone. Hee, of course, my girlfriend is gone too." Derek became even more haggard. His whole body completely gave up. He tilted his head back and drank again. After hearing this, I frowned. "I can understand the girlfriend being lost. How did you get scammed out of your shares?" "I transferred my shares to Ruby." Derek smiled awkwardly. This was indeed pretty stupid. He could only blame Ruby for being too good at acting. He was momentarily bewitched. I sighed inwardly. I could only silently sit beside him. In his state, it seemed like nothing I said would help. I could only wait until he sobered up to talk more. Derek drank 2 more cans. He suddenly turned his head. "All right. I haven't asked you yet. What's going on with you? That post online." "Oh, that's a long story. So let's not talk about it. You just need to know that I used to be a bastard. Oh, right. It was also because of those things that I completely quit drinking. The terrible things from before I didn't want to bring up again. I just glossed over it simply." Derek nodded and didn't ask further. Instead, he patted my shoulder. "Then we're in the same boat now." "Bullshit." I directly got anxious. "You and I are different. Your sister-in-law and I are great. We also have an adorable daughter. Life is indescribably wonderful. The hell. Did you come to comfort me or attack me?" Derek was struck. He lowered his head and took another sip. "It's just that because I was beside him, his state was clearly a bit better than before. Bro, if only I had talent like you, was as handsome as you, would she not have left me? And wouldn't have acted for so long. Thinking back now, sometimes I really want to laugh. Good thing she managed to hold it in for so long." Looking at Derek so haggard like this, I was a bit confused. "You lunatic? Is it really necessary to be this sad?" Derek shot me a sidelong glance, then suddenly asked, "What did you say?" "We've known each other for 2 years. Been in love for nearly a year and a half. I really did like her. Bro, let me ask you, if one day Serena left you, wouldn't you be sad?" I frowned. "I haven't thought about that question." I thought carefully, answering with some uncertainty. "Probably yes. After all, Ever since transmigrating, I've been living for them. Derek saw me frowning and hesitating like this, and suddenly punched my shoulder. Do you even need to hesitate about this? Bro, do you even understand what love is? I suddenly froze and fell into deep thought. I had always been single. How could I understand what love is? What is love? Do I really love Serena? I silently asked myself, do you even need to think about this? Try thinking about love. Whoever appears first in your mind, that's the person. Derek slapped my shoulder again, his whole being completely helpless. He asked me to come comfort him. How did it turn into him enlightening me? That slap knocked some sense into me. Damn, I was going down a dead end. I was originally someone who had never dated. Suddenly encountering a question like this, I couldn't help but overthink it. Did I love Serena? Yes. At first I just wanted to make it up to the mother and daughter. Then later, I found that this kind of life wasn't bad. Then even later, beauty stirred my heart. Until all those small interactions in daily life gradually made me like her. I was originally a very serious person. What could move me? Had never been big, exciting events, but rather the small, ordinary things. Just as Derek said, when you think of the word love, whoever appears in your mind, that's the person. I grinned foolishly. Derek was in agony. He couldn't understand why he had eaten a bellyful of dog food, and at his most miserable moment, too. Sure enough, the best brothers know best how to irritate you. Derek just felt. The gloom in his heart had suddenly been dispelled quite a bit. He just wanted to jump up and punch this bastard. But I'm guessing Ruby doesn't know about your family situation. I hurriedly changed the subject. It's just that this topic clearly made Derek even more haggard. He shook his head. No! I always thought she was a good girl, that she wouldn't care about these things. He just didn't expect. The corner of my mouth twitched involuntarily. Whose good girl was like this? Oh ho, isn't this the domestic abuser from online? Derek, Ruby leaving you was definitely the right choice. You even hang out with this kind of friend. Just as I was about to continue speaking, a voice suddenly came from the studio door. Derek's face immediately darkened. I turned my head to look. The person who came was a fair and handsome man. The woman was naturally Ruby, whom I had met once before. She was still dressed in anime style. It's just that meeting her again this time, her makeup was heavier than before. Her figure was also a bit more alluring. Who I make friends with. What's it to you? Victor Wong, Ruby, you two actually dare to come to my place? Don't tell me you want to scam away. This empty shell of a studio too? Derek said angrily. I finally learned that this pretty boy was Victor Wang. Derek, don't be like this. We're doing this for your own good. Hearing Derek's words, before Victor Wang could speak, Ruby beside him spoke up first, putting on an act of, I'm doing this all for your own good. The hell? For my own good? You're really funny. Being good to me means making me a cuckold? Derek, Victor, and I have always liked each other. Before you, we already had feelings for each other. We just didn't realize it before. Derek, we didn't come here this time to argue with you. Seeing you destroy yourself like this makes me uncomfortable too. Why don't you join our studio? With your abilities, you'll definitely do better in the future. Victor Wang beside her also chimed in at this moment. That's right. At least we understand each other. That anime dream you've persisted with for so long can't just be wasted like this. You and Ruby couldn't be lovers, but you can still be friends, right? Hearing this, I couldn't help but want to laugh. Saying it like this, who exactly cuckolded whom? And today I finally learned what jackals of the same lair meant, what snakes and rats in the same nest meant, what being a whore while wanting to erect a chastity monument meant. These two people really demonstrated these phrases to the fullest extent. Derek became even angrier hearing the two of them. He pointed his finger at Victor Wang. Friends, my ass. Besides that face of yours, what else do you have? The designs were mine. The money was mine. Even the woman beside you used to be mine. What exactly are you thinking? Telling me to join you again? Be friends with you? I, Derek, don't have such a lowly habit. Victor Wang across from him frowned. Clearly, Derek's words had struck his heart. But he paused for a moment, and still smiled as he spoke. Don't get worked up. All those things are mine now. That smile was unspeakably smug. Derek directly scrambled up from the ground, wanting to charge forward, but was stopped by me. All right. If you can argue, don't use your hands. Victor Wang and Ruby, right? Do you know who I am? I asked with a grin, my face unspeakably gentle. Victor Wang sneered. Although he wasn't in the entertainment industry, he also knew of my great name, a regular on trending topics. It's just that now this great name was infamy. So what if I know? Domestic abuser, right? Derek was about to charge forward again. He was stopped by me again. I nodded, still wearing a smile. This made Derek feel somewhat stifled. I blocked in front of Derek, continuing to speak. Then you should also know I'm a songwriter. Victor Wang and Ruby both sneered at the same time. What did being a songwriter have to do with their anime industry? My identity here was completely useless. Derek also felt I was talking nonsense. Who here cared if you were a songwriter? Victor Wang looked at me playfully. So what if I know? Then you definitely don't know that I also know a bit about anime. Just like with music, I know a bit about both. Hearing this, Victor Wang suddenly had a bad feeling. He frowned, looking at the confident, smiling man before him, his eyes suspicious. But then he smiled again, shaking his head to dispel the random thoughts in his mind. These were two completely different directions. Unless James Rivers was some kind of monster, how could he possibly threaten him? Are you threatening me? Knowing a bit won't cut it. I suddenly stopped smiling, looking at the other party with pity on my face. Knowing a bit is enough. My knowing a bit, plus this lunatic's expertise, bullying too. Amateurs like you is completely no problem. Victor Wang suddenly didn't want to talk to me anymore. This bastard always spoke softly but with thorns. Nothing like Derek, who only knew how to curse, and what he feared least was being cursed at. So he decided to ignore me, and looked toward Derek again. Derek, have you thought it over? Do you want to join us or not? Or do you believe his words? Ruby was also persuading beside him, her eyes showing fake reluctance. That's right. Derek, this really is your chance to realize your anime dream. Join us, and tomorrow will be better. Derek had also calmed down by now. He stepped forward to stand beside me and sneered. Ignoring Victor Wang, he looked at Ruby. Ruby, we were together for 1.5 years. I never did anything wrong by you. My actions were never the slightest bit out of line. Today you say this to me? Fine. Then let me tell you, I don't like being friends with dogs. After speaking, he glanced at Victor Wang again. And you, listen clearly. James Rivers is my brother. I believe him. Are you two even worthy of being compared to him? Hearing this, Victor Wang's and Ruby's faces darkened. They stared at me and Derek, turned around and left. But my and Derek's voices still came from behind. Hey! Leaving already? I haven't finished this sentence yet. We have an old saying where I'm from. Listen up. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't look down on a poor youth. Scram. I'm not poor. I'm a rich second generation. Victor Wang and Ruby hadn't gone far. Their faces immediately flushed red, especially since I added another line from behind, making Ruby's face even uglier. Did you hear that? Rich second generation. Victor Wang and Ruby left very miserably. The moment their figures disappeared, Derek couldn't maintain his image anymore. His butt plopped onto the ground. His expression full of discomfort, tears unconsciously flowed down his cheeks. I knew he had been forcing himself just now. After all, she was a girlfriend he'd loved for 1.5 years. What he did just now was already his limit. Bro, I really did like her. Derek shouted with a crying voice. I didn't know how to comfort him. Comforting people was really difficult for me. I only knew how to use actions to support him. Seeing Derek like this, I could only pat Derek's shoulder, handing him a beer can. Cry it out. Get drunk tonight. Start fresh tomorrow. Let them see that after leaving you, they're nothing. Derek took the beer and drank another sip. When he drank, his face didn't turn red. It just got paler and paler. Bro, Starting fresh isn't that easy. For nearly 2 years, I designed that domestic anime. Gone. Scammed away. How can I think of a good concept in such a short time? The domestic anime market isn't doing well anyway. This time, they took that anime. Even two pigs could make it popular. I nodded. I knew. Derek's anime-making talent was indeed very high. Just looking at those two shamelessly trying to recruit him showed that. But when I said I knew a bit about anime earlier, I wasn't bragging. It's just that Derek was clearly drunk now. He wasn't in the mood to think about these things. I decided to talk about it tomorrow. Derek was drunk. I took him to a hotel, then took out my phone. There was an Instagram message on it, sent by Serena in the afternoon. I still hadn't seen it. How are things going? I smiled lightly. Nothing major. Almost done. It was already this late. Serena was probably asleep. The next second, the Instagram notification sounded. An instant reply. Had she been staring at her phone? Or was she waiting for my message? In the apartment in Metro City, Serena was holding the long sleeping Lily. Looking at the message on her phone, she lightly bit her lip. She didn't know what he had been busy with today, only replying to messages now. Is my lady worried so she hasn't slept yet? I quickly replied. The smile on my face grew brighter. No, I just woke up and saw your message. Women are stubborn in words. Everything else is soft. I smiled without speaking. Then my lady should sleep early. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be back tomorrow. A smile also unconsciously appeared on Serena's face. She gently typed, Oh, right. Good night. My message came again. Serena blinked her beautiful almond eyes. Good night. Serena put down her phone. Only then did she contentedly burrow into the blanket, happily falling asleep holding the milk-scented little Lily. I also put down my phone on my end. I glanced at Derek, who was sleeping like the dead, then sighed, finding paper and pen to stay up writing. Early the next morning, after I finished my jog, I bought some buns, congee, and fried dough sticks and came back. Derek had just woken up with puffy eyes. I chased him to wash his face. Then the two of us had breakfast. Derek stuffed buns in his mouth, looking at my two huge dark circles, a bit confused. How were this guy's dark circles even worse than his puffy eyes? From drinking? Did you go stealing last night? Derek asked quietly. I glared at Derek unkindly through gritted teeth. Isn't it all because of you? Derek was startled hearing this. He hurriedly checked his own body, feeling nothing unusual before relaxing a bit. Then he looked at me with suspicious eyes, his body even leaning back slightly. Hey, bro, I like girls. Go die. Isn't it all because of you? Believe it or not, I'll tear up this anime concept. Right now? This time Derek was even more shocked. He widened his eyes, looking in disbelief at the notebook I was holding up. What did you say? Anime? You mean, you stayed up all night writing an anime concept? My face remained unkind. Last night for this anime, I racked my brain to pieces. On one hand, it's for you, lunatic. On the other hand, I want to go back sooner. To be with Serena and Lily. What do you think I was doing? Hey, don't be mad. Was everything you said yesterday true? Derek still looked at me in amazement. Yesterday I said just like with music. I also knew a bit about anime. At that time, he just thought I was provoking Victor Wong and Ruby. Didn't expect that after one night, I had actually produced an anime concept. Of course, brothers never lie. This is just a rough outline and character designs. Wait until I get back, then I'll slowly refine the details for you. Actually, last night I wanted to finish writing it all, but I don't know specifically how anime is made. I could only write the rough outline, and the main characters' personalities and designs. After I get back, I'll search online, learn some knowledge about anime scripts, then give you a complete anime script, I said, then tossed the notebook into Derek's lap. Derek stared blankly at my dark circles. He was even more moved inside. This was his real brother. Although I didn't say anything with my mouth, I used actual actions to express my intentions. Derek opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Then he lowered his head and opened the notebook, reading attentively. He saw the first page had a big title written on it, under one person. Derek was stunned. The domestic anime he designed was called Above All Beings. The one I gave him was called Under One Person. Was this a coincidence? Then he flipped to page 2. Inside, it told of an incident related to extraordinary people. Then Zhang Chulan appeared. He had always carefully hidden himself, until one day Feng Baobao appeared. From then on, he was chased by extraordinary people, attacked by monsters, caught up in unprecedented trouble. Unperturbed, Zhang Chulan digging graves, Feng Baobao. Just as I said, this was only a rough outline, and character personalities and designs. But the more Derek read, the more amazed he became. This was so much better than what he had designed. Just the rough outline had Derek reading with fascination. This plot with its ups and downs, these deep characters, he really wanted to crack open. My damned head right now to see how this brain was wired. Derek's hands holding the notebook began to tremble. This was a treasure. Derek suddenly looked up at me. Even his voice was slightly trembling. Bro, did you really write this? For me? What else? I calmly nodded. In this world? This was Under One Person, written by me. In the old world, it was Me Too's extremely popular domestic anime. It had once been a dominant existence in the anime world. I believed that now in this world, it could still shine brilliantly as it should. Bro, do you know how valuable this is? You're just giving it to me like this? I smiled. Between brothers, some things don't need many words. Just like you, lunatic. You clearly know I'm 7 Memories online. But you never brought it up. You don't care how famous I am. You only care about the negative comments about me online. What? You don't like it, lunatic? Then give it back. I'll tear it up. I glanced at Derek and deliberately said with a grin, pretending to snatch back the notebook. No way. What's mine is mine. Derek hurriedly hugged the notebook to his chest, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. I laughed heartily, patting Derek's shoulder. All right, being human means looking forward. We have another old saying, the old man lost his horse. Who knows if it's not a blessing? Lunatic, what are your plans next? Derek looked at me smiling. He also suddenly smiled, although he didn't know why I had suddenly changed so much, speaking in such a refined way, knowing how to write music and anime. But he didn't care much about those things. What he cared about was that with one phone call, I came running no matter how far. This kind of friendship was what mattered. Bro, I won't let this anime of yours go to waste. I'm planning to find more people. Reopen the studio. Let the name Under One Person resound throughout the anime world. Hearing Derek's words, my eyes showed joy. I didn't care what Derek could make of this anime. Seeing Derek regain his confidence was enough for me. Then this time, keep your eyes wide open when finding people. Haha, I teased. Derek awkwardly scratched his head. Got it. How could I fall in the same place twice? Trust me. This time, the people I find will definitely all be professionals. Then I won't say more. Wait until I get back. I'll finish designing the complete anime and send it to you. Young man, keep it up. The two of us looked at each other and laughed. After that, I didn't stay long in Riverside City. Derek also started getting busy again. He had to shamelessly ask his family for investment, then go recruit people. At 1 p.m., I arrived back in Metro City right on time. Tomorrow, Serena would participate in the quarterfinals match. These past few days, she had been busy practicing the new song. When I arrived at the apartment, only Ms. Claire was there watching little Lily. Little Lily hadn't seen Daddy for 2 days. Now suddenly seeing me, she quickly threw herself into my arms. I picked her up, then nodded to greet Ms. Claire. Ms. Claire, is your mother's condition still okay? Ms. Claire looked at me with a complicated expression, and also nodded. The final surgery has been done. Very successful. Currently recovering. The hired caregiver is also very good. Regarding this matter, Ms. Claire was very grateful to me inside. Moreover, Serena also treated her very well. Serena had given her 10% of the revenue from all future activities and songs. Mia also got 10%. So Miss Claire's feelings toward me now were a bit complicated. I had helped her. I now treated Serena very well, but I had bullied Serena before. I didn't think that much about it. Hearing Miss Claire's words, I nodded. That's good then. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Claire, to take more care of Serena in the future. It's what I should do. Miss Claire waved her hand. Even without this matter, she would still take good care of Serena. However, Miss Claire also understood. After all, I was Serena's husband. Saying this was reasonable. Thinking for a moment, Miss Claire continued speaking. Serena is at the company practicing singing right now. Aren't you going to take a look? She'll definitely be happy if she knows you're back. Miss Claire had noticed long ago, since I left yesterday. Serena would occasionally stare at her phone. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. Site visit? I like that. It just so happens, I can also listen to my lady's heavenly voice again. I agreed immediately. The three of us headed toward Starlight Entertainment. At this moment, netizens still hadn't received any news. From me, even the victim Serena had no news. Everyone was guessing whether Serena was discussing divorce with me. After all, now that everything had been exposed, public opinion pressure was very favorable for Serena. Whether she was being controlled or whatever, she could use this incident to break free. Some curious netizens even specifically set up a condemnation group, condemning me, supporting Serena. The group updated with the latest news of the incident every day. The latest news in the group. Someone had seen Serena appear at Starlight Entertainment, with only a small assistant beside her. Under my TikTok was still a sea of curses, and right at this moment, Serena's Twitter suddenly updated with a pinned post. The netizens who discovered this Twitter post first were very excited. Brothers, big news. Serena's Twitter updated. There must be results. This sentence immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone got excited, starting to call their friends. Some people even spammed under my TikTok. There were also some entertainment media hiding in the group, who also sniffed out that this was another hot topic. They immediately posted all kinds of news. Everyone had waited over a day. Now finally, one of the parties involved had spoken up. In an instant, countless people flooded into Serena's Twitter account. However, when they clicked on the pinned post, the short 2 sentences inside immediately made them dumbfounded. In this life, to have met a good man, how fortunate I am. When a gentleman changes for the better, all admire him. My heart feels the same, netizens expressed, that they knew every word here. But put together, they completely didn't understand. They had been condemning for so long. The result was the victim giving them a rejection. In an instant, netizens' hearts ached, like being stabbed in the back. They couldn't even believe. This was posted by Serena. They naturally understood the meaning of these 2 sentences. That's why their mentality exploded. In an instant, a flood of comments poured in under this Twitter post. Basically, everyone suspected whether I had taken control of Serena's Twitter, but they had no way of getting an answer now. They could only continuously comment under this Twitter post. I don't believe it. Netizens had no choice. They could only wait now. Wait for New Music Festival tomorrow. By then, everything would become clear. They would ask Serena clearly at the scene whether this was real. When Ms. Claire and I brought Lily to Starlight Entertainment, Serena had just posted on Twitter not long ago, and was in the recording studio practicing singing. She had thought about that Twitter post for a long time before posting. Originally, she didn't want to pay attention to the rhythm online, but she saw those people continuously cursing at me. She couldn't help wanting to protect me. After posting, her face was red for a long time. Those bold words were her greatest courage. But after posting, her mood was clearly much better. Even her singing became much more natural. I carried little Lily. Miss Claire led me to take the elevator straight to the 11th floor. This floor was all recording studios. Serena was most likely here now. They didn't call Serena in advance. They wanted to give her a surprise. As soon as we reached the 11th floor, we hadn't seen Serena yet, when we happened to run into Diana coming out of a recording studio. Her eyes clearly lit up when she saw me and little Lily. This was Diana's first time meeting me in person. Her first impression was that I looked very gentle, not as vicious as they said online. She was one of 7 Memories' earliest fans, when the 7 Memories account wasn't even fully popular yet. Listening to the song With you for life. 7 memories holding a guitar, not showing his face. That mysteriousness had attracted her. Moreover, she especially yearned for the love in that song. So many people once loved your youthful face, but who is willing to endure the merciless changes of time? Diana had always thought that someone who could write and sing such a song must be such a romantic person. From then on, she had been quietly following 7 memories. Although she didn't believe the online rumors this time, she was still quietly following along. The Twitter post Serena made, she had seen it from the very beginning. She was very envious. Envious that the two of them could have such a dream-worthy love. One person displayed his talents for his wife, coming alone to Metro City. One person said to have met a good man, how fortunate. Bravely speaking up for love. She also wanted such sweet love. I also noticed this girl who had suddenly stopped, with her sweet appearance. I also recognized her. Diana, one of the hot championship candidates for this new music festival. I smiled and nodded at her in a friendly manner, then carried little Lily and prepared to continue walking forward. Are you here to find Serena? She's in the second recording studio on the left up ahead. At this moment, Diana suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, I curiously turned my head to look at Diana. This little girl I had never met was wearing a light yellow long dress. Her whole body exuded a lively aura. Thank you, I thanked her. Just as I was about to turn and continue walking, unexpectedly, Diana suddenly spoke up again. 7 memories. Can I have your autograph? I'm your fan. Diana was a bit shy. Even her voice was trembling. Her appearance was exactly like a young girl meeting her idol. I was slightly surprised. My reputation online right now could only be described as terrible. Didn't expect this fairly famous little girl would dare to openly admit she was my fan. I couldn't help but have a better impression of Diana. I smiled and set down little Willie from my arms, holding her little hand as I walked up to Diana. Sure, didn't expect I still have fans now, and a big singer at that. Hearing me say this, Diana's face turned slightly pink. She cutely stuck out her tongue, then unexpectedly took out a small notebook and handed it to me. 7 memories, you're so nice. My name is Diana. Please sign this notebook. I really like your songs. Sure, Diana. Thank you for liking them too. I took the notebook and saw that this notebook recorded all the songs I had written. I awkwardly touched my nose, then signed my 7 memories name on it. Returning the notebook to Diana, didn't expect Diana was actually a hardcore fan. I was a bit unused to it. You can just call me Diana. Diana happily took back the notebook, looking at the signature on it, full of joy. Diana, what are you doing? At this moment, a male voice suddenly came from the elevator direction. My gaze passed over Diana. I saw a scholarly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, frowning as he walked this way. Nothing. Diana hurriedly put away the notebook. Looking obedient, she said to the scholarly man, Uncle, why are you here? The person who came was Bradley Pierce. Bradley Pierce walked up to everyone. He naturally also saw me. His expression was somewhat cold. He pulled Diana's arm, leading her toward the elevator. While walking, he lectured Diana. Your mother asked me to bring you some things. Also, don't go near just anyone you meet. Understand? I know. Diana kept nodding, going along with her uncle, while secretly turning her head, sticking her tongue out at me. I completely didn't understand what was happening. I didn't know what I had done to offend this man. However, this was just a small matter. I shook my head without caring, turned around and headed toward Serena's recording studio. I knocked on the door. Mia opened it. She was clearly a bit surprised to see me. She was about to call out to Serena inside, who was practicing singing, but I had already made a shushing gesture. Mia understood and immediately stayed quiet. I led little Lily and snuck in. Ms. Claire closed the door, standing at the entrance with Mia looking inside. This wasn't the first time I had heard Serena sing. It's just that no matter how many times I watched her sing, I always found that she treated songs with extreme seriousness. That serious, focused appearance was truly beautiful. Serena was fully concentrated on singing. She completely didn't notice that little Lily and I were standing outside. A smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. This song had accompaniment. Coming from Serena's mouth, it sounded even better. Little Lily leaned against my leg, her big eyes staring at her mother. She was still innocent, but she also really liked seeing her mother so confident like this. Serena, when singing, and normally seemed like two different people, that charm emanating from her bones made people unable to help but be entranced. When Serena finished singing a song, she habitually turned her head to look outside and saw the figures of me and little Lily. Her eyes couldn't help but widen, even carrying a bit of surprise. My face carried a gentle smile. Little Lily's almond eyes curved into crescent moons. Her bright smile seemed to illuminate the entire room. Seeing this warm scene, Serena suddenly smiled like a blooming flower. Smiling as she walked over, she said softly, "You're back." The tip of Serena's nose was dotted with sweat, looking especially playful and lively. This was the appearance someone in their 20s should have. I nodded. My eyes contained a smile that was hard to hide. Is my lady surprised?" Serena's face immediately turned red. She saw Mia and Ms. Claire at the door, covering their mouths and secretly laughing. How could this person be like this? There were still people here, and he was already calling her my lady. Serena lowered her head and didn't look at me. Instead, she picked up little Lily. It's just that her translucent red earlobes and the smile that wouldn't fade from her face had already betrayed her thoughts at this moment. That I could suddenly appear before her made her very happy. The next day, the much-anticipated second round of New Music Festival arrived as scheduled. Originally, the popularity of New Music Festival's first round had already reached extraordinary heights because of Serena singing The Wind Rises. This round, because of my incident, caused several more platforms to start cooperating with New Music Festival, live streaming this competition. Sure enough, from early morning, countless netizens were already waiting in the live stream rooms of various platforms, waiting for this competition to arrive. And in front of Metro City Stadium, a huge crowd had gathered even earlier. They were mostly pure drama-watching armies. Among them were many members of the Serena support group. There were also some mainstream entertainment media. They also wanted to get the first news, so they had arrived at the stadium early. From this, one could see that this new music festival had created such a grand scene entirely because of one person's topics. Until 8 p.m., the official live stream room had just opened. The broadcasting platforms also synchronously started. Countless comments flooded the screens of the live stream rooms. New Music Festival director Ryan Shaw saw such dense comments, grinning from ear to ear. Regardless of whether my publicity was negative or positive, the popularity I created was real and substantial. This was heaven-sent great news for Ryan Shaw. But at this moment he also desperately hoped that between Serena and me, nothing would go wrong. How wonderful it would be if everything was harmonious. As long as the two of us had no problems, the next round, the round after that. As long as Serena was there, it represented that I was there. Me being there represented that traffic was there. After all, being full for one meal versus being full for every meal, Ryan Shaw could still distinguish between them. So he sincerely prayed that Serena and I could be well. Inside Metro City Stadium, the scene this time was much grander than before. After all, the production team had made money. They were willing to invest in a venue like this. This time, both little Lily and I wore masks, sneaking into the venue with the crowd. The sky in the stadium had transformed into twinkling starlight. A Milky Way poured down from the dome, falling straight onto the stage, like a deep summer night sky, covering overhead, mysterious, and making people yearn. And the host, this time, had also changed to the famous host Sarah Chen. She was currently dressed in celestial attire, walking on the Milky Way as she slowly ascended the stage. Welcome everyone to New Music Festival. I'm your host, Sarah Chen. I'm very happy to meet everyone at this grand event. Now our competition has reached the second round. The original 16 contestants only have 8 remaining on stage, and today, 4 more singers will leave. This is the cruelty of competition. and also the charm of competition. At this moment, I believe the audience at the scene and in the live stream rooms are all extremely excited, looking forward to the contestants they support successfully advancing. So without further ado, let's first look at the big screen, the profiles of our 8 contestants. As soon as Sarah Chen's voice fell, she gracefully turned to look at the big screen together with everyone. On the big screen, the profiles of the 8 contestants appeared one by one, until the last contestant's profile finished displaying. Only then did Sarah Chen turn back around, holding the microphone to continue. All right, we've finished watching the profiles of our 8 contestants. Next, please welcome our 4 judges to the stage. The Milky Way on stage suddenly split into 4 paths. The 4 judges bathed in the Milky Way, appearing one after another, in succession. When they appeared, they each sang their signature songs. Until the last judge finished singing, they waved together to greet the audience. Below the stage immediately erupted thunderous cheers, applause, and whistles. Amidst the audience's cheers, the 4 judges, one by one, stepped up to the judges' panel, sitting in their positions. Sarah Chen looked at the judges with a smile, then raised the microphone in her hand again. Backstage, Serena had been in position for a while. She wore a mask, sneaking in through the staff entrance. There were really too many people out front. Moreover, many people were holding signs supporting her. She was a bit nervous, especially when she saw there were also people holding signs opposing domestic violence. She felt especially uncomfortable inside. She didn't know if I had seen them. She worried that if I saw them, I would also feel sad inside. Of course I saw them. I wasn't blind. Signs that big were really glaring. It's just that I actually felt nothing. It didn't matter. As long as it wasn't Serena and Lily, no one could break through my defenses. Moreover, this was something the old James Rivers did. What did it have to do with me? After making up with Serena, I had thought it through long ago. I shifted my gaze to the stage. There, today's competition bracket had already been randomly assigned by the audience. Serena was competing in the second match today. Her opponent was Sean Bai from Imperial Entertainment, also a hot championship candidate. It seemed like heaven had deliberately arranged this. Serena had to pass 5 trials and slay 6 generals before she could win the championship. 2 consecutive matches were against strong opponents. Last match, if Rebecca hadn't had her heart shattered, only performing at 40% of her ability, she wouldn't have lost so miserably. At this moment backstage, Sean Bai had also received the news. His face was ashen. He was also very surprised inside. Among these contestants, the person he least wanted to face was Serena. This woman had behind her a man who brought his own trending topics. Fortunately, this time that man's image had collapsed. Moreover, he didn't know what was going on between Serena and me. Whether this time's song was written by me, this made Sean Bai feel much more relaxed inside. He acknowledged Serena's singing skills, but if Serena's song was lacking, but his singing skills also weren't afraid of her, unless I stepped in again, writing another treasure of a song. Otherwise, Sean Bai believed he could still put up a fight. The first match was Diana. Her opponent was the only remaining singer from Celestial Beauty Entertainment. Diana's voice was very different from Serena's. Her voice was naturally sweet, combined with her petite figure and that adorable doll-like face. Singing sweet little songs, she melted the hearts of the audience below the stage. This was also my first time hearing her sing. Last match, Serena performed first. After she finished competing, I had already left the stadium. This time, I finally got to hear Diana's song. I nodded. This song was indeed not bad. Very suitable for Diana to sing. My little fan's singing skills were indeed impressive, worthy of being a hot championship candidate, and her opponent's ability wasn't even as good as Rebecca's. Naturally, she lost to Diana in this match. In the second match, Serena still went on stage first. As soon as Serena stepped on stage, she, immediately, searched for the figures of me and little Lily with her eyes. When she saw our waving hands, the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. The spotlight shone on her face. Her smile was heart-stirring, devastatingly beautiful. It made me stare in a bit of a daze. The song hadn't even started yet. when someone below the stands shouted loudly, "Serena, may I ask if you posted that Twitter post? Serena, do you really like James Rivers? Or is he forcing you?" The scene instantly became chaotic. Serena gripped the microphone tightly and looked at me below the stage. She suddenly remembered the first time she met me, the purity in my eyes, that clarity and hint of affection. Thinking of this, Serena's almond eyes became even brighter. Then, with a smile in her eyes, she raised the microphone, loudly declaring to the audience below the stage and in the live stream rooms, "Yes, I like James Rivers. He's wonderful. Some people, some loves are destiny." Amidst the brilliant Milky Way, her gaze pierced through the sea of people. Meeting with mine, I was somewhat dazed, as if seeing a fairy from the ninth heaven, gazing at me from across the Milky Way. So what if it's destiny? So what if it's not? I felt this most deeply. It was destiny that I transmigrated here to meet her, to love her. The scene also became so quiet because of Serena's words, that you could hear a pin drop. She said destiny. The smile and happiness in her eyes couldn't be faked. She really did like me. She also really felt she was happy. And she had said such words again. Whether it was the audience in the stadium, or the audience in the live stream rooms, everyone was silent at this moment. The joy overflowing from this screen wasn't something someone who had been domestically abused for a long time could fake. At this moment, the music also slowly began playing on the big screen behind the stage. The song title, Courage, slowly appeared. Lyrics, James Rivers. Composition, Serena. Performed by Serena. The song, Courage, they had created together. The intro played. Everyone unconsciously immersed themselves in the music, slowly feeling along with the melody. Serena at this moment also raised the microphone, her gaze still on me. This song was like her telling me, "I now have the courage to love you." The intro ended. Serena's voice gently rang out, as if telling an insignificant little story. Damn it! Whether it was the audience at the scene, or the audience in the live stream rooms, in this moment, they all completely cursed out loud. What the hell was this if not a naked confession? What was this if not spreading dog food? And they were saying she was living unhappily being abused? I swear if this is called unhappy, then this single dog also wants to. Try feeling unhappy at this moment. William Crawford and Marcus Hayes were also watching the live stream. Their faces were ashen, as uncomfortable as if they had eaten 100 dead rats. Why? They just wanted to know. Why did James Rivers treat her like that? Yet she wasn't angry, and was here confessing her love instead. Fortunately, Rebecca had already gone in by now. She couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, she would directly have her heart shatter and ascend to heaven on the spot. The next moment made everyone feel even more damned. Listen to this. Were these words even human? Netizens collectively vomited blood. Turns out we were all the ones creating gossip and rumors. Your courage toward her is too much. We're impressed. Not cursing anymore. They just want to love each other. Stop showing off. We were wrong. Boo-hoo, thought today would be a criticism session. Turns out it's a dog food night. Damn it. But this song is really too good. Boo-hoo, what do I do if I've fallen in love with it? I also want to forgive 7 Memories now. In the future, without his music, how am I supposed to live? Forgive. Must forgive. Serena has already come out and spoken up. What are we still hesitating about? You're forgiving this kind of person too? No way. No way. What's wrong with the person above? Why are you jumping out at this moment? Are you the one involved? Who gave you the courage? Serena? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying laughing. Serena gave the courage. But this song is really good. Makes me remember the old days. Too bad back then. If I could have had courage like Serena, the ending might have been different. Love in the heart is hard to speak. Having such courage is something so precious. Wishing those who bravely pursue love eternal happiness. The comments online when Serena sang this song gradually calmed down. Although netizens still felt a bit uncomfortable inside, the actual people involved were loving each other to death and back, even spreading dog food. What else could they The drama watchers say. Could it be the emperor wasn't anxious, but the eunuch was? They didn't have such bad hobbies. Serena's love declaration and one song, Courage, completely conquered the audience. They weren't just moved by this good song, but also by her fearless courage. Backstage, Sean Bai's face was like ash. At this moment, he had no courage left inside at all. Sure enough, what you fear comes. He had originally been praying I wouldn't write music for her. Now great, the two people had composed a song together. If it was just a good song, he could accept it. That way, he wouldn't be without a chance of winning. But the problem now was, not only was the song good, but this song was too fitting for the situation. It was completely a song written for this situation. Too suited to Serena's feelings right now. One song plus a love declaration. Directly turned tonight's competition venue into a dog food night. How was he supposed to win? Sean Bai smiled bitterly and shook his head. The song he had prepared was a bit inferior to Courage. In terms of emotional investment, he couldn't be more focused than Serena. He could only compare a bit in singing skills. The competition wasn't even over yet. Sean Bai already knew the result. At this moment, Serena had finished singing. She bowed to the audience at the scene, and the judges, slowly exiting the stage. Until the music ended, everyone only then dazedly realized the song had finished. They had just been immersed in the emotions the song brought, still not having come back to their senses, and Serena's figure had already disappeared from the stage. Only then did the scene suddenly erupt in thunderous applause. They all admired Serena, someone who dared to bravely pursue love. She deserved their support. It was Sean Bai's turn to go on stage. He quickly composed himself. No matter what, he still had to try his best. This had nothing to do with anything else. This was a singer's professional quality toward songs. Sean Bai indeed lived up to being a hot championship candidate. As soon as the music started, he quickly got into the zone. His tone was very good, clear and bright, singing an upbeat song. The atmosphere at the scene also couldn't help but liven up. The audience waved the glow sticks in their hands, following the upbeat music, swaying rhythmically. The judges on stage all showed expressions of appreciation. Although this song wasn't as good as Courage, the fact that he could still perform so excellently after Serena's performance was already very good, at least better than last match. Fellow hot championship candidate Rebecca. In terms of attitude, Sean Bai's fans also felt a bit regretful. They also knew their idol had already done his best. After all, there was only one 7 Memories in the world. Not everyone could compose such high-quality songs in this amount of time. I was also attentively listening to his performance below the stage. Although he was an opponent, music knows no boundaries. Good music deserved to be treated seriously. The result was as expected, although this time it wasn't like the first-round match, with an overwhelming vote count, directly crushing the opponent, but this time Serena still easily won. With a score of 4,001, Sean Bai's one vote was from a judge who quite liked his voice, and serious attitude, giving him a sympathy vote. Sean Bai also happily accepted this. He had anticipated this result. He could only say his skills weren't as good as others. Working harder in the future was the right thing to do. The second round of New Music Festival also ended at 11 p.m. Serena, Diana, Mia Anderson, along with a contestant from a small entertainment company named Kevin Wong. The 4 people successfully made it to the top. 4. Among them, besides the 2 dark horses, Serena and Kevin Wong, the other 2 were both previous hot championship candidates. This made the audience even more excited about New Music Festival. After all, competitions with dark horses were interesting. The championship battle would be more surprising. Now, the online calls for Serena to win the championship were growing louder. 2 consecutive songs had proven her personal ability, and also proven 7 Memories' monstrous composing ability. If these 2 people weren't a couple, netizens now wouldn't accept it. Originally before, netizens still felt Serena wasn't worthy of James Rivers. That was 7 Memories after all. What virtue and talent did Serena have to receive his favor, having him write music for her? But gradually, everyone discovered things weren't as simple as they thought. especially after New Music Festival ended. Netizens suddenly realized they had completely thought wrong before. It wasn't that Serena wasn't worthy of James Rivers, but that James Rivers wasn't worthy of Serena. Wow, such a treasure of a goddess. Who wouldn't cherish her properly? So after New Music Festival ended, a post on this topic shot up the trending list again. James Rivers' self-redemption comes from the courage Serena gave. The original meaning was very simple. It was that James Rivers, you being forgiven by us, was entirely because you have a good wife. Be grateful. And right at this moment, Starlight Entertainment also wasn't about to stand aside. Riding this trending topic, they posted a Twitter message and tagged Serena. Congratulations to our singers, Serena and Diana, for making the top 4. Additionally, we'd like to explain to everyone, he's not as bad as the outside rumors say. He and Serena came together mutually. The fact that Serena could sign with us was entirely because he came alone to Metro City, running around for her sake. As a result, netizens only found out after seeing this that the two of them had actually made each other complete, coming together mutually. Love it. Such feelings are amazing. They expressed that they were blinded. Mutual love was already something that made people happy. This was also a fairy tale couple, making everyone like them even more. The previous Serena support group, the Condemnation group, after the competition ended, the group admin, had quietly changed the group name to Serena CP Shipping Group. The people in the group also unconsciously chatted. The two of them better be together for life. I'm betting on it. Rest assured, I can tell 7 Memories isn't someone who doesn't know what's good. If these two dare to break up, I'll be the first to flood 7 Memories TikTok. Hey, actually, I'm a fan of Lily Rivers. Haha, I also want to have a daughter like that. Right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Lily is our favorite little princess. Ah, you're a fake fan. You just said you forgot. The group admin quietly lurked, watching the members enthusiastically chat, then slapped their head. The group name changed again. Serena Family Group, Lily Rivers, James Rivers. Don't ask why. I'm ranked last. If you ask, it's because comparing the whole family, only I'm the ugliest. Oh, right. Also has a criminal record. When Serena came out from backstage, only I was left waiting for her outside. Serena blinked, not knowing where Mia and the others had gone. Even Lily had been taken away, and my staring gaze made her face a bit hot. However bold she had been on stage just now, that's how embarrassed Serena was now. She lowered her head. Her small lips that were originally pursed together, her delicate face also grew increasingly red. Serena stared at the tips of her shoes, not daring to look anymore. This man had no shame even in the middle of a main road. Who stares at a girl like that? I completely didn't realize anything was wrong. I was looking at my own wife. Even immortals couldn't control that. I just felt that the word destiny, Serena said today, really spoke to my heart. It was destiny that I transmigrated here to love her. Serena couldn't stand my burning gaze anymore. She raised her head and glanced at me. Just this one glance. I panickedly stepped back, awkwardly touching my nose. Serena like this was truly invincible. The flirtatiousness in that glance was full of killing power. Seeing me like this, Serena couldn't help but burst out laughing. She glanced at me and asked, "Where's Lily?" Mia and Miss Claire took her back. I smiled awkwardly. I also didn't know why. I suddenly wanted to be alone with Serena. When alone with her, my heart was very peaceful. Serena softly said, On her rosy cheeks, she was still smiling. She had clearly understood my intention. Her little woman appearance was indescribably charming. Anyway, I had completely fallen. I took a deep breath, barely suppressing my stirring heart. I took the initiative to step forward, holding Serena's warm little hand as I walked forward. The two of us just like that, quietly strolled under the streetlights. The streetlights stretched out our shadows. At this moment, the two of us were extremely close. Gurgle. While walking, the quiet atmosphere between the two of us was suddenly broken by a sound. Serena's originally slightly curved small lips parted. She looked at her stomach in disbelief. At this moment, her stomach had disappointingly made a sound, making Serena want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So embarrassing. Serena lowered her head. Her face flushed red. I laughed out loud. The laughter echoed very loudly in the night, until Serena squeezed my hand harder and harder. I finally held back my laughter, my bright, sparkling eyes looking at Serena. Serena like this was the most genuine. Hey, I'm hungry. Let's go get some late-night snacks. Serena didn't say anything. She just gently nodded, then was led by my hand, walking toward the nearby snack street. The late summer night market was very lively, especially this kind of snack street. A small street was packed with people. The aroma of all kinds of snacks drifted over, making both of us crave food. Serena hadn't eaten much at lunch. Now it was already past 11:40 p.m. She had been hungry for a long time, now smelling so many delicious snacks. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. This scene naturally caught my eye. I secretly smiled. Didn't expect Serena was also a snack lover. Then she must have suffered before. How long had it been since she tasted these snacks? Following the crowd, the two of us entered the snack street. At this moment, we were like an ordinary young couple on the streets. I bought all kinds of snacks, feeding the snack lover beside me. Whether in the old world or here, I rarely hung out. And the times Serena went shopping could be counted on one hand. Before she was an orphan. When studying, she worked while studying. After graduating, she became a singer. She had even less time to go shopping. She had forgotten. When was the last time she came to a night market snack street like this? But at this moment, she really loved snack streets like this, mainly because it really smelled good. For example, right now, she hadn't even said anything. Her almond eyes just lit up, looking toward the grilled chicken leg stall by the road. I would go straight over there. When I came back, I would definitely have 2 skewers of fragrant, grilled chicken legs in my hands. Just from such a simple thing, Serena knew. That happiness had really come to her side. This feeling kept the corners of her mouth curved up. Her heart grew even warmer. I was also really enjoying time like this. This was probably what they called dating. In other people's eyes, she and I were an old married couple who had been married for years, even already having a child. But in reality, we were like a newly dating couple. Many things were first-time experiences. The two of us leisurely strolled through the snack street just like that. This time was when Serena ate the most. She tried a bit of all kinds of snacks. Whatever she couldn't finish all went into my stomach. Is that Serena? At this moment, on the originally noisy snack street, someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise. People nearby immediately inquired. Immediately, most people on the entire snack street were looking around, until they saw those 2 familiar faces. They immediately froze. Oh my God! It really is Serena and James Rivers. Serena is as beautiful as on TV. That face is absolutely gorgeous. How much good karma did James Rivers accumulate in his past life? Immediately, most people recognized the 2 of us. Even those who didn't recognize us were asking what was going on. The entire snack street immediately became chaotic. Quite a few people crowded toward the 2 of us. This was their first time on such a chaotic snack street. Seeing a live celebrity, who wasn't even wearing a mask or any disguise. Didn't they know how popular they were right now? Serena and I also fell into a state of panic. We had indeed momentarily forgotten about this, mainly because neither of us had been famous before. How could we have thought we'd be recognized? Only now did the 2 of us belatedly react. These past few days, the trending topics were all about us. It would be strange if we weren't recognized. After being recognized, the entire snack street went into chaos. Complete chaos. Whether it was people who knew us, or those purely watching the excitement, they all crowded over in an instant. Oh my God! Reacting, I exclaimed in alarm. I grabbed Serena, who was still dazedly holding up snacks, and ran. Fortunately, this snack street had winding paths, and there were many people. I turned east and west, and soon escaped from the large army behind. The 2 of us had now gone from the center of the snack street to the edge. Like thieves, we put on masks. I even bought a baseball cap, putting it on Serena's head. When things had settled down, I wiped my sweat, helplessly looking at Serena, who still hadn't fully recovered. Being a celebrity is really troublesome. Scared me to death. Serena's eyes under the baseball cap blinked. She touched the mask on her face, then raised the snacks in her hand. Can't eat like this anymore. Her voice was a bit aggrieved. I sighed. Why did it feel like this woman was getting more and more silly? Even now, she was only thinking about eating. Let me wrap them up for you. We'll find a quiet place to eat. Serena looked at the snacks in her hand and thought for a moment. Only then did she reluctantly hand the snacks to me. Her eyes kept staring at them, as if afraid that if she wasn't careful for a moment, I would sneak a bite. Helplessly, I wrapped up the remaining snacks, then took tissues from my pocket, naturally pulled Serena's small hand, and gently wiped the oil stains on her hand. Don't worry, they're all yours, I said softly while wiping. Serena stared blankly at me, being so gentle. The corners of her eyes couldn't help but get moist, but deep in her eyes, a light that was hard to hide rose up. Let's go, I observed for a moment. When I saw that the smooth little hand had been wiped clean, I withdrew my hand. A smile spread across my face. Serena lowered her head, blindly following me forward, until the two of us arrived. At the plaza in front of a shopping mall, I pulled Serena to sit down on a bench, handing the still warm snacks to Serena. Now you can eat in peace, Serena nodded. She took the snacks from my hand, removed her mask, and ate small bite by small bite. I tilted my head back with both hands behind my neck, looking up at the starry sky. The starry sky in this world was really beautiful, even though it was already midnight. The moon in the sky still illuminated the ground brightly. In just a moment, Serena had demolished all the snacks. I handed over a tissue to wipe her mouth. Serena pursed her lips and took the tissue. She kept feeling like I was taking care of her, like taking care of Lily. After she finished wiping her mouth and looked up, she happened to see above the shopping mall the huge movie theater sign. Serena's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's go watch a movie. Is that okay? And I scratched my head. It was already this late. Would it be okay not to go back? But seeing the hopeful light in Serena's eyes, my heart immediately softened. I stood up, pointing my hand toward the movie theater. Let's go! Serena's face immediately bloomed with joy. She had wanted to go to a movie theater to watch a movie for a very long time. It's just that she never had the chance. Now she could finally go. And it was with me. When the two of us arrived at the movie theater, it happened to be right before the last showing was about to start. This made Serena secretly happy. If they had come a little later, wouldn't they have missed it today? The two of us quickly bought tickets and went in. Perhaps because it was late at night. There weren't many people in the theater, just a few scattered couples. The seats were quite hidden. Serena and I very naturally bought the center position facing the screen. Because there weren't many people, the two of us very naturally removed their masks. At this moment, the lights also went out. The movie began. This was a youth romance film. I found it quite boring to watch. I basically didn't watch this kind of movie. Serena was watching attentively. I preferred looking at Serena's serious face, especially when the movie reached the middle part. When the plot had the male and female leads being romantic with each other, I clearly saw Serena's beautiful face, gradually turning pink. Her eyelashes were also unconsciously fluttering. Then she suddenly turned her head to look at me, and happened to catch me secretly looking at her. Serena instantly panicked. Her pretty face turned even redder. This man wasn't watching the movie. What was he looking at her for? I smiled. Sure enough, this kind of movie was still more suitable for girls to watch. They were more easily moved by films. Serena was no exception. Domestic youth romance films always had endings that weren't very good. Sure enough, at the end, the male and female leads still broke up. The movie ended. The theater lights came on. I clearly saw Serena's eyes were slightly red. Women were naturally emotional. This kind of movie, to me, wasn't as impactful as one glance from Serena. When I led Serena to stand up and leave, we saw the couple in that corner, still intimately embracing each other. Seeing this scene, Serena's face immediately flushed red, and I shamelessly took another look. I was quite envious of such youth, passionate like fire. The two of us walked out of the movie theater. I could feel Serena's hand was slightly sweaty. She was nervous. I quietly looked at her profile. Under the moonlight, she was so beautiful it was unreal. Sure enough, even her ears were red. The two of us just strolled under the moonlight like that. Neither spoke first. Because I was enjoying Serena's shy appearance right now, and Serena was simply embarrassed. Finally, I was still the one who gently squeezed her soft, boneless little hand. Speaking first, "Don't be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you." Hearing this, Serena immediately became even more nervous. What did eating mean? What did he want to do? She raised her small face. Her eyelashes fluttered. Her gaze held a hint of panic. This was being overly nervous. Seeing her like this, I suddenly wanted to tease her. Acting on impulse, I suddenly stopped, pulling the walking Serena toward me. Being pulled, Serena suddenly stumbled. In a panic, both hands braced against my chest. She raised her face in confusion to look at me. The next moment, my face suddenly leaned in close. Serena could feel my hot breath on her small face. Serena was stunned, her eyes wide. In an instant, even her heart stopped for half a beat. I saw her fair, rosy face immediately flush red. I saw panic suddenly flash in her eyes. Innocent. I saw her small lips move slightly. She even swallowed her saliva. Too cute. Also too against the rules. I had only wanted to tease her. Being startled like this, my heart immediately collapsed. I couldn't hold back. So I chose to completely follow my instincts. I directly lowered my head, gently placing a kiss on her face. Serena had already closed her eyes by now. Then, she felt a warm sensation transmitted to her face. After that, she waited and waited, but there was no other movement. Serena secretly opened her eyes. I was looking at her with a bright smile. So annoying. This bad person. Serena braced against my chest, forcefully pushing me. She huffily turned around and walked away. Being pushed back, stumbling, I scratched my head and hurriedly chased after her. Serena walked ahead. Her small steps were a bit fast. I had to take long strides to catch up. She was angry. Teasing was fun for a moment. Chasing your wife to the crematorium. Serena ignored me. Hey, I really couldn't control myself. I didn't do it on purpose, I hurriedly explained, but Serena still ignored me. Her small steps became even faster. I could only continue following Serena with a bitter face. The two of us walked one in front and one behind for a long time. Serena also didn't see me catch up and pull her back. Then she became even angrier. How come she didn't discover before that I was this stupid? Really indescribably stupid. Walking all the way to the parking lot outside the stadium, Serena pulled open the car door and got in. I hurriedly took 3 steps as 2 to follow, sitting in the passenger seat. Serena's face was still cold. She released the handbrake, started the car, and set off in one smooth motion. The car left. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the apartment. I watched Serena walk into the apartment, leaving me outside the door. Mia came out from inside the apartment, not understanding. She saw her Serena with a flushed face, huffily walking into the bedroom. Mia had just come to the door. When she saw me with a pained expression wearing a mask, Mia frowned. "Did you bully Serena again?" My eyes were evasive. "No, I didn't." Seeing my guilty appearance, Mia became even more certain. "Great! Serena just confessed her love for you in front of everyone. And you bullied her again? Are you even human?" Mia was clearly angry. Her. Serena had protected me like that. How could I still bully her? It's not what you think. I hurriedly waved my hand to explain, scratching my head as I roughly told her the situation. Mia's eyes widened as she listened, an expression of disbelief. But my expression didn't look fake. Mia remembered the rosy flush on Serena's face. Only then did she believe my words. Then she looked at me with a complicated expression. "Go, given the chance, and you're still useless. You don't even know where Serena's anger point is." Hopeless. Mia knew the truth. She was a bit helpless. She decided to stop bothering with this man, who was as stupid as a pig, turned around and closed the door, going inside. I looked at the closed door in front of me. I sighed. If I had known, I wouldn't have teased her. Now look what happened. I turned around and hit my head. Looking completely disappointed, I was about to leave. The apartment door behind me suddenly opened again. Yeah. Then, a car key was stuffed into my hand. The key still carried a bit of warmth. I turned my head and saw Serena's pretty face with her small lips pursed. Dummy, were you planning to walk back? I smiled. I breathed a sigh of relief inside. Her paying attention to me was good enough. Then I carefully asked, "Still angry?" Seeing me like this, Serena couldn't help but burst out laughing. Silly, but also quite cute, just a bit unromantic. I was never angry. Serena pursed her lips and glanced at me, saying, "Were all women this changeable? Then what was all that huffing and ignoring me just now? A ghost? Even if I was stupid." I wouldn't say these words at this moment. I hurriedly nodded. Right, not angry. I saw wrong, not wanting to bother with him anymore. Serena glanced at me and went back into the apartment. I grinned, holding the car key, and leisurely left. All the way until the hotel. After I finished showering and had just lain on the bed, I received an Instagram message from Serena. Good night. The corner of my mouth curved up slightly. I also replied with one sentence. My lady, good night. Early the next morning, I had already driven to the apartment. Today I had to take little Lily back to Riverside City. The round-trip plane tickets booked when we came were for today. My life as a stay-at-home dad would continue. I was quite looking forward to it. So after finishing breakfast, the group had arrived at the airport. Serena was affectionate with little Lily for a while. Only when it was almost time did she hand the little one to me. Her eyes full of reluctance. I was no less reluctant. But I still held Serena's small hand, gently saying, "Go back. Remember to call home. Often. Also, if anything happens, you must tell me. Don't hide it, understand?" Serena nodded. I gently squeezed her small hand, only then reluctantly letting go. "I'm going now," I said. Carrying Lily, I turned and walked into the corridor. "Wait!" Suddenly a fragrant breeze rushed over. I had just turned around. When Lily and I had already received Serena's kiss on our faces, then Serena stepped back 2 steps. She pursed her lips. "Go on." I smiled softly, looking at Serena's pretty face. I waved. "From now on, the mortal world's smoke and fire, mountains and rivers far away, nothing is not you. Nothing is you. Rivers and seas with the rest of life is all you." The plane arrived in Riverside City at 11 towns a.m. Returning home after so long, I first cleaned the house from top to bottom, then cooked lunch. Only then did I rest. After eating and drinking our fill, the father and daughter very naturally, as always, sprawled out on the sofa in a Garfield pose, can only say, like father, like daughter. I also didn't know since when. Little Lily had learned this lying posture of mine, and imitated it perfectly. Looking at little Lily, who was copying me, I sat up straight again. I suddenly remembered something very important. That was that little Lily was now already 3 years old. She needed to go to kindergarten, and kindergarten started in September. There was still 1 month left. I needed to find a kindergarten to register first. Thinking of this, I looked toward little Lily, who had also sat up straight on the sofa. "Lily, do you know what kindergarten is?" Lily blinked her big eyes. She thought carefully for a moment. She nodded at me. "I know. Kindergarten is a place with lots and lots of little friends. Lily saw it on TV. I smiled. I rubbed the little one's head. "Lily is so smart. So does Lily want to go to kindergarten?" This time Lily didn't answer immediately. She furrowed her small brow and thought for a long time. Her big eyes just stared. At me, I thought. The little one was very resistant to going to kindergarten. Then she spoke up. "Lily wants to go, but Lily can't bear to leave Daddy." I looked at little Lily seriously. I picked her up and held her in my arms. "After going to kindergarten, you can still see Daddy every day. Daddy will take Lily to school every day and pick Lily up after school. Kindergarten also has many little friends to play with Lily. There are also teachers to teach Lily nursery rhymes. If you're good, there are little red flowers to receive," I said patiently. Lily's current personality and living habits mostly came from my and Serena's teaching, but I knew that I, after all, hadn't received systematic educational training. I couldn't compare to teachers at school, hearing my words. Only then did Lily nod her little head. Then Lily wants to go to kindergarten. Good. Then Daddy will find a really good kindergarten for Lily. I smiled and rubbed little Lily's head, then put her back on the sofa. Only then did I pick up my phone to search for nearby kindergartens. Then I discovered that kindergarten registration had all ended. Registration had stopped in July. I scratched my head. What to do now? At that time, I hadn't transmigrated yet. The original owner, that scumbag, hadn't thought about this issue before either. No choice. I could only continue searching online, looking for which nearby kindergarten was good. In the end, I chose a nearby kindergarten, called Riverside Blossom. This kindergarten had very high ratings online. Its reputation was also very good, especially highly rated by parents. With an anxious heart, I brought various documents, and led Lily by car to Riverside Blossom Kindergarten. This place really wasn't far from where we lived, only about 10 minutes by car. As soon as I got out of the car, I hurriedly asked the security guard at the gate. I smoothly arrived at the admissions office of Riverside Blossom Kindergarten. In the office, there were only 2 female staff members around 40 years old, sitting and chatting. I knocked on the door. Both simultaneously turned their heads to look at me at the door. One of them immediately stood up. She politely asked, "Hello, can I help you?" The other one stared at my face and frowned slightly. She kept feeling like this man looked familiar somehow, but she couldn't remember who he was. Little Lily at this moment was still a bit afraid of strangers. She hugged my leg and hid behind me. I also politely responded. My face carried a slightly embarrassed expression. "Hello. It's like this. Because of my carelessness, I forgot to register my child for kindergarten in June. She's already 3 years old this year. Could you see if there are still any spots available?" The woman who stood up shook her head. She had seen many careless parents like this, not to mention a kindergarten like Riverside Blossom with such a good reputation. Right now, I'm afraid even ordinary kindergartens wouldn't have any spots left, although every kindergarten kept a few special spots in reserve, just in case. But she could see I clearly didn't fall into that category. "I'm sorry, sir. Our spots are already full," she said to me with a regretful expression. Hearing this, I was a bit disappointed. Little Lily behind me also poked her little head out at this moment. Her big, innocent eyes looked around. She had only seen this place on TV. She was very curious about everything here. "Lily, are you little Princess Lily?" The staff member who was sitting, when she saw little Lily, suddenly spoke up. Her voice couldn't hide her excitement. Just now, seeing me had felt familiar, but she couldn't remember. But seeing Lily, she immediately recognized her. She had a son. Both she and her son were fans of Lily. She was a mom fan of Lily. The staff member who was standing heard this and froze for a moment. She murmured, "Lily?" Then she shifted her gaze to the tiny little Lily. Her eyes also suddenly lit up. As mothers, they didn't know me, but they were very familiar with Lily Rivers. "It really is little Princess Lily. My little darling. Just as cute as online." I was also startled by the 2 people's unexpected reaction. I scratched my head. So these 2 were both fans of Lily. Regarding Lily's mom fans online, I was quite familiar with them. They all called Lily Little Princess Lily. Lily saw the 2 people looking at her with shining eyes, also calling her name. She first timidly looked at me, and after receiving my encouraging gaze, she finally stepped out from behind me. "Hello, aunties." This was what I usually taught her. When meeting people, you should greet them. "Hello, sweetie. Let me touch you. Wow, wow, wow. I really got to meet little Princess Lily. So happy." Both of them squatted down. One touched Lily's hair. One pinched Lily's little cheeks, making Lily furrow her cute little brows. At this moment, one of them suddenly looked up. "Hello, Mr. Rivers. Could you wait here for a moment? I'll call and ask our principal. I think our principal would also be very happy to accept Lily Rivers into our school." There was such a good thing. I hurriedly nodded. I couldn't help but sigh with emotion. So Lily was this amazing. Her mom fans were even more enthusiastic than ordinary celebrity fans, and so, one staff member hurriedly went to the side, calling the principal. The other one was still cooing at Lily, simply couldn't let go of her, and I had completely become an outsider. Soon after, that staff member finished her call. She came over with a happy expression. "Mr. Rivers, you brought all the documents, right? I'll enter the spot for you right now. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble." I hurriedly nodded in thanks, handing over all the documents in my hand to her. Before coming, I had searched online for what documents were needed. The spot was quickly successfully entered. The staff member returned all the documents to me, then rubbed little Lily's head and said, "All done. Registration is successful. Mr. Rivers, please keep your phone available. Our teacher will find a time for a home visit to meet the child and also learn about her situation. Mr. Rivers, just wait patiently. Also, our school starts on September 1st. This time, Mr. Rivers, remember not to forget." I took back the documents and hurriedly shook her hand. Yes. Really sorry for the trouble. I'll pay attention." Everything was done. Only then did I lead Lily, under the reluctant gazes of the two staff members, and left. After leaving the kindergarten gate, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I had come with the intention of just trying, didn't expect it to actually succeed. Moreover, there was a home visit before kindergarten enrollment. This I didn't know before. Thinking of this, I became a bit nervous again. First time being a father. My child's first teacher was about to visit our home. I was a bit worried. However, this was all a necessary path for parents. I could only try to suppress the nervousness in my heart and lead Lily home. Now I had many tasks, things to prepare for Lily going to kindergarten, the song for Serena's next competition match, the complete anime concept Derek needed. All these things needed me to prepare. Even as a transmigrator, I was getting a bit of a headache. I was busy running around. But fortunately, everything was going quite smoothly. And at this moment, the sky over Metro City was drizzling with light rain. In the Moonrise Hotel, Bradley Pierce was dining with a fashionably dressed woman. This woman had long, wavy hair. Right now, she was very elegantly swirling her wine glass, taking a small sip, then gently placing it on the table. "Director Pierce, I got to where I am today thanks to your promotion back then. But what you're asking now isn't easy to do." Although she was already around 30 when her voice came out. It had a sickeningly sweet feeling. However, Bradley Pierce clearly liked this coquettish tone of hers. Even the way he looked at her carried a treasuring expression. "Bella, don't worry. I've already talked to William Barnes. If Serena's opponent in the next match really is Diana, he will vote for Diana. Plus your vote. We're set." Bradley Pierce had an expression of having everything under control. He was even feeling a bit smug inside. People who worked for others would forever be working for others. How could they compete with capitalists like him? New Music Festival had 4 judges in total. He had already convinced 2 of them. Now, as long as Bella Summers agreed, Serena would definitely lose the next match. Bella Summers saw Bradley Pierce's attitude like this. She slightly narrowed her phoenix eyes. "Even if you've convinced William Barnes, adding my vote is still only 2 votes. How can you say we're set?" Bradley Pierce's face still carried a smile. He pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. "What if we add Nathan Harper's vote?" "Nathan Harper? That upright guy? How is that possible?" Bella Summers frowned. If it were someone else, she might still believe it. But talking about Nathan Harper, she completely didn't believe it. Bradley Pierce smiled mysteriously. He poured another glass of wine for Bella Summers, laughing openly. "Nothing is impossible. You don't need to worry about this. You just need to tell me whether you'll help or not." Bella Summers thought for a moment. Looking at Bradley Pierce's certain-to-win appearance, she raised her glass again. She took a light sip and said to Bradley Pierce, "Cheers." Bradley Pierce's face immediately bloomed with joy. "Cheers!" After the meal, Bradley Pierce reluctantly saw Bella Summers to her car. Watching her drive away, she was now a popular female star. She couldn't be casually ordered around like before. This made Bradley Pierce feel a bit empty, but he quickly concealed his disappointment. A smile spread across his face. Again. Now, New Music Festival had 4 judges. He had already gotten through to 3 of them. If Serena met Diana, what did she have to win with? Did she really think the entertainment industry was that clean? Naive. Moreover, he had also invited Marcus Wu, the godfather of music, to write music for Diana with full effort. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of the audience not buying it. As for Marcus Wu losing to me last time, he didn't care at all. Marcus Wu had personally promised him this time. This time's song would be very good. Moreover, last time was entirely Rebecca's uselessness. It had little to do with Marcus Wu. With all people and matters arranged, Bradley Pierce smugly got in his car, driving towards Starlight Entertainment. I naturally didn't know about these things. I was now simultaneously looking up how to write anime concepts online, while writing the story of Under One Person in a thick notebook. Even though I remembered this anime clearly, when writing it out, I still found it very difficult. What troubled me most was scene description and transitions, along with character personalities and dialogue. I had to rack my brains bit by bit. This was extremely difficult for someone who didn't write professionally like me. Even a minor character, I had to think about for a long time, before I could describe them in words. However, this was still much faster than ordinary people. You have to know that for ordinary people to write a concept, they need at least long-term accumulation, starting from nothing, and standing on the shoulders of giants were completely 2 different things. Moreover, this wasn't too urgent. After I finished writing, I still needed to find an artist to draw it. Only then could it be made into an anime. At my current speed, I believed at most 1 month, I could completely transcribe Season 1 of Under One Person. I also already had ideas for Serena's song. It was when I video called Serena today. I suddenly thought of a song written specifically for long-distance love. I knew as the competition progressed, it would only get harder later. Not playing a few trump cards would probably lead to a miserable loss. Mainly, Serena's foundation was still too weak. Unlike other established singers, whose fans had formed long ago, and only kept increasing. Compared to other singers, Serena's path to fame was short, with many controversies and few fixed fans. This was also her weakness. Only by continuously producing good works could this weakness be compensated. Being busy until evening, after coaxing little Lily to sleep, I went back out to the living room. Sitting in front of the table, I spread out the sheet music. I didn't write immediately. Instead, I quietly tapped the rhythm, first singing it softly once through. This song wasn't just invincible in its lyrics. Most importantly was the melody of this song, and its opening. After singing through it once, I picked up the pen and wrote out the complete melody, then noted all the instruments used inside. The pen stopped. The piece was complete. I held the sheet music and reviewed it once. Only then did a smile spread across my face. This opening is truly invincible. 3 days passed very quickly. These few days, besides writing that song for Serena, I was completely immersed in creating Under One Person. I felt like I must have owed Derek in my past life. Otherwise, why was writing anime for that bastard? Even more tiring than writing music for Serena? However, fortunately, the more I wrote, the more skilled I became. Now I didn't need to pay special attention to the layout. I could also write the entire format correctly. Sure enough, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. There's nothing that hard work and effort can't solve. 8 p.m. I led little Lily and sat punctually on the sofa, casting my phone screen to watch the direct live stream. Today was the 3rd round of New Music Festival, the semi-finals, with 4 into 2. I was already eager to hear that song from Serena's mouth, to see how amazing it would be, and at the scene, Serena's face still carried a smile. She only thought for a moment, then directly answered, "I won't talk about proof. In a moment, you can see for yourselves. As for who I most want to draw, I haven't thought about it. I think they all have strong abilities. No matter who I draw, I will try my best." In front of the TV, I also smiled hearing Serena's answer. Serena answered very cleverly. This way, she didn't offend anyone, while also showing she would try her best. Sarah Chen didn't get anything out of her. Her expression was a bit disappointed, but she quickly adjusted, continuing to ask a few small questions. After Serena answered them one by one, Sarah Chen interacted with the other contestants for a bit, then officially began the drawing. Backstage, Ryan Shaw saw the actual traffic data online. He was indescribably happy. For competitions like this, after a few rounds, the traffic usually gradually declined, mainly because each round was basically the same. Nothing creative, completely relying on the singer's songs to maintain it. Over time, the audience would naturally leave. But New Music Festival was now in its third round, and the traffic data was higher each round. This was all the popularity Serena and I brought. A hit song every round. Even immortals couldn't handle this. At this moment, the drawing on stage had ended. Serena's opponent today had been determined. It was Diana. Diana looked at Serena's absolutely beautiful profile. Her mood was both nervous and excited. She didn't know what song I had written for Serena this time, but she could guess that the song her idol wrote would definitely be better than the song in her hands, but she would still try her best. Being able to compete with Serena on stage, even if she lost, she would be very happy. Losing to my song wasn't a loss. Moreover, getting to hear another good song was already great. Next, Marcus Gow, Bella, Summers, Nathan Harper, and William Barnes, the 4 judges, sang their signature songs, and under everyone's attention, took the stage one by one. The atmosphere at the scene also ignited because of this. After all, these veteran singers each had countless fans of their own. In this round's competition, Serena and Diana were the second match. The first match was Mia Anderson versus Kevin Wang. Mia Anderson sang a passionate love song like Fire, also dancing while singing. Fireworks shot up brilliantly. Sure enough, she was the hot rising star of the new generation. Even I secretly marveled at this ability. The 4 contestants who could break through the siege, sure enough, none of them were all talk and no substance. Although Mia Anderson sang very well, I still felt that my own Serena would forever be the goddess. Next was Kevin Wang. He brought a rock song, heart-wrenching music, accompanied by Kevin Wang's unique husky voice. He was indeed a tough competitor. Even the audience at the scene was swept along, swaying their bodies. The first match ended. Marcus Gow's and William Barnes's votes both went to Kevin Wang, while Bella Summers's and Nathan Harper's votes went to Mia Anderson. Both songs were very good. They both sang very well. It's just that the judges liked different types. Each person's understanding was also different, so the votes were tied. The final vote was decided by the audience. In the end, Mia Anderson was still slightly better. She won the final audience vote. On one hand, Mia Anderson had more fans. On the other hand, rock music's audience really wasn't that large. For ordinary audiences, love songs really touched their hearts more easily. Mia Anderson and Kevin Wang slowly exited the stage. Host Sarah Chen then took the microphone and went on stage. Next is today's final group of contestants, also the match of the biggest popularity king of this new music festival. Let's welcome contestant Serena, Sarah Chen said enthusiastically. Serena slowly walked out from backstage. Today she was dressed plainly, like an office worker who had just gotten off work, a white t-shirt paired with blue jeans. Light makeup. It was just this simple outfit. That made her look more genuine than the previous 2 times. The feeling it gave the audience was that she had walked into ordinary life. Plain and simple was what's real. Even more refreshing, this match. Serena still went on stage to sing first. The host also exited at this time. The stage darkened. Only one beam of light shone on Serena. The music started. On the big screen behind her, the song title also slowly appeared. Sea of Flowers. Lyrics and composition. Me. Performed by Serena. The audience hadn't even clearly seen the song title yet, when they were already drawn in by this opening. In front of the TV, my face still carried an entranced expression. This opening was truly invincible. You have to know this was Jay Chou's song. Everyone knew that Jay Chou's songs basically all had invincible openings. As soon as the opening played, It could completely bring people into the world of music. On stage, the production team rarely used special effects. A sea of flowers bloomed. Serena bathed in the sea of flowers just like that, slowly walking forward. Seeing this scene, the audience at this moment closed their eyes again. Following the music, they felt as if they were, in a sea of flowers under the sunshine, body and mind relaxed. They kept marveling inside. I was truly amazing. This time song had them immersed just from the opening alone. They, even, didn't need to think about the upcoming lyrics. Just the opening alone had already completely defeated the two songs from the previous match. Serena's eyelashes fluttered gently. The hand holding the microphone trembled slightly. This time's song was harder than the previous ones. She had practiced for a very, very long time. Moreover, in her heart, this song was better than all the previous ones. She didn't know how my brain was wired to be able to write such a song. She could only do her best to not let this song down. Serena composed herself and gently opened her mouth. All the audience members who had their eyes closed. In the moment, the lyrics rang out, sank deeper into the world of music. Their hearts became soft, filled with a faint melancholy and joy. The melancholy was in the melody. The joy was in the memories, contradictory yet not contradictory. The audience's hearts, when hearing this part, suddenly seemed to skip a beat. The sea of flowers in their hearts suddenly became empty. In the mist, the sky drizzled with light rain. Everyone bathed in this drizzle, waiting for the ending to come. On stage, Serena's gaze at this moment suddenly became resolute. Holding the microphone, her gaze seemed to pierce through time and space. Seeing my figure, her singing voice also rang out along with it. Each time Serena sang a line, her feet would lightly step forward one step. Her voice seemed to pierce through time and space, entering the audience's hearts. Even more so, entering my heart. I watched Serena walk step by step to the edge of the stage in front, my eyes full of tenderness. The judges at this moment were also all holding their breath. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily, especially Bella Summers. She felt like she might have made a mistake. If she didn't vote for this song, she would be cursed to death. This kind of divine song was the best song she had ever heard. There was no second one. Serena was still singing, her hand slowly raised to wave. The audience at the scene at this moment also all opened their eyes, waving along. Hearing up to this point, they had been shocked into opening their eyes. In their eyes was only Serena waving her small hand on stage. Backstage, Ryan Shaw was still pressing on his heart, preventing it from suddenly jumping out. Oh my God, was this a competition? This was a personal concert, wasn't it? Completely a one-woman show. I couldn't help but lift little Lily's tiny hand, clapping. Serena sang so well. J2 could now rest easy too. I didn't let his song be buried in this world. The accompaniment and vocals gradually ended. Serena gently exhaled a breath, her face slightly flushed. She had unknowingly just now also been drawn into the psalm. She even raised her hand to wave. So embarrassing. The scene erupted with thunderous applause. Wave after wave, as if it would never stop. More enthusiastic than any previous match, and lasting longer. This was the audience's affirmation of Sea of Flowers. Especially in the livestream room, I wanted to turn off the comments, but couldn't bear to. These bastards were all praising me and my wife. I have never heard such a good song, especially the opening. Absolutely legendary. As soon as this song's opening played, I was pulled in. First time having this feeling. Too magical. The lyrics are also amazing. I'm just speechless. Do I have to play the lossless full recording on repeat again? When is 7 Memories registering the copyright for release? Is this James Rivers? This bastard 7 Memories' songs are each more soul captivating than the last. I'm impressed. Still have to wait for New Music Festival to end before the album comes out. I kind of can't wait anymore. New Music Festival. Hurry up and end. The person above, no. Think about it. 7 Memories will release several more songs next. Hold it in. I guess that's also true. On stage, the judges, especially Nathan Harper, at this moment were also clutching their chests. His vote couldn't go to this song. His heart ached so much. Too bad he had come here with a mission. Something this, against his conscience. Why did it have to be his turn? Uncomfortable. Wanted to cry. And backstage, Diana had now transformed into starry-eyed mode. Sure enough, it was me. This song was also too amazing. Right. And Serena sang too well. Boo-hoo. From now on, these two were both her idols. One song successfully conquered Diana's ears. Diana had already liked my songs. Now she was even a fan of Serena's singing too. She felt her own song wasn't even half as good as Sea of Flowers, and someone still called himself the godfather of music? Diana had never really liked Marcus Wu's songs. If it weren't for Bradley Pierce's insistence, she originally wouldn't have chosen this song. Serena at this moment had already walked off the stage, walking in the opposite direction of Diana. The two nodded at each other in a friendly manner. Serena even raised her small fist, a cheering gesture. Diana immediately liked Serena. Even more. The two looked at each other and smiled. On stage, the host's voice rang out again. It was Diana's turn to go on stage. Diana still sang a sweet song. Combined with her sweet singing voice, it dispersed a bit of the faint melancholy that Serena's previous song had brought. This kind of sweet young girl was very popular among male netizens. When the song ended, the audience at the scene also applauded appreciatively. It's just that this applause was clearly not as enthusiastic as when Serena sang Sea of Flowers. This kind of song, for the audience, was already somewhat ordinary, mainly because I, that bastard, had raised their appreciation standards, even raising the level of the entire Chinese music scene by more than one notch. If it were placed before, this song could have completely swept the nation. Too bad now it was just the youngest of the youngest. When it came to voting, the first judge to vote was Marcus Gao. He first commented on the two songs, then, as expected, voted for Serena. Then came Nathan Harper. You could see Nathan Harper's face full of difficulty. He highly praised Serena's song with great fanfare, but when voting, he voted for Diana. All the audience understood tacitly. This was clearly a sympathy vote. Just like last time. Sean Bai had also received a sympathy vote. But next, the way things developed was beyond their expectations, also beyond Nathan Harper's expectations, even more beyond Diana's expectations. No one expected that William Barnes's vote also went to Diana. Nathan Harper's face grew increasingly ashen. Diana's eyes unconsciously widened. With this, the scene immediately fell silent. Everyone was looking at the last judge, Bella Summers. Her vote became the most crucial vote. Bella Summers instantly became the focus of the entire venue. She had cursed Bradley Pierce 1,800 times in her heart. If the gap between the songs really wasn't that big, she could still muddle through. But now this situation was clearly putting her on a fire to roast. She momentarily hesitated. Her heart was torn beyond description. Once this step was taken wrong, what she would face afterward could be complete ruin of her reputation and all kinds of controversy. She quickly weighed the pros and cons in her heart. The audience were all holding their breath. The scene became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one expected things to develop like this. As for the audience in the live stream room, they weren't holding back at all. Comments flew chaotically one after another. Oh my God, what's going on? Nathan Harper's vote. I can still understand as a sympathy vote. What's going on with William Barnes? Is he blind? No, wait, is he deaf? Can't tell good from bad? And he's still a veteran top-tier singer? Shady. I get it now. These judges have brain problems. Or do they think our IQs have problems? There's clearly something wrong with these votes. Keep watching. Don't rush. Isn't there still one vote left? If it's tied, the audience vote will definitely go to Serena. She can still win. I feel like even I could do better than these judges. If Serena really gets eliminated, I'll directly transform into a keyboard warrior. Damn it. I'm depending on 7 Memories' future songs to live. Not only were netizens exploding, in front of the TV, I was also narrowing my eyes. I no longer cared about what the vote count was now. Even an idiot could see there was a problem. I only cared about Serena now. At this moment, the camera happened to show the two people on stage. Diana's eyes were wide, an expression of disbelief. And Serena, I saw that she seemed to not feel disappointed because of the judges' votes. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Serena actually still felt a bit disappointed inside, but the reason she was disappointed was because she felt my Sea of Flowers was really very good. It seemed like she was about to let this song down. And at this moment backstage in the director's room, program director Ryan Shaw was already so angry. He was pounding the table loudly. What do they mean by this? How dare they do this? He asked the assistant beside him like this. The assistant smiled bitterly and said nothing. He also didn't know. Ryan Shaw's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Was someone trying to smash his rice bowl? The program having such an abnormal situation. And he, the director, didn't even know about it? If Serena really lost today...
Love is never simple in a world ruled by power and money, and this story is just getting started. If you want to follow their fate until the very end, subscribe to Manhwa Recap, like the video, and stay with us for the next chapter.